What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where we have got one final day of group perseverance to determine who is going to be making it into that upper bracket of Knights Road and who is going to have to start off in the lower bracket. I'm Gordo, I'm joined by K-Man, and K-Man, it's happened. Against all odds, against all the possible barriers presented before it, we have found a way. Thunder Talk versus NiP matters, baby.
It's crazy. No, not in a million years would you have expected me to look at this series and say that it could determine the entirety of Knights Road, but here we are in terms of trying to get that bye, that extra life, if you will, for Ninjas in Pajamas. Really important for them, and even for a team like Thunder Talk, obviously. Picking up their first win of the split would be huge. They've got a big matchup coming up that they already know and can prepare for. Both of these teams really want to walk out of here with a win tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's open things up with the standings. That'll help us paint the picture a little bit, because it might not be immediately clear why this 0-5 already eliminated team gets to have some influence. So note both the series win-loss and the game records here, which is on the right, your game differential. EDG sitting at +3, NiP sitting at +2. EDG would also win a head-to-head against NiP if that game differential were equal, because EDG beat NiP more recently than NiP beat EDG, and they would be tied at 3-3 in their individual head-to-head records. So what this means is that NiP needed to exactly 2-0 Thunder Talk in order to take second place and get themselves a spot in the play-in's upper bracket. If they lose to Thunder Talk, or if they do not exactly 2-0 Thunder Talk, they will be stuck in this third place, and that play-in upper bracket spot will go to EDG.
And that's a big deal, Gordo. Like, that really matters. Again, that extra life, it might not seem like a big deal at first, but it means instead of having to win one best of 5, you now have to win 2, and it's against competition that is pretty volatile. You're going to get into a matchup likely against another team from Group Perseverance or a team from Group Ascend if they end up losing in that upper bracket to have to qualify. It's not a situation you want to be in. Things get so much easier if you are a top 2 team in this group, and so NiP are really fighting for their lives. And let's not forget, this is a team that's not always been the most consistent throughout this year. They did get the 2-0 last time, but they're going to have to be on their A game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like you said, it's about as big a deal as a best of 3 in the regular season can be. It determines whether you get to face 2 opponents in 2 best of 5s or 1 opponent in 1 best of 5 for your future and for your chances to potentially be able to make it on through. As far as qualification matches go, you'll still get to play multiple best of 5s if you win, but you're not going to get multiple shots directly at qualification. You're only going to get the one go at it versus having 2 whole chances. So, makes a big deal. EDG definitely want it. They've done all that they can. They were able to take down WE last night. They were able to take down NiP in their most recent matchup. And let's talk a little bit about this series up against WE, where EDG were able to clutch it up, were able to take down the team that has already secured themselves #1 in the group.
They definitely clutched up. They dominated this series. I mean, they were the better team by a really considerable margin, which was such an encouraging thing, I think, to see from EDG, a team that I think had struggled a lot at the beginning of the year in terms of finding their form. They had a really slow meta read at the beginning of the year where it didn't feel like they were super comfortable playing towards a lot of the new parts of the game. Feels like they finally started to find their footing and get into a position where they can really start to push forward. And with this win, I mean, WE was a team that had already confirmed themselves in top 2, but this kind of makes them the team to beat coming out of Group Perseverance. And if anything, you know, if we take nothing else away from this for tonight, it made NiP's life a lot harder.
And, you know, part of me wants to confirm my priors here and say, you know, WE finally stopped getting away with it. This has been a team all season long that has consistently gone down in the early game and had to fight their way back in, but they've been able to do it so consistently that it was kind of hard to criticize them over it. But that's not even really what happened last night, K-Man. I mean, they went down and tried to fight back in game #1, I suppose, so you can give props to EDG for, you know, finally giving them their just desserts, at least in game #1. But in game #2, WE took an early lead, and it was EDG that had to put on their best WE impression and fight their way back into that game. And they were able to do so very, very well. They took some very smart fights. They did a great job controlling the map in a macro sense. And especially in that game #1, I think that was one of the cleaner games I've seen in Group Perseverance all split long. Just finding a couple of ganks at the Nocturne, making good trades around the map, doing good lane assignments, taking towers, taking objectives, winning the game. They had like a 6K gold lead with like 4 kills on the board, and you love to see that. That's not something you get to see too often in Group Perseverance LPL.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly reminiscent of how they beat Ninjas in Pajamas when they played just a couple of weeks ago, where really the big difference there was the macros, the decisiveness, and it was the way they played the map. Really nice to see that we can get some of that out of Group Perseverance, but it's going to be interesting to see if NiP have learned. This was a team that really relied on a very standard way of playing the game, a front-to-back with engages coming out of the jungle. They've had to switch up their style with the meta kind of changing, and this is going to be that big test. They have to be clean today. This cannot be one of those matchups where they play like they did against EDG. They no longer have that luxury.
Definitely true. So with that, let's introduce our lineups for the day. Starting off with first selection, it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas, Hoya, Guan, Care, Awesome, and Zhuo from top to bottom.
This team is really, really interesting in the way that they are constructed because it's almost the exact opposite of what we expected going into the year. Someone like Awesome has such a great pedigree, and he's been a very influential part of this team, but it's really the middle of the map that has been able to elevate a lot of what NiP have been capable of doing, and that's why my eyes are really going to be on someone like Care here today. I think if he can get a pretty big lead and start to move around the map and play a little bit more aggressive, NiP could be in a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely here. And, you know, as we called on out before, NiP kind of looking to repeat what was a really strong performance up against Thunder Talk last time they encountered each other. You called it out to me in the pre-show. It wasn't something I thought about very much, but in the vast majority of their series, NiP have lost their game number 1. They have not been the best team out of the gate all season long here, but Thunder Talk is one of those few exceptions. They were able to take a clean 2-0 up against them. A lot of that on the back of Hoya doing a really solid job up against Thunder Talk's kind of shining star Keshi in the top lane. And they're looking back at that series right now and thinking, we got to do it one more time. It has to be a crystal clear, perfect copy of the last time we played up against Thunder Talk, because stumbling out of the gate, not really an option tonight.
Not at all. Your eyes have to be on Thunder Talk. You got to be clutching that picture frame. You got to be staring it down, because as much as I'm sure this NiP team would love to start thinking about their opponents moving forward and about what they could look like trying to get into Group Ascend later on in the year, tonight is just as important in making that happen as anything else. You have to make sure that you are locked in on Thunder Talk, focusing on the things that worked last time and not making those critical mistakes. This has, again, not been a good macro team throughout this year. They've relied on a lot of simple execution and simple engages. This is not a series where you can stumble in that regard and still expect to have the same results.
No, not at all. So going to really need to just continue on where they were at. It's been a weird schedule for NiP and Thunder Talk in particular. These teams both completing their entire round robins before they played up against each other. Just kind of a weird quirk of the format as the schedule ended up working out. Really quirk of the schedule. The format did not demand this. This is somebody's fault. But it does find its way to being played out this way. And Thunder Talk, not seeing NiP until the very end. So far, it's been pretty much as expected, with NiP coming in as the favorites, taking a handily 2-0 against Thunder Talk. Now we're going to find out if they can do it again here tonight, the second time they face off. And a big matchup to watch for that is going to be the top lane here. Hoya facing off against Keshi, probably the two best performing, at least laning top laners in Group Perseverance so far this year.
And if you would have told me that at the beginning of the group, Gordo, I would have lost my mind. I mean, this has been an incredible split for both of them. Keshi obviously is a rookie, but look at these stats for Hoya. You know, all pros are coming up. You can obviously cast your votes with the QR code on the screen now. If you want to vote for all pros for all 3 groups, definitely encourage you to do so. But the pitch for Hoya to be the all-pro top laner for Group Perseverance is pretty strong. These grades are not just Group Perseverance grades. He's first in KP percentage in the LPL, first in gold difference at 15 in the LPL of all top laners. He's really been able to dominate this group in a way that we haven't seen from him all that consistently throughout his career, and now he gets another chance to do what he did last time against his former org in Thunder Talk, and that is really take over these games.
Yeah, and especially these last couple of series here before we move on to 26-3, Hoya's established himself as the world's premier Varus top player. He's played it in both of their most recent series. He is the only player in a Tier 1 region to have played the Varus top more than one time, and he's won both games on it. He's done a really, really solid job kind of making this pick his own, and it's a lot of what has pushed him so high in these stats. The fact that he was able to perform so well against ZDZ on the pick, that he was able to then perform so well against Keshi on the pick. Keshi even tried to bust out, a creative counter to it in the Yasuo. Did not work. Did not work one bit. And just huge props to what Hoya has been able to do here as he kind of rounds the corner in this back half of the regular season. He's been very, very impressive and now kind of a standout player on NiP, whereas I think he was kind of forgettable coming into some of the earlier series.
It's crazy how your narrative can change so quickly. I'm not going to pretend like Group Perseverance is the shining light of all top laners right now in the LPL, but I mean, this was a player that, again, his former org ThunderTalk was really happy to get rid of. I personally was incredibly critical of this org for picking him up in the offseason, and clearly I was wrong. This guy has really made a big difference so far for Ninjas in Pajamas, and if he can keep that up here today, I mean, that's going to completely change the complexion of this series because ThunderTalk also loves to play through top.
Yeah, and, he's got a tough matchup here tonight in theory. He did so well in it last time, but if you want to look back over those stats, right? Hoya, we were calling it out. Number 4 in damage percent, number 3 in gold percent. Such an involved top laner. But you look over on the other side of the map, Keshi, number 1 in damage percent in the league. Number 1 in gold percent in the league. ThunderTalk puts more resources into this guy than any other team does into their top laner, and it kind of feels like they're forced to, given how a lot of the lanes have ended up going here. Their other lanes have just not been coming through for them. Junhao has not been able to find advantages pretty much anywhere on the map. Their saving grace has been Keshi, especially on his Ambessa. He has had such impressive performances on that pick, and it's kind of elevated it to must-ban status. They're pretty much the only team in the league that's drawing Ambessa bans at such a high rate, and I don't think that's going to change tonight. I think NiP definitely going to be looking to take that one off the board, so Keshi needs to find a little bit of additional sauce, and so far I think he's been struggling in that department.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at a pick to really follow throughout this series, it's the Renekton. Both of these top laners play it a lot over the course of this year. I think it's one of the strongest in the game, but how can you not get excited for a top lane matchup like this that could decide an entire group? We've been talking all year long about how top lane is the least important role in the game right now, and it really could come down to top lane to see who ends up, kind of making their way out of Group Perseverance and into an upper slot in Knight's Road.
Yeah, definitely lots to play for here. With that, let's talk a little bit more about ThunderTalk. Let's at least introduce the lineup before we get too much deeper into shadowboxing these squads. It's Keshi, Junhao, Haru, Ryan3, and Feather.
Yeah, it's not just Keshi on the roster, although you'd be forgiven for believing that it could be at times. There have been a lot of moments from these other players that have stood out. I think specifically someone like Haru, who I hyped up quite a bit at the beginning of the year. The mechanics are there, the decision-making is very much not, and I think that is a great way to encapsulate this ThunderTalk team right now. We talk about NiP and their inability to avoid a lot of those catastrophic mistakes later on in games. ThunderTalk has been prone to some big mental errors. If they can lock in what is a huge series for them tonight, they can maybe gain some of the confidence they need to go up against some of these Group Nirvana teams like LNG and actually stand toe-to-toe.
Yeah, and I mean, and this is a matchup and a season that's just going to go from bad to worse for ThunderTalk Gaming. So they got to steel themselves a little bit here, right? Because regardless of how tonight's series goes, they have a date with LNG in the Knights Road playoffs once they do kick on off. It's going to be an elimination match, and it's going to be a tough one to play up against that top team in Group Nirvana. So it's only going to get harder from here on out. So if you're going to, walk away from this winter split feeling comfortable, feeling confident, it's going to have to start right here up against NiP. And they are a developmental roster, right? 3 rookies in Keshi, Haru, and Ryan3. And the veterans not having do good of splits in their own right so far. So lots to look at, lots to improve on for ThunderTalk, and not a lot of time left to do it before the stakes are going to get really, really high.
That's the exciting thing, though, right? Is that this is a young team. This is a decently inexperienced team, which means that there is room for growth and there is room for improvement. We've already seen quite a bit of it from this team throughout this split. The results might not show it on the standings, but certainly the gameplay would show that they have gotten more competent at being able to play their early games out. They just need to find a solution to their late game woes, because right now it doesn't really matter what their leads are looking like. They're overstepping, TPing at wrong times, making bad errors in terms of their positioning. These are fixable mistakes, and while ThunderTalk as an org might not have the best reputation for being able to breed a lot of the young talent coming through, they've certainly had success in the past. They were in Group Ascend last year, and this is an org that, while they might not have been expected to get back there, I think certainly have ambitions for being a team that can compete. And again, even if they're not a team that goes to Group Ascend this year, they could be a team that is competitive in Group Nirvana if they can start building that confidence now.
Yeah, I think that's definitely believable here if they are able to find themselves the way to work with all these rookies and be able to kind of level themselves up. While Keshi has been the standout so far, you know, Haru was the guy that I think a lot of people were looking at over in the LDL on BLG Junior alongside Keshi. He was the one kind of putting up the players, the games. He was the one kind of being looked at as, you know, that big next up player. He was the one coming in off of T1 rookies before his time here in the LDL. And just hasn't really shown up so far, has not gotten those really good matchups up against these group perseverance mid laners the way that Keshi has up against the top laners.
Yeah, he looks very overwhelmed right now mentally, and that's to be expected. This is a big, big leap for a lot of players to take. Going from Tier 2 to Tier 1, we've seen in every region across the world that it just takes a little bit of time to get used to the pace of the game, and sometimes even when you are very mechanically talented, we've seen that from Haru. He's been able to generate leads for himself. It's just not always as easy to find those avenues in the mid game to be able to keep creating and to keep pushing the game forward. And I think that's really where he can start to improve. We know he's talented, but a lot of talented players have come through the LPL. It's about how you can turn that mechanical skill into ways to enable the rest of your team, especially when you've got a jungler like Junhao that's going to be more on the carry side generally.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Junhao has gotten to show some of these exciting picks off. He plays a lot of the meta stuff, don't get me wrong, but the Kianas looked solid for him. The Nocturnes looked solid for him. Was able to get a nice win on that Jarvan, pairing up with Orianna and Misfortune as a bit of a wombo combo composition. That was how they got a win up against EDG, who, hey, now are looking like they could even get top 2 in the group, depending on how ThunderTalk are able to perform tonight. So they've definitely been able to show us flashes here and there, but only one game win so far, so lots more to be seen. I'm very curious how the support champion pool is going to end up looking in particular. Feather has kind of not gone in for some of the most popular range supports in the meta right now. Not really a Bard guy, has not been a Nico guy either. ThunderTalk, a team that generally has to pay the Nico tax on both sides unless they want to end up giving it up, and Joel's not a player that pretty much any team is willing to give Nico to.
Yeah, and that's really the scary thing for a team like ThunderTalk that is so set in the fact that they need to play a lot of these engaged supports. Feather is not the most versatile player in the world. Even the Enchanters have not looked particularly good for this team. Feather has always been a player that's relied on his Alistar, his Nautilus, his Rel, Leonas, like that kind of playstyle. And it does make them a bit more limited early on in these drafts. But what that can mean is if you can start to really establish that playstyle and start to feel more comfortable just playing the things that you're good at, that's a game 1 or a game 2 kind of strategy, right? It might not be great for a whole series, but all ThunderTalk needs to spoil the fun tonight is one game, and if they can start to get a lot of their comfort picks in that one game, then things can go pretty interesting pretty fast.
Certainly can, as we're about to get into draft here and find out how they're going to look to navigate this one. I mean, major things to look at, right? Hoya on the Varus top. Is he going to get it for a 3rd series in a row? Is he going to still be playing it? Is it at big of a priority? Is there some new tech that ThunderTalk have brewed up against it? They clearly came in ready for it last time, but the Yasuo top did not pay off for them. Other ideas here, right? What exactly is the jungle matchup going to look like? Guan, not been a huge Xin Zhao guy, but still a pick that's been super present in the meta, and they both have a lot of overlap in their remaining picks, right? Both going to the Vi, both going to the Jarvan, both going to stuff like the Kiana when those aren't available. What is going to end up falling where, and will there end up being some need for a little bit of those spicier picks if we do end up going the distance in this series?
I mean, that's the question. I'm really excited to see what the mid laners bring out as well. I mean, you mentioned something like the Xin Zhao. we gotta worry about that for Ninjas in Pajamas. They don't play it. Like, he is not willing to play it. They will ban it in games 2 and 3 if it's still available. This is not something that they want to let through draft, and what that means is that you can kind of focus Guan, as a lot of teams have started to do in the draft phase. Things like Malphite were really big for this team early on in the year, and with the nerfs going to that champion, a lot of their consistent engage has kind of fallen off. Expect them to prioritize Jarvan in particular in game number 1, and if they're doing that, then it's going to be something like an Orianna or, you know, a Ryze, something that can move around the map and play a little bit more with that pick to be able to create those same advantages. The other pick I really want to shout out that I think will get through ban phase here is that Renekton that I was talking about earlier. Both of these players play a ton of Renekton on the top side. That champion's incredibly strong, and we see a lot of bans for it typically, but neither of these two teams are too keen to take it away because they really want to pilot it themselves and really want to play it through this series. So those are the main things I would be watching out for, but jungle, mid, and top are definitely going to be where my eyes are.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at some of the graphics that were shown over on the actual main broadcast for the LPL, looking like Zhuo and Guan both sitting in top 6 for assists across the entire league there. The jungle and support duo here really been very, very highly participatory for the NiP squad. I think everything has largely run through them. Obviously, Goya and Awesome have been putting up, you know, the really good damage stats, the really good gold generation stats, but oh, wow. Looks like the Nico gets left up, and Zhuo going to actually manage to play Nico for the first time this season.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they let it through. Thunder Talk don't like playing into it, nor do they like playing it. So the fact that it's left up and that the Jarvan in particular is taken off the board is very curious. This has been a big game 1 pick overall, the Jarvan that is for Ninjas in Pajamas, but it leaves up the premier solo lane duo in the game, the Ryze and the Rumble. If they do want to go for that right now, it gives them so much pressure in the mid and late game if they want to go for it, lane priority as well. You can even go potentially for, you know, your hyper carry of choice. You mentioned the Xin Zhao, plenty of options left on the board. Will be the Xin Zhao locked in as the answer here as well. Very early priority for a champion that NiP don't really want to pilot all that much.
Yeah, now you're giving Nico Rumble as a comp over to NiP if Hoya wants to pilot it. Ooh, that's a little dangerous if you ask me here, K-Man, but the Varus did get banned away, so Hoya cannot go back to that well, but it doesn't feel like he needs to. The highest priority top laner in the game staring him right in the face right now if he does want to snap it on up. And, I mean, Ryze not even a terrible champion of all the ones that could be face up to pick it into. I'd be very surprised if this doesn't come through for Hoya, and it will be snapped on up.
Yeah, I mean, the Rumble is a no-brainer here. The fact that this champion got all the way to the 3rd selection phase is insane with just how strong Rumble has been, how consistent it's been in the early parts of this draft phase. But what a great start for NiP. You've got a lot of team fight pressure already with the Yunara and the Rumble, and of course, Nico is the premier playmaker. Zhuo's going to have a lot on his plate here, depending on the jungler that they end up selecting. Xin Zhao does have a lot of opportunities for early aggression into lanes like Yunara and Rumble, but as long as they're able to cancel that out, it should be fine. Kasante's been the standard pick across the world. It is kind of the default tank right now. I don't love this matchup for Keshi. It's certainly not one that he's going to be able to express a ton of skill in, but if he can survive, then you've got a lot of priority coming out of the middle of the map, and this kind of proves to me that they maybe want to focus more on Heru than Keshi in this particular game.
Yeah, definitely what it is looking like. And like we called out earlier, right, both of them rookies, both of them coming up from BLG Junior, but in the lower league, it was Heru that was the main character of this team, despite how Thunder Talk have looked on the pro stage. So maybe not the worst thing in the world to be giving a little bit more pressure over towards Heru, especially facing off against Care, who I think, well, NiP have been a lot more successful this season than NiP and have won a lot more games. It's not really been Care that's been the big standout player here. I think jungle support, you could say a lot about their ability to pressure around the map. You'd say a lot about Hoya and Awesome's individual performances. I think Care, it kind of a little bit more in the background compared to the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I think the big thing about Care is just how flexible he can be in draft. You really don't have to worry about him too much. He can just kind of survive. So definitely a bonus there. With the bans that are coming out, I'm really surprised to see Lulu and Bard bans coming out against Feather. Surprised that it's not Nautilus and Leona and Rel and champions of that ilk, because I do believe that that really is kind of a specialty. But I expect AD carry to drop here. If they want to go for something aggressive, Corki makes the most amount of sense. The 2v2 gauntlet is going to kind of be thrown. The question is, do you want to pair that with a Nautilus, potentially for late game team fights, or something like a Nami? If you really want to pressure at that 2v2 lane, For now, it's going to be one of the most standard drafts in the world on the other side. I mean, this is popular pick central. This has to be, you know, a collection of some of the most common picks in the game right now with the Vi Ahri getting locked. The mid-game pressure to bridge into a Rumble Yunara late game. Love the draft for NiP.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got Rumble and Nico locked in. You've already got Yunara as a consistent DPS threat for these kind of mid-game skirmishy fights. Don't risk anything, right? No need to get wild with it. You've already drafted yourself a composition that a lot of teams around the world would kill for. Looking very, very strong with that one, as I do think Feather gonna lock on in that Nami. So going to be piloting that one alongside the Corki is a little bit of an aggressive lane duo. You do want to go for something a little bit more enchantery when you can up against the Nico. I think that's the reason for the Lulu Bard bans. But yeah, I mean, I definitely share some of your questioning of it, though, given what Feather has gone for all season long. Hasn't touched the Bard once, hasn't touched the Lulu once. Draws bans on both of them regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be the most targeted bans towards Thunder Talk in particular, but what we've ended up with in terms of these drafts are two very solid drafts that have very clear win conditions. In fact, I think both of them are in similar power spots. It's all really just going to come down to who executes better. The one-item power spike, especially the level 6 surrounding that Vi Ahri duo, is always so scary. If you can get Nico moving around the map, chaos can really ensue, but it's not like you're not matching that with Ryze and Xin Zhao and a ton of skirmish potential on the other side. The side laning coming from them and the picks as well. Going to be very, very fun to watch. Both of these teams have set themselves up for success. It's really just going to come down to execution here.
Absolutely here. Very exciting to see how Thunder Talk are going to try to pilot this composition and try to find themselves a way to get a second win in this season. Reminder for anybody joining us at the last minute here, Ninjas in Pajamas need exactly a 2-0 to take second in Group Perseverance and earn themselves an upper bracket spot in Knights Road. Anything less than a 2-0 over Thunder Talk here, and that spot will go to EDG instead. Ninjas in Pajamas will drop down to the lower bracket to start off with on Knights Road.
Gotta win. This is the time to step it up for NiP.
Certainly is here. Keshi and Hoya find each other up here on the top side, and she will be looking to push this Rumble just a little bit back to kick things off. Not going to be too much bloodshed here as the first waves do crash. Does look like topside starts for both junglers. Looking to have impact on what could be a pretty aggressive bot lane with two ranged supports.
Yeah, both bot laners here definitely kind of want to push forward. Imagine the Corki Nami is going to have a good amount of lane priority early on here. See how long they can hold on to that. If the Vi wants to put some pressure, this is a lane that is very gankable for Ninjas in Pajamas, but it's all really going to come down to how many resources they want to use on that front for now. Good job from Awesome and Zhuo to push forward. You just don't want to take any bad trades against something like Nami because she can recoup it so quickly. As for jungler starts, very, very standard stuff. We do have Vision down on top of Thunder Talk here. Junhao is going to be spotted clearing down, so they will have a good understanding of exactly what his timers are and can track him accordingly.
Absolutely. And a good little bit of vision wherever you can find opportunities to do stuff at level 1. A little bit more limited in 2026 as compared to prior seasons, but information is information all the same. These two bot lanes, I think, definitely has an opportunity to be very, very explosive here, especially with the lack of sustain here from the Nico support. Zhuo has gotten a lot of respect towards his Nico this season, but has not actually gotten the opportunity to show it too much. See if he is going to be able to really have those big pop-offs this game, find these big pop blossoms, and be that big CC engage force that NiP are going to need him to be.
It's exactly the role he filled last year on a JD gaming team that desperately needed someone to fill in the support position. We'll see if he can do the same here today. We highlighted these two top laners. Going toe-to-toe a little bit. Oh, Keshi taking quite a bit of damage, but you definitely don't want to be scared as the Cassante in this lane. The moment that things start getting really rough is when you see that lane priority over to the Rumble. Keshi, we know a player who's not afraid to take some trades every once in a while, so exciting to see how these two top laners go head-to-head in this classic matchup as Guan. Showing some pressure in the mid lane here.
Yeah, tapping on through, just making sure the care is going to be covered and accounted for. Did already pick up the first scuttler, so kind of trying to make a mad dash over towards the second one. Does not have the smite quite yet, does have the backup of care, so he's just going to try to posture aggressively up against Junhao here, and he does manage to snag it as soon as his smite comes back up. That's a double scuttle start for Guan and NiP.
It's a very, very big win. Junhao's going to try and get as much out of this as he can. He's going to start up on the Raptors, but again, Kara is still in the area. Haru is walking back. Theoretically, there could be a play to make here, but it's just going to be a trade. Kara's making his way up.
Haru recalled. This is very dangerous territory for Junhao here. He is now over inside the enemy red buff, has to flash away. Kara misses the charm. So Junhao gets bailed out a little bit there, and will walk away without flash.
I mean, you say you got bailed out, but the flash is burned. I mean, you're invading with no mid laner. It's a crazy decision from my Xin Zhao early on in the game, and a lot of that pressure is now off the board. We already assumed that the Vi Ahri were going to be able to run the game at level 6. Well, now you have no flash on the Xin Zhao to be able to make those aggressive plays either. Guwan's going to have a lot of tempo here, but Hoya could be in some trouble. Guwan's going to be here to help.
Yeah, Keshi doing a solid job in this lane. That is the second point-blank Q3 my man has missed. If he's connecting those up against Hoya, I think he'd really be in a dominant position. He is still building himself up a solid CS lead here, though. Not a solid laning phase from Keshi. All the same, despite those 1 or 2 missed skill shots that we've seen on camera. And that is going to really need to be something that Thunder Talk need to be able to play through. So far, doing a solid job of holding their own are Haru and Ryan, not falling behind at this stage of the game. And, yeah, I mean, the best laning difference so far is going to be that Keshi versus Hoya lane. Good start for Keshi.
Yeah, it's a really good start for Keshi. If he can continue to just have priority in this lane, I mean, things get really easy for the K'Sante if he has a gold lead throughout this one. And we know what Keshi can do in terms of damage, even on these tank champions, as we've seen throughout this year. But a lot of credit here to Awesome and Zhuo, who continue to pressure out this bot lane. Corki Nami was drafted with the explicit purpose of being able to shove and win in the early 2v2, and that is just not happening. Level 6 is now reached by the mid laners. Realm Warp available, and Kara is also a huge playmaker here. You gotta make sure that you are aware on the map, potentially when something drops, as a heal is burned here.
Yeah, Awesome finds himself without really any mana. Keshi going all out on the top side as he takes level 6 first, has that advantage over Hoya, looking to take the fight even further, does not connect the scoop back. But Hoya forced out, still no TP available, is gonna try to hang out in this lane a little bit longer. He knows he's got Guan top side.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great trade from Keshi. He does have to be a little bit careful. Hoya about to tick over to level 6. You don't want to take too much damage and die to the Equalizer.
Good damage being returned by Hoya, like you said. Equalizer, a big force here now that it is available. Thunder Talk, though, the prio in the bot lane, and with Guan topside, going to look to start off Dragon number 1. I think they're going to be able to finish this one before Guan can get over, but will they try to take a fight afterwards? Zhuo and Awesome coming in from the bottom side. A pinch from NiP on towards the Thunder Talk squad. They're going to engage onto Junhao, and he will be one shot. There's going to be the kill going over to Awesome. Advance forward from Care with the first of the resets, channeling Realm Warp. Everybody gets out except for Ryan. I think he clicked outside of the Realm Warp, but he will escape with the flash and the barrier nonetheless.
Oh, that was very close. Very, very easily could have turned into a terrible play still. A big win for NiP to be able to pick up first blood there, as this might not be quite over yet. Feather could theoretically be in trouble here, but they do get the dragon, so there's something there. Guwan needed to cover on the top side because of that fight happening with Hoya, just in case Keshi wanted to continue to push his advantage. What that gets you is a dragon, and that's about it, because you lose the fight. 1k gold lead for NiP, and most importantly, the kill went on to Awesome on this Yunara. We're going to go ahead and get a replay. This is the power of burning that Xin Zhao's flash at level 3 so early on in the game, as he just gets locked down in this team fight. You get to free hit with the Yunara, and it's a free kill. You have no damage at this point in the game, so Vi just gets to walk out. It looks like Ryan... just right on the edge. It forces him to burn the flash and the barrier. Really unfortunate turn of events there for the AD carry. It's kind of gone from bad to worse with the lack of summoners.
Yeah, not clear if he was just barely outside of it and the hovering Corki model makes it hard to tell, or if he actively had clicked outside of the Realm Warp. That is a mechanic where if you're right on the edge and you are clicking in such a way where you're not going into the Realm Warp and are instead stepping out of it, it won't port you. That's a mechanic intentionally put in the game to stop you from griefing your teammates and solo queue with it. But we do occasionally see little errors in pro play from it, and it's going to cost Ryan his flash either way this time. But Guan showing back up towards mid. Haru with enough space from the phase rush to get himself out, though.
Yeah, the priority on the map right now is for sure in favor of NiP. That Vi ultimate is about to be back off of cooldown, but it's the double invade going on right now as the ships pass in the night from these two. Bot lane pressure is still going on, but it will be a blue buff for red buff trade for these two junglers. We'll see if Junhao actually makes his way to this red buff. The pings are going down. Guan could be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, now stepping on up, Guan does successfully steal away the red buff. And now we'll just back on away. They're not going to go for a little bit of a pinch in towards the tri-brush here. NiP feeling pretty comfortable about their control around this bottom side. The Scuttle, or rather the Rift Grubs, have spawned on up towards the top side. Wonder if either side is really going to try to pressure for this. ThunderTalk have a little bit of a lead on Keshi. He's up about 20 CS now. Going to be continuing to find good trades in towards Hoya. Will he commit the ultimate here? He will. Hoya taken down below half HP. Keshi keeping the fight onto him. Looking for the scoop point blank once again, and Hoya going to be forced to flash. This is looking like grub time, K-Man.
It is top domination right now for ThunderTalk, and I was going to point this out. As we can see, one grub is already gone. Guan was actually taking that before that play ever happened, so at most here, ThunderTalk with that pressure topside will be able to get 2 grubs, but 3 will be denied because of Guwan's proactivity. Well done there by the NiP jungler, but what a performance right now from Keshi on the top side of the map. Look at the CS lead that he's been able to generate for himself, up 200 gold naturally. As Guwan going to continue to try and pressure bot lane, is going to miss the Q onto Feather, so the damage won't be there. The dive is likely off because of that, but just goes to show where the priorities are for Ninjas in Pajamas. With Dragon spawning in just over a minute, they definitely want to make sure their bot lane is in as good of a spot as possible.
And Feather ducks the punch there. Gets himself out of the way, and will, in fact, be just fine to be able to pick up this wave as it crashes into the bottom side. Like you called out, though, Keshi doing a great job, especially given that last time these two met, just a few days ago, Hoya dominated. Hoya was so good in the top lane one-on-one the previous time they interacted. That's how he ended up kind of taking the lead in some of these stats compared to Keshi, who has been, one of the more dominant laning tops and really a big bright spot for ThunderTalk. So ThunderTalk definitely breathing a bit of a sigh of relief that he's able to, find a way back to being successful up against Hoya now the second time that they meet.
And this is exactly what we were talking about with ThunderTalk. This is a young and inexperienced team that we can kind of expect to get better as they play more games. We're certainly seeing that out of the top side of the map. But importantly now, we can start to see those first item completions coming through for both the junglers, and that means plays are expected to be made. Flashes available for both of them as well as ultimates. I'm really going to be looking at where Guwan wants to put that pressure. 10 seconds on this dragon spawning. Do they want to full-on fight for it as everybody is pathing to the bot side? Or perhaps look for a pick? The setup right now seems to be NiP controlling the river.
Sure. Second dragon, as soon as it's ready, it's got Guwan standing in front of it and calling over the bot lane. Looking set up to be able to work on this one, no problem. Junhao approaching from the bottom side. Will he look for this engage? Does dive in, looking for the smite fight. Actually steals it away, but now he's in a 1 versus 3. Tidal Wave coming in to try to bail him out, but Pop Blossom going to knock him up and take him down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Shuo going down as well. Awesome for it to flash away as Keshi is TP'd into the fray. And it will be that trade of lives, but the dragon going the way of ThunderTalk 2-0 in that department.
Yeah, it's a slight win here for ThunderTalk in terms of the fight. They get the dragon and trade 1-for-1 in kills. However, with Keshi committing that teleport down here to the bottom side, they wanted to probably get a little bit more. Hoya is actually allowed to catch up quite a bit in terms of gold on the top side. He didn't have the teleport to commit, and so he just got to push out the top side and salvage his game a little bit. Still very nice of ThunderTalk to grab that dragon. They're now sitting on 2 Drakes. We talk about a gold lead for NiP, but if there's one way to get back in this game, it's going to be these Drakes as long as Haru can survive here. Oh no.
Yeah, Haru a little bit collapsed on. Good little dodge there away from the blooming bursts, but I think he's done for one way or the other. Tangle Barb's probably going to solidify his fate as Guwan connects another Vault Breaker to end his life. NiP up 3-1 in the kill score, and they take a bigger lead than they've had so far.
That is a really big pick. You do not want to give tempo and pressure over, and unfortunately for Haru, we've seen this decently consistently out of him over the course of this year. It's just not all that stable in the mid lane right now, and we'll see how the Ryze can respond. Kara is going to get quite a bit of gold. We can see down at the bottom of your screen, over a 1,000 gold lead for Kara in the mid lane already. He has a majority of Ninjas in Pajamas gold at the moment on this Ahri. He's had some fantastic performances on his most played champion across this split so far, and he'll happily add the first tower gold into his pocket to really accelerate this Ahri.
And right after we just called out that Care, kind of the least flashy member of NiP, just there to fill his role and be flexible, he finds himself with the biggest lead and a lot of force on his shoulders for this game number one. The Ahri definitely big carry potential in this game, and kind of a draft built around it, right? It's not the hardest comp to execute in the world, the Vi Ahri combo, but it's definitely one that Care is going to have in his hands, and we're going to need to see him able to not just pick up that first kill, but carry through and deliver damage to additional targets to see NiP win out on these fights.
And speaking of that, this is a pretty important timer to fight on. Heru not quite at that level 11 just yet. Kara has hit that level 11 power spike. 50 seconds on the Rift Herald on the top side of the map. Do not be surprised if Guwan and Kara are linking up to try to make a play in just a few moments. Guwan will be pathing to that top side and making sure that he can secure those objectives. We see that because the top laners are on the bottom side now, which means that that has become the pseudo-weak side. I say that, but Keshi could be the target here. No tower.
A little bit here, trying to escape. It is going to be Keshi doing his best to push his way out of there with the Pathmaker. He is forced to flash after using all out. Does manage to hold on to enough health that he probably doesn't have to recall, but yeah, definitely a little bit less room to play with as here comes Guwan towards the mid lane. Ulti right on towards Ryan. Pop Blossom right afterwards. Awesome, free to fire away as Guwan finishes off the kill. Charm connects onto Junhao. He has to use the Crescent Guard to create a little bit of space. Heru forced back as well as everybody from NiP connecting their skills and pushing him further back. Dodges out on one more charm to stay alive. But NiP make their pick in mid and continue to exert their will across the map.
This is exactly what we were talking about, Gordo. It's the ultimate priority on this one-item power spike for this Ninjas in Pajamas comp that is going to make them so dangerous to play into. Gets them that Rift Herald, which is going to open up the map a lot for a team comp that really doesn't want to be playing side lanes too much in the late game into something like Ryze. Overall, it's just a nice play from Ninjas in Pajamas, and it goes to show that they really have learned quite a bit from their previous series and not being able to play these mid-game skirmishes as well as possible. Seems like they are playing active, proactive, and aggressive with these ultimates and really utilizing them to their fullest.
Yeah, maybe would wish that Guwan wasn't getting quite as many kills as he is. If you could hand those over to the Yunar or the Ahri, you'd be a little bit happier about your position. But, I mean, 3.5K is 3.5K. At 16 minutes, you're plenty happy with that sort of lead. Unfortunately, this is well-trodden ground for Thunder Talk as the lowest performing early game team in the league. They just need to be able to find a way to clean these up if they're going to try to find a way to compete in these games. And so far, they're just still under pressure. Ryan hunted down, chased to the dirt by Guwan as he picks up his third.
And that is just a bit of rookie syndrome going on for Thunder Talk as we drop the Herald into the mid lane. This will get the crash down. It will not quite pick up the turret, but still a lot of gold with plates going over. 4 seconds on the dragon spawn. This would be soul point for Thunder Talk, but there's really no way they can fight this. They have no AD carry on the map. And that costly pick, quote-unquote, on Zhuo might really become a problem. Junhao might try to go in for the steal here, though.
And it's as good a strategy as any at this stage for Thunder Talk. If Junhao can try to force his way in there. Does get jumped on, and this time NiP know their target and isolate him. Will be a trade kill back onto Zhuo. Bursted out by a nice little Spell Flux combo out of Heru. Thunder Talk get a little something back, but it's the 1-for-1 trade. Care advances forward, charms on a Heru, but now he's up too far. Keshi finds the CC. Keshi blows him up. Heru gets a second kill, but now Keshi's over the wall, going to have to try to escape, and will be able to do so with the backup of his team. Thunder Talk take the fight 2-1 while losing the dragon.
It's unfortunate that you lose the dragon there. Soul point would have been huge for their win condition, but way to capitalize on some mistakes coming in from NiP. They're just feeling themselves a little too much. Care dashing too far forward without the rest of his team, just not respecting that this Cassante is actually in a very good spot. And we see the punish coming in. But going back to this dragon fight, This is an ill-advised fight in general for ThunderTalk. Junhao wants to try and stick around to steal this dragon and to get onto Soul Point, but with no AD carry, it's really easy to just focus down this melee frontline jungler and burst him into oblivion. But this is where we just get over cocky. Care dashing in, he finally hits a charm. Hasn't been super pinpoint with those this game, but overestimates the health bar that he has at his disposal this early on. Keshi is able to really pair up with Haru nicely, the two rookies coming in, shutting down Care and getting a lot of gold onto a Ryze that is still going to be very important and very relevant in the late game.
And you know what the real tragedy of that fight is, K-Man? They actually make a nice pick onto the Nico. Shuo is isolated. He's caught by a bubble. They chain the CC well. They're able to kill him. The clone doesn't mess up the Ryze combo. But Junhao is so laser focused on trying to get onto the dragon that they can't just take a positive play and then try to play with a numbers advantage. Unfortunate there for ThunderTalk. Still does a little bit of work to cut into the gold lead, but still a lot more ground left to cover if ThunderTalk are going to look to be competitive in game number 1.
You just can't be making those kinds of mistakes. Junhao very far behind in the jungle matchup, but as we know with Xin Zhao, you are never out on that champion. One good knockup, and you can be in a pretty dominant spot. For now, it's going to be that mid lane turret falling. More gold going into the pocket of the main carries, and that's really where I'm looking here. It's a 1.4k gold lead for Awesome down on the bot side. Those items are starting to come through on the Yunara. The entire intention behind this draft is Vi and Ahri can dominate on that one item power spike at level 6 to transition into Yunara carrying in the late game. Certainly going according to plan right now for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Absolutely. The fact that Awesome is now 2-0-2, has his second item already completed, means that they are well equipped for whatever skirmish is upcoming next. It is likely going to be that Dragon number 4. I don't think either of these teams are too interested in firing off a super early Baron. The turret gold doing a lot to help out NiP here as well. There's only one plate remaining on top. If ThunderTalk can try to make a little move up there to try to scoop themselves a little bit of equity back in the game, I'm sure they would love the opportunity, but NiP well aware of this. Already sending multiple members up towards that side of the map, and Care might be the one who actually walks away with an extra outer turret.
Yeah, the split push Ahri has been very effective over the course of this game just due to the nature of these lane states. It's a lot of gold going into the pocket of Care, but as we saw, this Ahri still takes some execution to pilot. For now, Ryan could be the target for Hoya, who has made his way up with that pushing lane down on the bottom side, but no play to be made. Really, at this point, you are waiting for a major objective to bait these fights. You do have a concern for NiP. It's that you don't really have a true frontliner on this comp to be able to take some poke coming in from the Corki if you are to set up around these objectives, but if they can find a priority target, they have so many dive tools, so many ways to pick. Anybody who oversteps, that you want to make sure that you have as much vision control as possible to set that up.
Yeah, you definitely don't have a lot of time to sit around and not pull the trigger as this NiP comp, but luckily for them, they have a lot of ways to pull the trigger. So there's always going to be the chance to just go ahead, fire away. There is the first item, Proto Belt, completed for Shuo, so he can flash dash, ult people. Guan, always going to be willing to fire off the cease and desist. And they're looking to pressure into the enemy jungle here. They really want to make sure ThunderTalk are forced to keep their distance as this next dragon spawns. You don't want to give over a soul point as a freebie if you don't have to, and they have enough of a gold lead that they certainly do not have to.
I mean, this is the hard part. You're just bleeding resources on the map if you're ThunderTalk. This has gone from a 3k gold lead to a 5k gold lead very quickly for Ninjas in Pajamas with that dragon spawning, as you pointed out. Guan is absolutely massive on this Vi. One ultimate onto a priority target, and that could be it.
Yeah, that's going to be a little clone thrown in there by Shuo just to scout on away. And all of the entrances covered by NiP. Awesome has to play a little bit safe in the mid lane as Keshi is coming down from the top side. Hoya going to be a little bit later to this one, as is Haru. Haru should have the Realm Warp, though. Be able to show up here on the flank. Already TP being channeled by Hoya. Here comes the Pop Blossom. Only really connects on a Junhao and is largely immune. Meanwhile, isolated away is Guan. Ryan gets flashed on by Hoya, though, to make it a 1-for-1. It's jungler for carry. Pretty good for NiP thus far. But what about the rest of the fight? Haru's over the wall. Is going to push back Care on his own. It's a flash for flash exchange. And an inside track onto the Dragon available for ThunderTalk here. Not too shabby for a team down 5k gold.
That is a huge turn overall for Thunder Talk. Not only are you able to pick up the dragon here,
coming back.
put yourself on some point. No, they want to fight this.
Yeah, Keshi going to get pushed back away, loses so much of his health before his team is ready to fight. Now here comes Care taking the portal back over onto the other side. They are going to be able to secure themselves Soul Point, though. Good stuff for Thunder Talk. Now, can they get all 4 members out? This is a victory for them, as is. And they'll take that all day, baby. Dragon secured on Soul Point now. A 1-for-1 exchange of lives, and some of that being the shutdown gold on a Guan.
I was going to say it's a 1-for-1, but one of those kills had a pretty large bounty on their head, as we see from this replay. It's just too deep from Guan. He tries to get on Ryan, but the reposition is huge. The Nami ultimate comes in, and Guan just gets locked up. There's just no way for him to be able to play. The bubble ends up landing. There's too much CC. This is the problem with having so much gold onto your Vi. Yes, Hoya is able to pick up the kill onto Ryan, who all of the damage has been on, but by that point, the damage has way surpassed problem territory, and NiP are actually not nearly in as much of a lead as they were before. Again, the gold still looks okay, but you don't want to be allowing gold onto this Ryze and Corki. Talked about the lack of tanks. This front to back could actually get scary if not corralled in short order. Yeah,
just a little short on the Pop Blossom there. A little bit disjointed in the execution as a result. NiP going to want that one back, but still in a comfortable lead and still trying to exert control over this bottom side jungle. But certainly plenty of time built up for Thunder Talk now to try to make it so that this gold lead matters less and less. As they try to just scoop up gold around the map, try to get their Corki on a relatively even keel alongside the Yunara, and they do make some significant progress on that with the Muramana now fully completed. Heru gets his second scaling item done as well in the Seraph's Embrace. So these carries starting to pack a little bit more of a punch for the Thunder Talk side.
And that is certainly not a good thing for Ninjas in Pajamas. Look at where the gold lead is right now. You can talk about a 5k gold lead for NiP, but almost all of it is in jungle and in mid, specifically on the Vi. If that champion is diving into the backline and getting bursted down before that Guardian Angel is completed, it's going to be a bit of a problem for NiP to be able to follow through. You need to buy as much time for Awesome in these fights as you can, who has now completed his 3rd item. Again, same thing for Ryan on the other side. For these AD carries, they are going to be doing a ridiculous amount of damage. With Baron spawned on the map, I imagine the dance is going to begin, but Soul Point in 3 minutes might dissuade some more aggression. That being said, you can never count an LPL team out from just wanting to take a fight.
Not at all. But, I mean, this is a big catch-up for Ryan, though. Coming into that last fight, right, it was 2 items against 1. Now it's 3-on-3. Big catch-up moment for this Corki if he is able to find time to fire away. Keshi pressuring on the bottom side, but, I mean, they're working on towards this dragon. NiP, or rather the Baron, take it down to about 10k HP. They do give up on the play here. It's a TP up from Keshi, a little far away from the rest of the team, but tanky enough that he just shrugs it all off with that teleport shield. Thank you very much, top lane Quest. As Junhao and Keshi now up in the front line, able to tank this all day long. They find the knock-up on towards Guan, dive into the backside, does find the knock-up onto Ryan, but he's able to dash right back out. Guardian Angel popped here for Junhao. Keshi trying to buy time on the opposite side, gonna get taken down by Hoya. And now it's a 5 versus 4. Care fishing with these charms. Once again, cannot connect them. Awesome steps forward to be able to slow him down with the laser. And Zhuo looking for a big Pop Blossom on the flank. Lockdown found on towards Care. Heru gets a little bit of a chunk damage and will be able to dash away with the phase rush. All in all, 1 quick kill picked up for NiP.
What a perfect timer for NiP to be able to take that fight. Not only do they start the Baron and basically take everything away from Thunder Talk when it comes to their resources to kind of react to that, with the teleport coming in from Keshi and the Realm Warp being utilized by Heru, but they pick up the kill on Keshi trying to buy time as well because that Guardian Angel was completed for Guan. Really, really well executed there from NiP. Very decisive gameplay that ends up getting them quite a bit in the end. The gold lead isn't going to look super strong, but the kills are going in the right area, and I think you're disrupting a lot of tools from Thunder Talk to be able to fight more. Soul Point going to be spawning in 55 seconds, and there are going to be a lot of flashes on cooldown for that.
Certainly. I mean, one thing to look at is that Guan does lose his GA. So it is a tool that will likely not be up in time for this dragon. I say likely. It's not going to be up for this dragon. Everybody's going to be interested in getting onto this as soon as it spawns in about 35 seconds. And this could be Soul for Thunder Talk, and it's Hextech Soul 2K, man. It's a very, very valuable one for them to be able to achieve. It's good with the poke damage that the Corki brings to the table as well. If they can secure this, it's a legitimate path back into the game.
Oh, absolutely. If they secure this dragon, they are immediately winning. That's why NiP need to be so careful. Look at the vision on the bottom side of your mini-map here. NiP are controlling the river, but they have to keep control of it. Their comp really relies on darkness. See if they can utilize it.
Let's see, Care deep in the enemy jungle, looking for a big flank angle here. Has to be cautious about getting found and picked off, though. They do have coverage with that extra scrying ward thrown down in the bush. Going to start off on the dragon right away. ThunderTalk staying all grouped up as 5. Have to be very cautious about the engage angles of Zhuo. Standing on the opposite side, Heru trying to mark him. Hoya coming in from behind. They're getting pinched from all angles. ThunderTalk likely going to have to pick a target and go in. It's going to be Guan. They dive forward, but they're all grouped up. Pop Blossom connects out of the full squad. And down go the bot lane. Down goes the jungler. And NiP secure the dragon and win the fight.
Ninjas in pajamas, with their utter domination of the vision game around the river, are able to create this three-way pincer that they strangle ThunderTalk with. And they get absolutely destroyed. That is Dragon, that is Baron, that is everything on the map for NiP. We wondered if they were going to be able to fight these 5v5s with the comp that they had generated with no GA and flash onto Guan. Well, it turns out if your Vi is caught, that means the rest of the team is up for grabs, we'll just say, to take, as we see a great job setting up here from the team. Again, this three-way pincer of Hoya, Zhuo, and Care is very well done. ThunderTalk realized that the only way to try and make this play work is to capitalize on the group that is by themselves, but instead of trying to get on the Yunara, they get onto the jungler, the Vi, who just lives a little too long. Care, Hoya, Zhuo, they're all able to make their way in. The Wombo combos of ultimates come through. Dragon goes down, and now with no stacking, the win condition is off the table for ThunderTalk for at the very least 4 more minutes, and it's even more gold in the pocket of NiP carries.
Absolutely. NiP now fully in the driver's seat once again. They find themselves 7K in the lead. Plenty more gold picked up by the relevant carries here. Great fight all around, and ThunderTalk's opportunities dwindling away. They are going to be pressured by this Baron for the next couple of minutes, and just need to try their best to try to minimize their losses, but there's going to be inner turrets hitting the ground here before long, K-Man. They're so difficult for ThunderTalk to be able to really defend up against these as long as NiP keep themselves grouped up.
And that is the thing. This is a bit of a death ball in a very different kind of way when it comes to the Vi, the Ahri, and the Yunara now. One wrong misposition and you can get Nico, or Vi ulted, you can get Ahri charmed. Gotta be so careful if you're ThunderTalk. NiP are definitely setting the trap to utilize with this Baron.
Definitely are. They are going to start to take down some of these turret plates. Immediately the equalizer thrown down. Ryan kind of has to rock his way all the way across it. Loses quite a bit of damage to the red carpet. And now just pushed away our ThunderTalk. This is an inner turret falling down. NiP get another objective for themselves.
It's very clinical from Ninjas in Pajamas, a team we criticized for not having the best late game macro, for not being able to hold on to the leads they had generated, especially early on in series. Well, things have certainly turned against ThunderTalk in these last 2 series. They've looked fantastic at being able to convert their leads. And now you've got your resources back up. Not only does Vi have the GA and Flash available, something that wasn't even there for the previous fight, but you've gotten even stronger on a lot of your carries. This is a 4-item Yunara that is now going to shred through the front line of ThunderTalk. It's going to be really difficult. At this point, they need to make sure that they do not get absolutely destroyed in the vision game, but they must hold on at all costs, try and survive until this next dragon.
Looking for the final inner. All 5 members up here, actually 4. Care is sitting in mid still, trying to keep the 4-1 alive. Well, fooling even me with the clone there, but gives them just a little bit of time to get this next wave on up. Care starting to pressure onto that inhibitor turret as well, feeling confident in his one-on-one. Now going to continue to find this harass wherever possible as Siege Minion works its way onto these turret plates. Down goes another one. Down goes another chunk of gold over the NiP squad. And Keshi might be up too far. Caught up by the Tangle Barbs, forced to flash back away. And they have to abandon the turret with that done.
Yeah, it's a massive mistake from Keshi. And NiP are going to keep pushing. The Baron buff is gone, so they do not have that available. But that is not deterring them at the moment. Continuing to shove the wave in, they'll realize, hey, maybe we shouldn't be sticking around too long. Maybe our 11,000 gold lead is good enough for us to take our reset, and that's exactly what they will do. But you want to talk about game-turning plays. Ninjas in Pajamas are firmly in the driver's seat of the rest of game number 1. ThunderTalk are going to need a miracle in about 1 minute on this Hextech Soul in order to change their fate.
Yep, it's going to have to be probably a steal from Junhao, because control over this bottom river is a pie-in-the-sky kind of goal if you are Thunder Talk at this point. Down 10,000 gold, second out onto the map, need to be able to clear out these waves as they've all been getting shoved in by the Baron buff, which has now expired. Maybe a Realm Warp, maybe a big flank from Keshi. Options exist, but they are few and far between.
It is going to take a miracle fight from Thunder Talk, but let's be honest, we've seen Group Perseverance throw worse than 11,000. It has certainly been a crazy year for this group, and with the final time that we will see them on the stage, maybe we have some late game heroics in Thunder Talk. Awesome needs to make sure he doesn't overstep for now. The one actually going to take a decent chunk from Haru before this fight starts, and TP's coming in. Dragon is up here, and the one is going to be at the very least a little bit lower in health than you would expect.
Ooh, NiP caught with their pants down a little bit here. Guan loses about half of his HP. Hoya has to take a very short-range TP, but he does arrive all the same. Now coming on in on the flank, he is under vision from that control ward. Thunder Talk know exactly where the Rumble is looking to jump on them from, and know where the Equalizer is going to approach from. Going to try to maybe mark him and push him out, but Haru's stuck up towards the top side. He's kind of working on Zhuo right now, trying to prevent the Pop Blossom from coming in without too much effort, and does have access to the full combo to be able to get that Pop Blossom on towards the rest of the team. Dragon being buffered and ping-ponged back and forth between the two teams as it falls below 5k HP. Care taking that portal over to the other side. Haru going to find him, forces out the Spirit Rush. Here's Guan on the engage. They layer on down the Pop Blossom. They layer on down the Equalizer, but it doesn't do that much. Ryan manages to stay alive. Dragon getting battled on, does get secured by Hoya, but what about Guan on the opposite side? He's able to flash back towards the rest of his team as Haru falls down to the full NiP squad. Keshi and Ryan side by side, but low on health. Feather going to group with them as well. NiP do not want to let these fish go. They want to end the game right here and now with a successful fight, but their health bars are taken away as well. They eventually decide catch and release is the way to play. Thunder Talk will walk away with their lives, but they do not secure the Dragon's Soul.
It's just so close. The fact that they're not able to get the Dragon despite Guan diving onto their AD carry on the backline is unfortunate. Hoya is able to secure the Drake for Ninjas in Pajamas, put both teams on Soul point here. A massive grab for NiP to keep themselves in the driver's seat. Obviously, Soul wouldn't have brought Thunder Talk back on its own, but it certainly would have helped with how everything is breaking down. Hope we get a replay of that fight. A lot going on. Couple of very key ultimates not landing for NiP. The poke actually doing a really good job for Thunder Talk, but again, the Baron Dance is starting, and there's no blue vision on the top side here. Keshi is going to have to be super careful walking up if he wants to get any sort of information on where the rest of Ninjas in Pajamas is right now.
If at first you don't succeed, at least this time Guan doesn't have Guardian Angel. What can Thunder Talk do in and around this Dragon? Guan actually on a deep flank here. No vision for Thunder Talk of what Guan is up to. Thank you, observers, for toggling that one, but not going to find an angle to get on in. NiP still with control over that top river. They aren't worried about the Baron one bit, and in fact, they're pinging onto it once again, but without Guan, it's kind of an empty threat.
That is the interesting thing. Guan wants to go for game, not for Baron here. He's looking for Ryan.
Yep, Ryan would be the key to the game here, and Guan's been gone for so long. Thunder Talk have no idea where he is. Now they do. Here he comes, right onto Ryan. Pop Blossom at the ready. Junhao locked down as well, and down go Thunder Talk. NiP with a quick 3-0 grab, going to look to close out game number one, and they're going to have no problem doing so.
An absolutely phenomenal flank from Ninjas in Pajamas, from Guan, who has been exceptional throughout game number one, will seal game one's fate. A big win for Ninjas in Pajamas and one of their most dominant of the year.
Well done, NiP. Some fights that they would wish were a little cleaner, but all the same, it is a game number one win. They can win introductory games to series. They've done it now twice against Thunder Talk. And their record increases to 3-0, looking plenty good for NiP, who do need a 2-0 tonight to be able to get themselves top two in the group.
According to plan so far, Gordo, they are on track. That 2-0 is within their sights, and really that is all that is on the table. That is the goal, that is the dream. Getting that extra life in Knight's Road is massive for this team, and they are doing everything in their power to get there. I loved their draft in this game. I liked both drafts, to be fair, but I think their draft is the pinnacle of really what is exemplary about this current meta. The Vi Ahri into the Yunara carry in the late game, and you're rarely going to see a team be able to execute better on that both early, mid, and late.
No, definitely the case here. I think, yeah, they got a draft that I feel like not many teams get in 2026. The combination of that Rumble and that NiKo, 2 picks that a lot of teams are plenty willing to first pick on blue side or on first pick side. I'm still going to have to correct some of my language on that one. And somehow they end up with both of them due to the priorities that Thunder Talk come into the game with. I think Thunder Talk put up a couple of good efforts, a couple of exemplary showings. It's really good to see Keshi start to win out some laning phases with counter pick. Wasn't working up against Hoya the last time these teams met, so maybe something to be on the lookout for. Maybe you get back into those carry pants, shed the Cassante as it's gone from the Fearless Champion pool, and something to look to for game number 2 if you're Thunder Talk.
I mean, that was the one part of the map that really felt like it was working out for them, and they could really play through it. I mean, he was up 25-30 CS through multiple parts of that early game. It was a really impressive showing in a matchup that I don't always think is the easiest to be able to play in the early game. The problem is, we talked about this, I even highlighted this in the pre-show, sometimes top lane is just the role where it's like, oh, I won, and there's my team losing, and that's unfortunately what happened to Keshi. It's happened a lot to Keshi across this year, but you need to start seeing better. Out of the middle of this map, Junhao was brought in as a veteran for this team, and he was really outplayed in this game by Guwan. The Xin Zhao was never really available. We questioned that pick and draft anyways, because we know Guwan doesn't play it. They've had to ban it out all year long, and to prioritize it heavily, to give over the Rumble and the NiKo and just the entire combo, it felt like they were a little bit behind in terms of their decision-making in all phases of the game here.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you know, you've got the NiKo monkey off your back, not to make any reference to WE players here, but it really does mean that you don't have to feel like obligated to ban that on both sides anymore. You could say the same thing about the Rumble. Now that the Cassante is gone too, it could open up for, you know, either carry v carry top lane matchups, which you would hope Keshi feels comfortable in, or, you know, even better, if you're able to find him, you know, find a way to get Hoya on to something that's a little bit less exciting, get him back on that Ornn, get him back on the Poppy, get him back on the Scion life, and then you can try to pick something like Keshi's Gwen into it, which has looked really, really impressive when he's gotten to pick it up.
That's the hope, is you're able to get something that he can actually utilize, because as we see from the damage charts, Keshi had this huge lead, and it didn't matter. The Cassante couldn't really affect the game too much. There were a couple of moments in some early mid-game fights that felt like they were kind of turning in favor of Thunder Talk because of the Cassante's interference, but really, I mean, that's a champion that kind of needs the rest of the team to be on board, and it just wasn't necessarily there. I want to give a little bit of credit to Haru as well, who I think had a couple of nice fights. It just didn't really matter at the end of the day for the Rise. And, you know, we talk about all of these champions, you know, not being perfect or, you know, not wanting to give things like Rumble and NiKo over. They burned a lot of picks themselves as well. Things like the Rise and the Corki Nami that have been super successful as a bot lane duo over the course of this year. This is certainly not one of those games that, oh, you know, we just kind of, we lost in draft and we still got a lot of power picks on the menu. There were 10 champions in this game that I think a lot of teams would prioritize pretty heavily in a game 1, and now they're all off the board.
Yeah, it's going to lead to some interesting fearless drafting in game number 2, and, you know, finding draft advantages, always something you can look for as an underdog team whose players maybe aren't performing at the level this season that some of the opposing players have. If you can find yourself a couple of good matchups, a good team composition, find a way to win here, and you know, the bright spot for Thunder Talk is that winning the series really doesn't even matter. Winning one game is enough to play spoiler, and you know, should be enough to walk away having had, you know, the impact in the standings that you had the opportunity to have. Frankly, winning the second game at that point is just gravy.
Yeah, I mean, their goal here is to play spoiler. That is what Thunder Talk want to do. Of course, the confidence you get from beating a team like Ninjas in Pajamas is real. You certainly want to be at your best going into a matchup against an LNG team that looks very good right now. But, I mean, how can you not want to play spoiler against someone in the LPL when you have the opportunity to? Yeah. So, of course, the game-ending fight. You know, you want to be that team that is kind of remembered for, you know, pushing someone to the brink on these final days. Thunder Talk did show a lot of good things in game number 1, and as you pointed out, even though picks are off the board, a lot of big picks are still available for both of these teams. You mentioned the Gwen for Keshi, the Renekton, and the Mbessa as well, I think are kind of notable picks. If he's able to get something more aggressive like that, that's really going to be where my eyes are at for this next draft.
Yeah, Mbessa something that they have been dedicating ban resources to on the NiP side. I'd be surprised if they drop that ban, but hey, you know, whatever they do, there's a lot of options that are possible, and yeah, I really want to see Keshi get himself onto a solid matchup. I think we saw a good game out of Haru in game number 1 too. I think his rise was solid. I think it was respectable. I would have liked to see a little bit more Realm Warp action in the earlier games, you know, pairing up with Junhao, trying to make some plays. If you're going to go for that Xin Zhao, you want to try to find ways to put that Xin Zhao in fights, but at the very least, he was able to execute on the team fights just fine. Does look like that player of the game. Going to go over to Guan, though, who had a very, very good Vi flank to end out game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is the right choice, in my opinion, of all of the players in that game. Guan certainly had the biggest influence. Let's not forget that Junhao had to burn his flash at level 3 because of a mistimed invade where Haru had already backed, and from that point onwards, Guan was like, oh, I have jungle control? I guess I'll just own the map, and that's exactly what he did on that Vi throughout basically all of that mid and late game.
Yeah, I forgot it. I memory hold that one a little bit. That was, yeah, that was not pretty. So yeah, I want to see that cleaned up from Junhao as well in game number 2. Let's see if we can find a way to do that. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get into draft for that second game. But first things first, if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. The LPL English podcast has been dropping this season. You get early access to those episodes with that contribution to the Coffee, so you definitely want to check that out, hear what some of the best brains here at LPL English have to say about the scene and the league. Lots of other stuff, too. So go and check it out when you get a chance. We will be back with game number 2, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where Ninjas in Pajamas are on the track to be able to secure themselves a second place in Group Perseverance. They need a 2-0 over Thunder Talk to do so, as I keep saying all night long. Halfway there, K-Man, halfway there, but no room to stumble. They cannot let this game or this series go to 3 games.
The job has been started. The question is, now will they be able to close it out here in game number 2? Game 1 was pretty great from them. They were able to pilot a very popular comp right now with a lot of very strong picks to an easy, successful win. The question is, are they going to have that same kind of success now going into a game number 2 where a lot of the big picks that they have kind of relied on are out the door, and they're going to have to rely on something maybe a bit more specialized in the way that they want to draft? I believe in this team, but it's definitely going to be a fun little affair in game number 2.
It definitely is going to be lots of champions fearless away, lots to look for to see if they can build themselves a composition capable of taking the lead here in Thunder Talk's side. NiP looked good in game number 1, but not flawless. There's certainly some aspects of some of these dragon fights to criticize here if you are looking for it. And Keshi doing a solid job in lane up against Hoya in their 3rd matchup against each other. He's continuing to scale up here. Maybe could get himself the kind of matchup to build up a lead of his own.
That's the hope. I mean, he was the shining light in game number 1 for Thunder Talk, and that's really exciting. This is a player that has really impressed a lot of people in terms of the raw mechanics. He is the highest damage percentage on the team for Thunder Talk across this entire split. He is the main character for how they play the game, and as much as we can talk about Cassante and Rumble being off the board, we mentioned it at the end of the previous game, plenty of Keshi's main champions are still available. Mbessa likely still to get banned out, but the Renekton, the primo pick for both of these top laners, still up and available. Thunder Talk is, I would assume, going to have first pick going into game number 2. We'll see how that ends up working out, but they could definitely kind of shape the draft in the way they want to.
Yeah, we'll find out what they have chosen to go with after dropping game number 1. A lot of teams have been prioritizing red side and counter pick when they do get the opportunity to do so. But plenty of options available for them in this game number 2, depending on how they want to navigate this draft. And as we talked about before we went to break, finding a draft advantage, getting the coaches involved in the outcome of the match can definitely help to make up for some deficiencies that they are getting from certain positions. They've still got 3 rookies in this lineup, so they definitely need, all of the benefits they can get going for themselves as they try to face off against an NiP team who have truly kind of lapped them in experience at this point. Something you certainly can't say about NiP is that they're inexperienced. They've got a lot of reps across the board on pretty much all of these players.
Yeah, I mean, the only player who doesn't have significant Tier 1 experience is Guan, and he was the big star in game number 1. Everybody else has been in the LPL for a significant amount of time. Hoya, of course, going back to his LCK days as well. So they definitely have a lot of experience. They know what it's like to play in these high-pressure scenarios. I believe every single player on this team, with the exception of Guan, has also played in the playoffs. So it's certainly players that understand what they need to do and where they need to be, and we'll see how that shows up for them in a game 2 that they kind of still have to win. They got to treat this like a game 3.
They certainly do. Hoya going to lose his patented Varus top once again, assuming that NiP do fulfill their destiny of the 2-0 tonight. This will be probably the last opportunity Hoya has to bust out the Varus top, and as it is getting tamped back down a little bit in 26-3, although I don't think rendered totally unplayable in 26-3, so maybe he'll continue to bust it out, but either way, this is going to do an end to his streak of picking it in every series. It seems like the other teams have gotten a little wise to what he's up to.
Yeah, it definitely seems like people are starting to realize, hey, maybe we just don't let this specific champion through. Renekton taken off the board alongside the Jarvan. That makes first pick quite intriguing here. If they want to go mid lane, there are a couple of big options open, but the Jace is left up. This is a pick that never gets through, and Gawan's going to get the chance to play for the first time in 2026. Can be a feast or famine champion, but boy, is it really, really interesting with your, potential regular season on the line for Thunder Talk to let the power pick of the patch through.
Yeah, well, and first of all, it does look like Thunder Talk chose second pick, which would mean NiP chose red side, so no big surprises there. The Orianna combo not available, and they say, we don't care. Junhao, get on that Nocturne. think we have the opportunity to be able to make some big plays with that in the jungle. And there have been successful Nocturne comps without the Orianna this season. It's a pick that a lot of folks are feeling more and more comfortable in. Ryan 3, looking at this Misfortune. This has been his most played all season long. He may just try to go back to that comfort here as they look to maybe try to set up for a little bit of team fight prowess.
It's definitely what they're looking to do. Shut off the lights and start that bullet time up. I imagine some tanks are going to be flying through here for NiP. When you see Nocturne, when you see Misfortune, you want to go for something more standard, and standard that is. It's going to be the Scion and the Azir locked in for care here. You know, they just want to try and get this Jace into as good of a position as possible. If he can bridge that gap, as we keep talking about, into something like Azir for the late game. Might not really matter that Nocturne has priority backline access, but I expect mid lane to be picked here. If they want to go for the Gwen, would put Keshi into a good position, but Akali, Aurora, these are picks that I think definitely are high on the priority list for me. Syndra has risen up as a priority. Heru played a ton of it in the LDL, but it will be the Gwen actually prioritized. You got your Keshi matchup here, Gordo.
I like it. I like it. It's a good Gwen angle. I think it's not only good into the Scion, it's also solid into the Jace jungle, right? You can mist away the initial shock blast that most Jace jungles will be coming at you with. And you know what? You draft for the team that you have, okay? And the team that you have has had a very successful top laner. I think Keshi's one Gwen game that he played this season. He played it up against EDG. They didn't win that game, but he looked quite good, was able to pull a lot of pressure, was able to have some really nice plays in 1v2, 1v3 situations, was very good in the one-on-one up against, you guessed it, Scion. That's what everybody picks this Gwen into. This is good for him, and I think this is probably Thunder Talk's best shot.
Yeah, I think the big concern for me here from Thunder Talk's perspective is that you draft the Misfortune, but you don't draft that engaged support along with it. So the Nautilus and the Rakan are actually banned out here. Kind of expected an Alistar ban to come through. That seems like the obvious pick now for Thunder Talk if they want to go in that direction. Free engage to set up that Misfortune bullet time, can combo off of the Nocturne really well in that same vein, does disrupt a lot of what's going on, and it will be that Alistar lock-in. Again, would have been surprised if it went any other direction. NiP have a couple of answers that they can go for here. Do not be surprised to see something more passive. The Jhin makes a lot of sense. Ezreal could make a lot of sense here as well, but, you know, we've seen Jhin re-rise in popularity here, and Awesome's going to be taking that one in game 2.
All right, everything face up. Last pick to Thunder Talk. You're going to be going for Heru in the mid lane. You know you're laning against Azir. You know the jungle's going to be Jace. I think the Akali's fine here, and they do, in fact, go for it. So, not the most setup in the world for the Misfortune bullet time, but they do have a lot of angles of attack in these kind of skirmishy fights. They have a lot of different ways to get in and get onto the back line. It's going to be a tough job for Awesome and Care here. And if Guan doesn't get rolling, you could definitely see a world where Thunder Talk are just able to bowl over these team fights, even without that massive Misfortune setup.
That's exactly what it is. This game is on Guan for Ninjas in Pajamas. You can get to Azir in the late game with Bard as your primary playmaker, but to get there, you're going to need another big jungle performance. He already showed it in game number 1, but I really like this draft from Thunder Talk. I think it has a ton of options to be able to play side lanes in the late game if you're able to get gold onto priority targets. I'm specifically looking at the solo laners here, both Keshi and Heru, the two rookies coming out, I think are both in advantageous matchups individually, and with that Nocturne wanting to have priority around that one item power spike, hitting that level 6, if that Akali can also be really active on the map, we can see some very devastating picks on some very squishy targets early.
Absolutely, and NiP, you called it out earlier, Guan, the least experienced member of this team, first time joining, we're all major regions now, but first time joining one of the big 5 regions, as they've traditionally been known, or big 4, as you might call it, if you don't include the LCP in there. Was playing in the LCP last split with DFM as his debut, had a solid little performance there, now moving on over to the LPL for his second year in Pro. Veteran from T1 Academy, HLE Challengers, bounced around in the LCK-CL there. And now, fresh off a player of the game in game number 1, gets perhaps the most prized pick of the entire season so far, that legendary Jace jungle.
And we will see what he can do on that Jace jungle as we step onto the Rift here for game number 2. As a reminder, Ninjas in Pajamas need to win this game. They are up 1-0 in the series, but 2-1 will not be enough for them to get second in Group Perseverance. A 2-0 is what they need. This is everything they came to play for here today, and they've set themselves up into a spot where they at the very least, are going to have the chance to fight it out as we get a little bit of trading. The classic trade of summoners heal for heal on the bottom side at level 1 almost has become commonplace at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is access to the minion wave for NiP. Awesome and Shuo, I think, feeling pretty good here. The level 1 headbutt only Alistair. Yeah, Feather is feeling the pain here as he drops sad B emote. And he is a sad B. He's a little depressed right now. Not going to be able to get XP off this wave. Not going to be able to get first UCS either. Going to lose the race to level 2. NiP off to the races in the bottom lane.
Definitely doing a great job of utilizing that Bard pressure early on in the laning phase. This is exactly how this should go. I will say for Thunder Talk, definitely got to make sure that you don't make a massive mistake early on here. The Jace is going to be pathing to the bot side. It will be an irregular start, or I guess a regular start for the Nocturne, making sure he can avoid as much action as possible early on by pathing to the top side. This makes a lot of sense for Junhao. You just need to hit that level 6 as quickly as possible. The best case scenario for you this game is if you can avoid getting into fights with Jace until you can really pick him off. Jace was on a ward on his Raptors, so they will understand exactly the path that he is on at the moment. He'll even get pinged out in terms of where he is at, and it'll just be a pretty standard start for both sides.
Yeah, there is going to be Shuo. Found by the combo of Feather, but already at level 2. Feeling very good here on the Bard with that bonus XP he gets from his Chimes. Haru finding a nice little trade up against Care here, though. And this is going to be one of the players that we really need to see pop off solo lanes for Thunder Talk. They need to have themselves a good game here. Like the call from Junhao to just go right for the top scuttler here. Not wanting to tussle with Shuo and Awesome. Knows that his bot lane's going to get pushed on in and says, I just want to make sure I get myself a scuttle. I don't want to get double scuttled again.
Yeah, he doesn't want the smoke, and he's right for not wanting that, but looking with that pressure from Jace to just delete the mid lane. This is the problem with Jace, is he can be anywhere in terms of a kill threat. See how aggressive Junhao wants to play this, but Gwan already exerting the pressure of this dominant champion.
Absolutely. Trying to get on towards the Raptor camp, but Junhao going to defend it valiantly. Shuo moving on up, but here is Feather as well. They will run into each other in transit, and Haru not dissuaded, but has to be careful. I mean, Guan is in the area. He knows that he can't have made it too far. He was just contending for your Raptors, but Haru keeps a safe distance.
It can get a little dicey there if you're the Akali, but you trust that that recall button has been channeled and that the Jace isn't going to want to lose his tempo by staying too long and poking you out. And fortunately for Haru, he is correct in that assumption. Jace is back out on the map, but credit to Junhao, he's done a very good job of just power farming. Nocturne's win condition here is to get to 6 as fast as possible, and again, just want to give him the credit he deserves for getting there. Keshi and Haru also on pace to be able to match that. You could see some skirmishes around some pivotal areas as Ryan takes a pretty rough trade here going into Awesome.
Yep, nice binding found by Shuo here on the Bard. Be able to get that angle on towards the Misfortune, and yeah, it's already starting to be about a one-wave lead into Awesome, and it might grow a little bit larger here as Ryan is going to look to take a little bit of a recall here. Keshi flashes over the decimating smash. Thinks he has an angle to solo kill Hoya here. At the very least has one to force him out. And Hoya already flashed, by the way, so Keshi has been giving him the hands already.
I mean, Keshi showcased in game number 1 what it can look like to go into Hoya at full power, and he is really exerting it in game 2 here in a counterpick matchup. Let's not forget Hoya, a player that we spotlighted and highlighted early on as somebody that, you know, has been an all-pro caliber player. He's had some fantastic statistics. Keshi doing a great job of going up against him. This is a big matchup for Hoya to survive. Feather, though, could be in danger.
Oh, no. Feather snagged by the deadly flourish and first blooded by Jace. But now Hoya looking to be the victim of a dive up the top side. Keshi going to lead the charge here. Junhao tanking up the turret. Gets himself the first kill of the lane. Junhao escapes with his life, but Keshi stayed too long, and Hoya beats him down. That's why we're considering him for All-Pro, baby, as he claims himself one right back.
The power of the Scion on the top side of the map. I do not care that I used my teleport to go right into a gank. I am more than fine trading 1 for 1 while you expend your jungle resources top lane. Definitely at least a little positive to get a kill onto Gwen, but Gwan is overstayed.
Yeah, Feather finds him here, gets the stun, and there go the lights. It's got to be a flash to get the recast from Junhao on the Paranoia. It's a little bit shorter range than you think it is, but he cleans it up regardless.
It is another nice pick, but the fight's not over.
No way. Awesome. With a 2-level advantage over Ryan, by the way. Sneaks a deadly flourish on in there. And now opening up with the curtain call. 1 shot, 2 shot. Flash over the wall from Ryan. Feather has to intercept the last 2. And the bot lane of ThunderTalk are forced out, falling further and further behind to Awesome and Zhuo.
It's complete chaos, Gordo, at the start of game number 2. If we thought game 1 was going to be indicative of how this series was going to go, no thank you. Action is on the Rift here today. Awesome at level 6, utilizing this gigantic level lead that they've generated on the bot side to pressure out this dragon from being taken, even though their jungler dies right around the objective. It's just back and forth right now. With all said and done, though, as we look forward, the massive gold lead that is still had is on Keshi on the top side. 700 gold lead for this Gwen. That's where Guwan's going to put his resources.
Dude, when I said Awesome and Zhuo were off to the races because they zoned them off a couple of minions at level 1 into 2, that was a little tongue-in-cheek. At least it was supposed to be, but somehow Ryan's, like, out of the game, man. He's down, like, 2.5 levels and falling immensely behind. Awesome has a 500 gold lead right now.
And this is misfortune. Like, this is not a champion that is just naturally going to figure it out. Of course, the bullet time will still hurt no matter what, but being down in gold to Jhin is a problem for this champion, and it really hurts the comp overall. Now you're even more reliant on these Nocturne ultimates to be available and to dive in alongside the Akali. Dragon pressure also not really on the table. Dragon has been up so long that grubs are spawning right now on the top side of the map. We'll see where each of these teams want to prioritize. Currently, Junhao is on the top side. Keshi keeps trading with the ult popped.
Yeah, Keshi is looking for the all-in here. Does get another nice trade onto Hoya. Knows that the TP is still unavailable. And, you know, he's got his own pretty significant lead up on this top side. The kill definitely helping him out. And the fact that Hoya traded kills onto him meant that he did not get to use the zombie to pick up those minions. He's definitely going to prefer the kill, but it does mean that the CS lead grows larger and larger, as the grubs will be cleaned up by Junhao, and he's going to continue to camp up towards the top side. He has the Paranoia, but with Keshi not having access to Needlework, they are not going to want to try to dive Hoya right now.
I mean, this is an egregious lead on the top side, but it is going to be an objective for objective trade. Will be Dragon going over to NiP with that bot lane pressure that we've talked about, and of course top side pressure going in favor of ThunderTalk. It does look like it's going to be a bit of a split map situation here for both of these sides. I'm definitely going to be watching Junhao, though, on this Nocturne. The most important part of the game is right now for these two junglers. First item completed for Guwan. It's going to be that Youmuu's coming in for the Jace. Junhao can't be too far off of his own completion, and once we start getting those first items in for both junglers and mid laners, a lot of that explosive action is going to break through, and you can't be making a mistake on either side giving a gold lead over.
Definitely not. Looking to see if the Riftmaker is going to be ready to be completed by Keshi here. Does he get it on this recall? He does. TP back for both top laners. That's a huge item spike for Keshi here, especially because Hoya has not been able to finish the Hollow Radiance, which is, I assume, what he is working towards here. And that means that Keshi is going to be even stronger in this one-on-one than he has been so far for at least until Hoya is able to recall and pick up another item. And that's going to mean he's either going to get a kill, he's going to get some plates, he might get both. This is a very, very strong point for Keshi right now, and he's got the support of Junhao on the top side. He's going to want to hold on to that for as long as he can.
He has definitely got the support of his team, and he's got the support of the ThunderTalk fan base right now, because he has been terrific for them throughout this split. For now, it's Haru, who's at least pulling some pressure in the mid lane with Feather and Zhuo both making their way here. Guwan is in the area. This could be dangerous for the Alistar at level 5.
Yeah, Feather regretting that headbutt a little bit. Could have regretted it more if Zhuo had thrown down Tempered Fate and tried to actually engage a fight onto him, but this time he will be able to walk away. But still, the showing of all those members down towards the mid, it gives a little bit of relief over to Keshi, who is going to continue to trade with Hoya as aggressively as possible. Feather now hit the level 6, is spotted in transit, but just going to shrug off some annoying Bard meeps, which is par for the course in these sorts of matchups.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the game stall out in the way that it has right now for ThunderTalk. I think this is the time where they need to press their advantages, but I imagine they are a bit scared. It is a 1k gold lead for Keshi on the top side, and it is an even gold game in general. That goes to show where the rest of NiP are at, and most of that is going to be on Awesome on this Jhin. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage in these fights if you want to take them around both the Jace and the Jhin with the Bard, able to CC through a lot of it. Can't really afford to get gold onto Care in the mid lane either with those first items coming through. Haru's still behind on that first item completion. Not quite there yet, so a map state that you would typically want to fight in if you're Thunder Talk with this Nocturne Akali. Not so inviting as maybe you would expect.
No, not at all. So the Nocturne and Akali haven't quite been able to find an angle to be able to start much off. I think it's a little quieter than you would like from the Nocturne. You really want to be using that Paranoia cooldown to be influencing lanes. That said, if he had shown up top a couple of times and Keshi was at a 1k gold lead as a result, I think we would be saying, hey, he's done a solid job. So you do have to still look towards what they've accomplished in this top lane. It is increasingly going all into Keshi's hands, though, right? Ryan is significantly behind, and Awesome, once he starts completing some of these items, it's just going to get even harder for him here. Keshi going all in on this one-on-one again. I don't think he's got enough for the solo kill, but can once again just try to pressure Hoya out of this lane. Multiple members of NiP coming into collapse, though.
They are all here, and Keshi is overextended.
Oh, Keshi, that last dash forward, very regrettable, and there's no way he's getting out of this one with his life. Will be chased down, and Guan puts himself on the board. It's an engage towards mid, though. Nice block with the flash, stopping the shifting sands, but he still has Emperor's Divide, and Care will divide mid lane with it. Escapes the gank while the top laner falls. It all comes up NiP.
A massive shift for Ninjas in Pajamas. They get the play off on the top side. They get their kill and a lot of gold into the pocket of Guan in particular as Shuo caught Haru.
Dives back in over the wall with the perfect execution. Doesn't have the damage to finish off Shuo and will have to bail out. A little dicey there for him for a moment. We'll still be able to suck up this wave on the top side. But NiP get nothing back. It's two positive plays. Or sorry, Thunder Talk get nothing back. It's two positive plays for NiP in one.
I mean, that one of the big advantages they got was the flash on Azir, but now you've burned the flash on Akali as well in that play, and all of a sudden things are really looking up for Ninjas in Pajamas. You're about 20 seconds away from the dragon spawning, and Guwan's going to be there. He's got flash available. He can be aggressive. Junhao has no flash. Haru has no flash. Keshi has teleport coming up, but also no flash for this play. This is a big dragon fight to really accelerate the game, and NiP are in a perfect position to prioritize it.
Yeah, I just don't think Keshi's going to be here at all. The TP is still a little bit of a ways away. I do think Guwan's going to waste no time in trying to start it up. Pressure on the bottom side from Care as he continues to shove the wave into Haru. And NiP, of course, with that advantage in the bottom side. Ryan did manage to finish off that Bloodthirster, so he's not too far behind in item value coming into this fight, but they do not have control over the river, and Guwan already taking this dragon to about half should be all NiPs.
Yeah, there's no way to fight this as Thunder Talk. As I outlined, you just have no resources available after that previous fight. And if you're scared to fight at 14 minutes with the one-item power spike with Nocturne, Akali, Misfortune, it's going to be hard-pressed to find it getting better against the Azir and the Jhin and the Scion as this game continues to go along. Might look like a 1.5k gold lead right now for NiP, but again, let's remind ourselves that 1,000 gold lead is basically on Keshi by himself.
Oh, Keshi, no! Oh, Keshi nearly solo kill. Hoya flashes forward, but doesn't have any abilities to land on him. A little comedy there in the top side really quick, but it doesn't turn into a tragedy for Thunder Talk, at least not quite yet. It does mean that this top laner is going to be very low for the upcoming Rift Herald, although here comes a Paranoia in on towards Hoya. Keshi going to step forward. He wants this kill credit, and there's going to be an attempt at a 1 versus 2 from Haru. Nearly takes out Care, but Care is able to shifting sands his way to safety.
Yeah, it's a great play on the top side, at the very least from the Nocturne to be able to trade some gold back. Keshi with a huge lead, but Haru, despite the fact that he's making some flashy plays, still down almost 700 gold on the 0-0-0 Azir right now. Not the place you want to be in. Top lane tower is going to go down here. Care TPing in to grab that gold. You said it earlier, Rift Herald is on the map, and this will just be a trade. Bot lane tower is nowhere close to being taken down for Haru. On the other side,
Junhao. Guwan doing his job, finds the enemy jungler, has the advantage, pushes it further. And down goes Nocturne. Rift Herald belongs to NiP. Heru going to try to get back a little bit of plate gold on the opposite side.
Well, you know, there are some positives on the map for Thunder Talk, but they are waning in terms of their relevance. As Heru continues to push on the bottom side, that is Rift Herald going over to NiP, and the gold is in the perfect pocket. Who did we highlight coming out of this draft that needed to step up and be important in the early game? It was Guwan, the player of the game from game number 1. He's 3-1 on this overpowered Jace jungle pick, and he is showing why as Ryan is eating those shock blasts in the mid lane. This Misfortune is already so far behind, and now he's got to be even more careful of Jace showing up out of nowhere. It's getting harder and harder to imagine a world where Thunder Talk can get back into this.
Well, hey, thank goodness that Misfortune goes Bloodthirster first, man, because he gets to regen that health back. At least he doesn't get taken entirely out of mid lane because a stray Shock Blast finds him. Still, difficult situation for Ryan here is, you know, it's not exactly like his Misfortune is the most set up for team fight success here either. Not exactly that kind of composition. Was more picked for some comfort, for some lane pressure. Definitely didn't get the lane pressure. And now, I mean, unless Feather lands a hell of a Pulverize, not going to have a lot of setup for the bullet time to be the most impactful either. You really need Keshi, Heru, and Junhao accessing the backlog to be the big difference maker in these team fights.
You're absolutely right about that, but the concern, I mean, you pointed out the Bloodthirster completed very recently for Ryan. Guwan is sitting on 2 full items on this chase. On the other side, 2,000 gold up. The engage is a problem, but you might not even need to engage with this comp right now if you can control the area. Rift Herald's going to be dropped in the mid lane, even more gold. Going to be going into the pockets of these main carries.
Shelly, Ryan forced to flash away from the Tempered Fate. Now not going to have access to that tool. Still no opportunity to bullet time here quite yet. Feather looking for the engage, doesn't find it. The turret going to fall on down thanks to Shelly's contributions. And NiP will be able to back away. They get the turret. Nice, easy, and free. And no response from Thunder Talk.
I mean, it's just going from bad to worse. I mean, this was a comp that really needed to spike in the mid game, and they really have nothing to do here with these items coming through. They need to start finding picks, but with NiP clumping up the way they are right now and controlling the map, it's going to get harder and harder. Hera needs to be careful here.
He definitely does. Manages to evade the Shockwave, Shock Blast, whatever shock item you prefer. Does get himself on out of there. Eyes on Keshi still. Keshi now did just hit his second item spike. He gets the Dusk and Dawn. That item is busted. And that item is what Thunder Talk have to put their faith in at this stage. He is very close to taking down that top lane turret. And looking like he will be able to take a recall here, probably finish off the tier 2 boots, and hope that that will be enough to take him over the line. In fact, he's just going to shift over to bottom side right now and let Heru lane up against the Scion.
It's probably for the best. You need Keshi to be in as active of a role as possible. We were hyping this guy up, and he's going to need to showcase it. He is the entirety of Thunder Talk in this game. As NiP just continue to control the entire jungle. Feather getting pressured out from even using the Blast Cone as this dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. NiP have a complete domination over this river. And TT have to fly blind into it.
Oh, Ryan! Oh, gets hit by the Deadly Flourish. Does get a nice bullet time down before he falls, but Guwan will claim his life. Heru TP's in. It is a 5 versus 4. NiP with the numbers advantage. But Thunder Talk just can't give this up for free. They have to show up at some point. Another Deadly Flourish connects. Curtain Call opened up. Feather forced to ulti, but Keshi gets over here to try to put some pressure onto Awesome. Here's the Paranoia into the backline. It's followed up with by Heru. There's going to be the Tempered Fate landing onto 3. Guwan low on HP will be executed by Heru. Perfect execution comes across the team, but he's not able to find the damage to be able to finish off the fight, and Keshi was taken down by Awesome. NiP, a double kill to the Jhin, going to secure themselves soul point off of this fight win.
It cost absolutely everything to take down the Jace. Unfortunately, there's just nothing left in the tank. Once you take down that jungler, the Nocturne ult is utilized, but there's just no damage. Heru is too far behind and doesn't really find any way to execute. Ryan, who's had a really tough game on this Misfortune, is once again just caught. He's tagged by the Shock Blast, and at this point, no bullet time is going to be able to save you. 80 carry down, and that is a fight win for NiP. Thunder Talk realizing, hey, we got to fight this. If we don't fight this now, I mean, the game is over. Keshi is here. We have to utilize these resources with the Azir kind of roaming up. Unfortunately, with that Curtain Call down, Even with the Nocturne ultimate going on to a priority target, it's a great Tempered Fate coming in here from Zhuo to kind of stall enough time for the rest of the team. Kashi's ult actually goes wide onto Care because of that Tempered Fate. Kashi gets bursted down. And no Gwen, no AD carry, no damage. This Akali certainly can't break through anybody right now. NiP just playing it beautifully, using their gold lead to their advantage, and really just showing why they are the big favorites right now in this series.
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, it was a good effort to try to get that shutdown gold onto the Jace, and they do manage to do it, but it will not be enough, not even close, to pull them back into this game. NiP, opportunities to win the game abound. ThunderTalk opportunities dwindling as they continue to try to find ways to get on into these fights. They need Ryan to not have that happen. They need to be able to keep him alive and participate in these fights. I think the execution ended up not too bad. You know, if you had a bullet time on top of that, if you had Misfortune as another threat that needs to be dealt with, dealing with the autos, maybe that fight looks a little bit different, but no dice. And the ThunderTalk find themselves further behind than ever, and without control around this top side, as NiP might be setting up to, at the very least, threaten the Baron.
They are definitely going to threaten it with the amount of damage they have on their comp, even with the Jhin. They should be a very, very serious threat to take this at any moment. But once again, I direct your attention towards the minimap. Where's the blue? It's all red right now in terms of the wards. I mean, this is unbelievably good vision coverage from Ninjas in Pajamas on the top side of the map. There's really no way for this Nocturne Akali pick comp to be able to fly blind into Jace and Jhin and Bard and all of these tools that are going to be able to disengage so effectively. You gotta start sending pieces in, but it becomes even more difficult without that gold lead that you need to have generated by this point. 2,500 for Guan, 2,000 for Awesome as the lead here. And with these third items starting to get completed for some major carries, it is going to be a quick fight if it ends up breaking out.
It really, really will be, unless it's some kind of major backline access for Keshi, unless it's a huge engage for Feather with the bullet time layered on top of it. You know, the hope isn't completely gone, but it definitely needs to be some big mistakes from NiP for ThunderTalk to be able to capitalize and pull themselves back into this one. They are able to take a turn up on the top side here, clear out this vision, make sure that NiP can't get a free waltz into the Baron without any kind of contest. And these are the kind of steps you need to follow here. It's about a minute and a half until this next dragon, and that is where the stand has to be made. You do not want to be dealing with a Azir Jhin Jace with an Infernal Soul and try to win from that position. It's just not likely to work as Ryan is stepping up in mid lane. Hoya's waiting behind him. Everybody's... You could cut the tension with a knife, but he does manage to stay alive this time.
Every time Ryan is shown on the map, I get this overwhelming sense of dread that he is just in imminent danger, and it's never a great place to be as an AD carry. You're absolutely right. He is in danger. Oh. Right now, it could be them in danger.
Paranoia thrown on down. Zhuo going to be under pressure, has to fall back towards the Baron, will be able to do so, and no actual accomplishment made. That's a long cooldown blown by the Nocturne, and nothing is accomplished for it. So NiP now feel confident that no Nocturne missile going to be flying at them, at least until the next dragon spawn.
And I think just as importantly, it means the lights can't be turned off to stop a Hoya teleport in, which I think is one of the main ways that NiP could actually get caught out, is if they don't have their tank available. But now, again, no Paranoia means that that teleport is free to fire off if a fight ends up breaking out. 30 seconds on this Soul as they take down the mid lane tier 2. Just more gold into the pockets of these main carries. And it's a 7k gold lead for NiP here at the 25th minute. If you give an Infernal Soul to Jace with 4 kills, I mean, that is where things get real rough, real fast. It's going to be difficult to break through. This is a must-win fight for ThunderTalk, and they're going to have to set up soon.
All right, here's the thing. Cooldown reduction's a hell of a drug. Junhao is going to have the ultimate back up right as the dragon spawns. The thing is, Hoya's not even going to try to TP to this. Hoya's just playing bottom side, and they're abandoning top entirely. And Keshi's not up there to split push, so it actually does not matter that they are doing that. Haru maybe could have done it as well. Instead, it's actually NiP pulling the trigger. Flash from Ryan to get away from the Tempered Fate. Paranoia into the back line. They are going to be able to find a knock-up as well. Damage coming through on towards Awesome, but they're not really going to be able to pressure his life total. Only taking him for about a third. It's only Feather and Junhao who are actually able to hit him at the end of the day. Keshi didn't find a way in. Haru didn't find a way in. Ryan doesn't have anywhere to hit. Feather's already dropped on down. There's no front line left for Thunder Talk and NiP. It's almost too easy. They win the fight by default, and therefore they get the Dragon Soul as well.
There's just no damage. There's no way to fight it out. Thunder Talk are going to try to make a bold call here to trade this Baron, but I don't know if they can take it in time. They're going to start it up, but NiP are going to be in the area. They're pulling off.
Oh, Gwen's Baron speed is the thing that Thunder Talk are going to bank their entire game on. No, they aren't. They back away. They did maybe 1k damage to it and thought, nah, we can't do this. Care, going to claim a solo Dragon Soul.
Yeah, it's not going well for Thunder Talk. I mean, it looked like it could be a good catch. Awesome ends up ulting right in front of the entire front line of Thunder Talk and does get a little bit punished for it in terms of his positioning, having to cancel that curtain call very quickly, but there's no damage. I mean, there's nothing coming through here for Thunder Talk to actually threaten out any of the backline of NiP, even when they are able to lock up critical pieces. When you're 3,000 down on Nocturne and when your Akali is not really in the game at all, it just becomes so difficult to take these fights. Keshi was not really able to find a priority target in that fight either, and that's where all the gold is for Thunder Talk. Feather getting his back interrupted here, just adding insult to injury, but Baron's still on the map, and Infernal Soul inquired for this comp. Oh, Zhuo?
Oh, Zhuo a little bit found. Haru on top of him, and Haru should be able to finish this off. Gets him through the Tempered Fate. And a quick solo kill found by Haru. Nicely done. Forced to flash, though, as Hoya is in his face. They're going to have to use the Unbreakable Will from Feather as well, who is 7 levels behind this top laner, by the way. That's 2026 things.
You know, shout out to all the support mains out there. You just kind of get used to having 0 experience throughout a lot of this season. But it's a nice pick from Haru. You know, we've seen him look for a lot of these 1v1s or 1v2s throughout this game up until this point, and they've not always gone according to plan, but getting gold on Akali is a way to potentially get back into making this interesting. It's going to take a lot more of those picks in order to turn it into anything, especially with that Infernal Soul acquired, but still plenty of tools to be able to create plays if you are able to find mistakes on the other side, but that's what it's going to take, some ninjas in pajamas, oversteps, and mistakes, and we'll see if they can make that now with Guan having so many defensive traits. Feather.
I can't believe Awesome landed that deadly flourish, but RIP Feather. And you know what? A quick moment of oh, wait, hang on a second. Dive in from Junhao. Quick magical journey out. I mean, that's one of the paranoias of all time. NiP are able to get out of there in about an instant. Curtain call opened up, going to try to soften up some of these targets. In comes the Unstoppable Onslaught. Doesn't actually directly connect on anybody, but it does isolate Ryan. Big decimating smash connects. Tempered Fate over the wall. Zhuo bringing in the reinforcements, and Keshi's got to get the hell out of there, but no opportunity. Nowhere left to go. Ryan hunted down by the top laner. Awesome looking for one more shot onto Keshi. He lines him up and knocks him down. Fish in a barrel for the NiP AD carry. 3 for 0. Ninjas in pajamas.
It's just a complete wipe for NiP, who are so far ahead at this point in the game that they can take these incredibly aggressive fights. What a start to the fight from Awesome to be able to kick that off with the pick onto Feather. And then unfortunately, Keshi is the one who gets tagged at the end. That gold lead does not really matter when the rest of your team cannot survive anything. And Akali's getting solo killed by the Scion, who was destroyed in lane at this point. Baron is taken. The game is out of control. It's a 10k gold lead for Ninjas in Pajamas, and we're going to get a replay of how this all started in the first place. All it takes is one shock blast from this chase. He's so far ahead that he does enough damage. Awesome with the perfect tag there to be able to stun up Feather, take down the support. And Thunder Talk are like, well, we have to go in now. They at least burn some resources, but how do you stick on this backline? The Bard is doing such a good job of being able to peel out, and at this point with Keshi not finding a priority target with the damage from the curtain call coming in on the backline, there's no fight to be had. When the Tempered Fate hits, it's really just more of a formality. Thunder Talk running for the hills. This bot lane tower being taken, and I imagine it will be much more with this Baron buff.
Yeah, the siege is going to be difficult to respond to for Thunder Talk, and I mean, a moment of silence for Clear Love and the EDG boys, right? One must imagine them pounding their fists on the table here, just begging Thunder Talk to be able to find a way to win a game. and it is not coming up here. Temper Fate going to slow up Feather. They are going to be able to dive in onto him. Keshi and Haru find their way onto the Jace. Guan falls down, as does Care. The best looking fight Thunder Talk have had all game, but it just comes too little and too late. Awesome still alive. Hoya can tank turret all day long. It's still a 3 for 2, and it's still the base getting busted open by NiP.
We've given a lot of credit to NiP's plays throughout this game. Well, that was the reward for their plays, is the bit of the wallet diff they had there. So they continue to siege down this inhibitor. Bot lane inhibitor will go down despite the fact that that fight went completely awry. NiP will be walking out with even more gold in their pockets. They're looking for this mid lane inhibitor tower as well, and they will likely be able to gather it with their Baron buff.
Quick couple of inhibitor turrets, quick inhibitor gained. Only 2 lives lost in the process. NiP feeling very confident, very secure in their control over this game. It is about a minute to go until Elder. You know, the classic Elder steal on the table. Unlikely, but not impossible. And that's what Thunder Talk have to look for.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. A Nocturne ultimate flying in, anything can really happen in a pit like this. We've seen plenty of steals. I think it might take more than one Elder steal in this game in order to equalize things. We're talking about a 5,000 gold deficit for the AD carry, and Ryan here, he's on his 3rd item. And then look at Awesome's inventory right now. He is on 5. That is a pretty big difference in terms of the damage coming out from Jhin. People wonder if that champion can carry. Well, I'm pretty sure he can with this amount of gold invested. That 12k gold lead going to good effect. But that Elder spawning in 30 seconds. We once again take a look at the vision. A lot of control in the mid lane right now here for NiP, but not so much on the bottom side. We're going to need to see a lot more effort put in there by Zhuo as he goes to clear it out. Try to make sure that, at the very least, Thunder Talk will be flying in blind no matter what.
You know, here's the thing. I wonder if NiP just don't even want to bother with the Elder, because it's kind of the only way they lose the game. It does look like they are going to go for it here, just because it'll force Thunder Talk over into a fight, and then they don't have to take any sort of risky positions. But, I mean, Junhao's on Nocturne. You can't fully force this guy out unless you find him. There goes Feather. There goes Haru. 2 members already gone. Care might even be able to finish Haru. Oh, they're opening up with the curtain call, and here we go. See, we're just going to ignore the Elder Dragon. In goes Hoya. Charge onto 2. Quick double kill for the Scion top lane, making a triple kill to the Scion top lane. Hoya, despite the early game struggles, arrives to game number 2 and is looking to see if he can make it the full penta. I don't think it's going to happen, but NiP happily march into the base. 3 kills to their name. Haru dives his way in to make the last possible stand. Pushed back into the fountain. Executed by NiP. And they will successfully complete their mission. 2-0. Top 2 in group perseverance. Locked in. They have an upper bracket spot in Knight's Road.
And they do it in dominant fashion, Gordo. This was an incredible game number 2 from Ninjas in Pajamas. We can talk about the fact that it was against Thunder Talk and that they weren't a particularly good team in the regular season, but this was one of those games that you just go, okay, I see the vision. I understand the idea for NiP. This is a team that has struggled to play comps like this throughout this year. Not today. They absolutely decimate a Thunder Talk team and punch their ticket into that upper bracket.
Yeah, and this was the draft I wanted, K-Man. I can't. Listen, I love you, Keshi. I've been real impressed with what you've been able to show us this season, but you know, some things aren't meant to be, and one of those things is Thunder Talk winning a 2nd game in winter 2026. That said, they're not done. They have a postseason ahead of them. Group perseverance. Listen, you can go 0-6 in series as long as you performed as a top 10 team last year. You do still get a best of 5. It will be against LNG. As we called out at the beginning of the night, things do get worse for Thunder Talk, believe it or not. So steel yourselves, as a harder opponent is up next.
I mean, talk about like a tough draw here where you're like, oh yeah, we at least have the luxury of being able to play against a team from Group Nirvana. Oh, it's an LNG team that certainly shouldn't be there in the first place, and is one of the biggest threats in the entire league in terms of the form they're in right now. For Thunder Talk, obviously a lot went wrong in this game number 2. I think a lot of their plays went awry, but we do want to give credit where credit is due. I still think the solo laners, these rookies, continue to show a lot of good things. Keshi got a massive lead individually in his counter pick lane, and Haru had a couple of nice moments on the Akali as well. If this game state is even remotely average on the bot side and in the jungle, then perhaps it's potentially playable for Thunder Talk. Alas, that was not going to be the case for them in this one.
Yeah, definitely not. So we'll see if they're able to find similar matchups against LNG. Of course, the 6-0 to Thunder Talk's 0-6. And as you kind of called out there, I mean, perhaps the strongest team in Knights Road. I think there's a conversation to be had there, and I'm sure that conversation will be had as we get into the next week of games and start to actually feature Knights Road. That's going to be taking place right before we break for Chinese New Year, if I'm not mistaken. So going to be a big party over there. And you will see both of these teams present. You'll see NiP nice and early because they will be in the upper bracket as their reward for both winning this series and, for their better game record in comparison to EDG. They find themselves at +4, which is actually the same spread as Team WE. It had things played out a little bit differently. They could have even gotten first here. WE, of course, with the more recent win, as the NiP WE head-to-head record is 3-3. WE having the more recent series win is the third string tiebreaker there. So congratulations to WE for their first seed, but NiP definitely happy to get the second, happy to get that second life, happy to get another opportunity to qualify to the true playoff bracket.
Look, it's not, number one. I think going up against Invictus Gaming right now seems like a bit of a prize to maybe some teams coming out of Group Perseverance with the way that they might be playing at the current moment. But certainly this is, something that you can say, bare minimum, we have that extra life. And you know what? There are some teams in Group Ascend that are beatable, that aren't Invictus Gaming. I mean, we still don't know who's locked in for that bottom 2 spot, whether it be, of course, I believe Weibo Gaming and Top Esports are fighting it out for that top 4 spot, which we will learn a little bit more about, later tonight. But whoever it ends up being, I mean, there are some teams that definitely are, killable. They are slayable in Group Ascend. And so getting yourself that extra life, even if you're not able to take down one of those Group Ascend teams, to have another shot at a Group Perseverance team, which you've shown you can beat, I mean, that's the kind of advantage that NiP have earned themselves here tonight. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, nobody that they've, been out against in this group, right? They split series against WE. They split series against EDG. They can definitely take the fight to these guys, and of course the quick 2-0 over Thunder Talk, kind of according to expectations for them. And but we did say at the beginning of the night, right? They've been shaky starting off series, and that's one of those things that it feels like they've cleaned up in the back half of this season. That and Hoya, like they seem to have really leveled up in this kind of back half here. Yes, they lost to WE and EDG the second time around, so they're not the most thrilled in the world with that, but been seeing cleaner play from Hoya, have been seeing the ability to take games in game number 1, and they're coming in on a 4-win streak because they got to play Thunder Talk twice. So all these things make you feel a little bit better if you're an NiP supporter.
I mean, they started strong and they ended strong, right? Like that's the goal. That's where you want to be. You want to be a team that can figure out what they want to do, be able to adapt to the meta quickly, and then end with a lot of confidence. That's exactly where they're at. There were a lot of people that were predicting this team to be one of the worst in the entire league at the beginning of this year. Bottom 2, bottom 1, nowhere close. People thought that they would be what Thunder Talk was, but here they are, like a genuinely competitive team with a lot going for them, and with a couple of players that are really doing a great job. What a day for Gwan. I mean, truly a fantastic performance from him, a massive jungle gap in this series, and if he's going to play like this, even on carries, going into more series, I mean, that is the kind of evolution that this team can really use to take that next leap, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely he was the risk on this team, right? Gwan coming in, having not really played in a premier league, right? Not in those top 4 leagues, the leagues that get 3 world spots, right? Previously, and now doing very, very good in his, kind of first foray into the LPL. Yes, it's in Group Perseverance, but certainly should be plenty happy with that one. As what he's been able to do for his first regular season, I think he's going to be an exciting player coming into his first LPL playoffs, and going to be a team to watch here to see if they can kind of push themselves into that kind of Group Ascend conversation. It is going to expand to 8 teams for the spring split, right? We're eliminating this kind of whole Group Perseverance concept for the second split. It's going to be 8 and 6. Group Ascend, Group Nirvana. So, and up here in the conversation, people are not happy with IG. People aren't super happy with top. There's room to be able to go in there and kind of snag some of these spots, even though LNG look really good. Outside of LNG, I don't think there's other super clear promotion candidates, and it remains to be seen how some of the lower tier Ascend group teams look up against some of the higher tier Perseverance Nirvana teams.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is there at minimum 2 new teams that will go up into Group Ascend for next split. I mean, that is the bare. Even if all 6 teams from Group Ascend this split re-qualify, you're still getting 2 new ones. And so there are spots available for a team like Ninjas in Pajamas. And let's not forget, this was an org that was in Group Ascend all of last year, that was, top 6 or top, 8 throughout most of last year, was able to make a lot of plays and really play around their star players. They went through a full rebuild, 5 new players in the offseason, and they could find themselves almost immediately there again after so many pundits, me included, just thought they would not be particularly good this year. I mean, this is what we want to see from this org. We questioned some of the roster additions. You talked about Guwan coming over from the LCP. Let's be clear, he was benched in the LCP last year for Detonation Focus Me. It wasn't just a bad year, it was a really bad year, and this was a big question mark. He is coming through big. Hoya's had a really big turnaround from his performances last year. I think you can look at someone like Joao, that while he was on a good team in JDG, was not regarded particularly highly. All of these players are rehabilitating their own reputations and carrying the org alongside them as well.
Definitely a really good night for Ninjas in Pajamas. Congratulations to them for earning that top 2 spot in the group. We're going to throw it to a break now while we get ready for our second series of the night. That's going to do it for K-Man and I on tonight's broadcast. So thank you all for hanging out with us. We will see everybody after a short break as we bring in 2 new casters and a second series visiting Group Ascend to see if Top Esports can try to pull themselves up in the Ascend standings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast. My name is Dia, as Gordo introduced us earlier, and Bloxer, you'll be happy to know Gordo got you as well. We are both back to bring you the second series of the day, JDG versus Top Esports, the last matchup for these teams of the regular season.
Final time we're going to be seeing them here before they move on, and already the places are a little bit set. JDG, they are going to be locked into the top of Group Ascend. They're not going to be having to tread the Knight's Road, but there's still a little bit up for grabs here for Top Esports. A win here is critical for them, still having a chance to be able to make it into the top 4.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the bracket has shaped out so far, how the season has gone, as it is coming to an end for for all of our teams. As we mentioned, JDG already locked into the top 3 slot, and while this game has the possibility of advancing their seeding, it is going to be reliant on BLG's upcoming matchup with AL. On the other side of this, Top Esports, also not a lock. Their win even today does not necessarily secure them a spot in top 4. They will also be anxiously watching the rest of the bracket, but it is a necessary gamble to take because it is this or straight to the Knight's Road.
Exactly, and with Weibo in a bit of an iffy form, they've been looking better as they've moved on throughout the split, but they had such a bad start that it's put them in a bit of a deficit. There is a chance that Weibo could drop another game, and you maybe do get to leapfrog them right here. As we've been talking about, right, the top 4 spots are going to be really critical. As much as when we look at our group Ascend, Perseverance, and Nirvana, there is a big gap between Ascend and the rest of them. You still don't want to be facing any of these top teams. We've been seeing a lot of good stuff out of both WE and LNG, and I don't think any team wants to potentially get upset in a best of 5. In full best of 5s, especially with Fearless, right, if you have 1 or 2 bad games where the draft doesn't go your way, you can fall behind in those series, and so getting those top 4, making sure you're just getting into the playoff stage, that's going to be critical for these teams.
Yeah, every team at this point in the season is a risk to go up against. Whether they're a strong team or not, it is terrifying to have your standings reliant on one performance versus another. Every player really seems to be dialing into what makes them great as well. And one of those specific players that I want to talk about is a little bit further up on the greatness scale than some others. It is time to talk about what our All-Pro nominations at the end of this split are going to look like. And one of the players you might want to consider is Gala.
Yeah, I mean, Gala's been having a really, really interesting split for himself right here, where when you're finding wins as JDG, he has been a massive part of it. I feel like he is better than almost any other ADC, maybe better than any other ADC, at capitalizing on what his team is able to do for him. When he's getting the support that he really needs from the lanes around him, when Junja's playing well, when Vampire is able to do stuff for him, he can capitalize on that and just completely take over a game. On the other hand, maybe for your not voting for him for All-Pro, he's not been able to do it for himself so much, and in a couple of games where he feels like he has to, he's been overstepping his bounds. That's what cost them in the Weibo series a couple of times, so it's a little bit up and down, but when Gala looks good, he has been incredible for this team.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what Gala will give us today, especially in a series that many would anticipate JDG will be ahead in. They are definitely the favored team coming into this matchup, and there's no better time for Gala to showcase his strengths than in this end of series matchup. Now, let's talk about the team that JDG are going to be playing against. Top Esports are going to be the team that they have to take down today, and they've got some good tools to do it. Xiaoshu up in the top lane for JDG, Junjia, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire. Like we talked about, really been high on their bot side, but Hongqiu has been such a highlight for me this season as well. I think JDG have a lot of bright spots to work with in this matchup.
Absolutely they do. As we were talking about with the All-Pro voting, when Gala has the support around him, it has been brilliant, and Hongqiu and Gala together are a great carry pair. What they have really needed is just a little bit extra from Junjia, a little bit extra from Xiaoshu, potentially. I think especially in that Weibo series, Junjia just kind of disappeared in that game number 3 on a pop. He wasn't able to get things going. In this matchup here versus Top, if he can get stuff going in the jungle, if he can get one of these more priority picks potentially in the jungle, maybe something like the Jarvan that he's been pretty good on, that's where this team really feels unlocked to be able to play through these superstar carries.
Now, as we mentioned, all of these superstar carries are going to have, in some ways, answers on the other side. Definitely counterparts, and we'll see whether this team, Top Esports, feels up to the task of stepping one-to-one with this squad. Top Esports actually, on paper, seems like a pretty good roster. However, in this season, that has not proven to be true. They have a lot of shortcomings. Even 369 up in the top lane has demonstrated some weakness. Nayu in the jungle has been actually more or less pretty serviceable, but it is really when we look at Cream and Jockey that I feel this team falling apart. Perhaps not at the seams, but in discipline. These two players really stand out as perhaps weak links.
Yeah, specifically, we're going to look a little bit at mid lane going on for us, because Cream has just been having a bit of a horrible split for himself. It's not necessarily been major collapses in he's getting solo killed in lane constantly, although that has happened to him a couple of times, but it's more just the overall gameplay isn't there. He's been a bit of a wet cat. His laning hasn't been particularly impressive. He's been getting killed on a lot of ganks. When he gets to team fights, he's been mispositioning in these team fights. He really hasn't been providing the rock for him, and I mean, massive shout out to the graphics team right here. This is beautiful. This is absolutely gorgeous.
Absolutely stellar. This is this MS Paint? I don't know. What it is perfection. This and the Mona Lisa next to each other. That would be my selection. Cream definitely living up to this graphic though, and that is not a good thing. It does often feel like Cream, despite being on decent champions, despite actually having decent laning phases, just cannot quite catch up to what his team needs from him when it comes to the mid-game positioning. And actually, I know you have a specific thing to talk about with this. You did just mention it, so Bloxter, take it away.
Yeah, the map awareness out of Cream has been really, really bad. We watch right here as you see Ginger down at the bottom lane. He takes a ward. Your bot lane have seen him. He doesn't react at all. Now, this isn't particularly egregious that he gets ganked here, but it's the fact that he doesn't even have the awareness to dodge away from this. Just getting hit by a in-lane shockwave, not going to be good, gets killed in the end. But you could say, okay, that's not terrible, right? This one. 3 wards to your bottom side, your jungler in base. Why are you stood towards the bottom side of the map? In what universe is the bottom side of the map where you have any pressure? You should be stood top side. You've got no vision, gets killed once again, and I mean, this is what happens when you make egregious mistakes like this. The replay team are going to make fun of you. They're going to give you a little cinematic of getting taken out. We'll watch this one once again. Your opposition are stood mid lane. You have seen the mid lane. You have watched them walk towards bot side. You're still watching them walk towards bot side. He is still stood bot lane pushing. I push wave, I don't care. It doesn't matter that he's got a stun disc down here. He's going to get himself killed, and in this play, he very nearly takes the rest of his team down with him. This is also, you might notice, the first matchup that they had versus JDG, and Cream was getting exploited left, right, and center in this one. If you're able to replicate this again as JDG, well, that's your way to victory. Cream had an absolute stinker there, but it wasn't just that first matchup of the split. It continued on throughout the entire year.
And as you're saying, this was the very first game that they played. Not just the first game against each other, but their very first match of the split was JDG versus Top Esports. And the development between now and then is going to be really interesting to check in on, because JDG, as you would imagine, having watched those clips, did take down Top Esports in a swift 2-0. However, both of these teams did just recently go up against Anyone's Legend as well, and did not have the best time. Yes, JDG took a game off of them where Top Esports did not, but I do think that it's important to note that these teams should feel, on paper, a lot closer than they did at the beginning of the split, when I would really like to emphasize that I think Top Esports lacked in the drafting department as well. One of the things you would have noticed, outside of Cream's positioning in that first game, is also that Top Esports gave up a Malphite and a Nico and a Yunara all in their first game, and they picked it. They picked that away for what? An Ambessa, an Azir, and a Jhin. It is not a good feeling from the in-game perspective, but also from the out-of-game perspective. I think Top Esports started the season really unsure of where they were at in the meta, and I want to see them correct at least that coming into today.
Yeah, we've had a while at this point on this patch where you know what's good, you know what you need to be banning away. Giving away that many priority ticks is going to be bad. And I like that you also mentioned the fact that you're taking the Azir for you. It's been the most picked champion for Cream, and he's got a 25% win rate on it. 8 picks on a single champion is massive. When you look across the board of other mid laners, barely anybody is playing that many games on one champion. There's a pretty good champion diversity in the mid lane at the moment, and he's just not leaning into it at all. He's playing the Azir again and again, and he's not finding wins on it. almost all of the control mages he's taking mid lane, he's getting pushed around on, he's not finding any use in the lane. Fine, okay, do you find use in the team fights? No. Well then what are you really giving to your team? Cream really needs to step up here.
Yeah, I would really like to focus on the draft as well as being a critical point, like we talked about for top esports, and where I'd like to see their research really come through, because there is a lot to look at when it comes to the power picks of JDG. The J4 has been incredibly powerful for Junjia. He's got 3 picks on it, 100% win rate. Same exact thing for Alistair. When Vampire picks that, 3 picks, 100% win rate. Gala's Sivir is sitting at a 75% win rate across 4 games. And on the other side, I will say, Fengyue has also got some good news. I'd love to see his Poppy in this series. 4 games, also 75% win rate. Matching up with Gala's Sivir. That's the good news story for top esports, but you'll notice there are a lot of picks they need to think about from the JDG side.
There really is, and when you're looking across the board, there's a lot of differences between the real champion pools that we're looking towards. The jungle's relatively standard. I mean, there's only so many jungle picks that we really end up seeing at the moment. The biggest diversity you get is, does somebody pick the Nocturne alongside an Orianna? Other than that, it's the same sort of skirmishing, engage kind of junglers. Down in the bottom side of the map, though, I mean, in terms of what the ADCs are going towards, you're getting plenty of Misfortune, but you're just looking much better on it as Gala. You're getting plenty of Yunara, but you're just looking much better on it as Gala as well. And then when you get away from those specific picks right there, I mean, the Ziggs, something you could pull out as a counter Gala has, whereas Joshi just hasn't shown us that he's got any real counters in the lane. And then when you look towards the supports alongside them, it's most of the engaged supports, but there's a lot more of a willingness from Vampire to play those enchanters as well, and to also pick himself up the Nico as another hybrid between dealing that damage and also that engage. There's not really any of that for Fengyue. He's just been playing those engaged supports.
Yeah, Nico especially, something to really look out for, especially because Nico does blend between those two champions, can lane like an enchanter, can output a lot of pressure from range, and then transitions into being able to have an incredible engage. The last time these two teams will hit the stage during the regular season, as they grab their walkouts right now, I want to try and read these faces, because you and I were actually talking about this in the series before. You could tell Thunder Talk coming into the end of the season did not have a lot of confidence behind them. It read on their faces, and I'm extremely curious now to really. I'm looking at the faces of how top esports are approaching
serious faces. Very, very serious, as you would expect, right? This is a big matchup for both of these teams. As much as maybe you're not thinking you've got too much in terms of seeding to really play for JDG, you just want another win. Really, going into these playoffs, you want as much momentum as possible. And also, for top esports, not having to play the Knights Road is massive. Even if you think you're going to win through, which I would expect both of the Group Ascend teams that have to go play in that Knights Road to be able to win their matchups, you just want the bit of a break. It's a long, grueling season already that you've had to play for over the last month and a bit. You don't want to have to play another set of matches, a best of 5 especially.
Yeah, it can be incredibly grueling. I was, for those of you who saw my arm grabbing over here, my cat decided to step in front of my monitor, and I was like, no, I gotta see what's going on. Well, we'll see whether she's able to stay calm, especially because the series is exciting and it's her first time home in a little while. So, fingers crossed.
Hey, I don't mind the kitty crashing a bit of the camera, you know? We want to see the cat. Where's the cat? I think we got to see a little bit of the tail, but I'm sure we'll get to see the cat at some point. And hopefully it's not the wet cat that Cream has been so far. Maybe he can turn things around, turn into the lion that we kind of expect from him. Because as much as we've been ragging on Cream, and for good reason, he's had a horrible split so far, there are flashes of the player that we know he can be. He has the potential to be one of the best mid laners that we see.
Yeah, you mentioned this when we were talking pregame as well, but just the thing that really hurts about Cream is that his laning phase is actually, when you consider the mini-map thing not being part of it, it's not bad. His individual one-to-one matchups, it's clear he understands his champion. It's even clear he understands what his champion is meant to do.
Yeah.
That champion is more often than not Azir, but
yeah,
you understand what I'm going with. It is
Yeah.
just in this mid game where he looks incredibly lost, and sometimes that's in laning, sometimes that's in team fights as well. You do get glimpses of a player who actually knows how to manage his distance, who understands his role in the team fight, and you also get glimpses of an incredibly desperate player to make something happen who doesn't have the tools to do it, as top esports are so often behind.
Yeah, this is another big part of the problem that Top have been running into. When they're ahead in gold, they win the majority of their matchups. I think they're almost like 75% win rate once they are ahead. But they're basically never ahead at 15 minutes, and it's hurting them so badly. They're coming up into a JDG that are for the most part ahead, but then have struggled with closing out in a couple of situations, have fought back from some deficits in others. This is a situation, I think, where you can get yourself some early leads, but you are very much putting a lot of pressure right here onto Nio to get things going early on. He has really like the Vi and the Jarvan as champions to potentially go for, so if you can pick up either of those, potentially even the Pantheon as well, those are very easy. You know when you want to go in, you know you want to get some early leads going. If they can do that and then transition into the mid to late game as we've seen them do previously, Top Esports can certainly win, but if we see JDG begin to get a little bit further ahead during the early game, even just through first tower, that's one of the things JDG have been best at. They've been grabbing a ton of first towers throughout matchups. That can begin to snowball their leads, and Top Esports simply haven't shown us an ability to get themselves back from a deficit.
Yeah, I would really like to see, I know you mentioned the Vi for Nio, I'd really like to see more of Cream's Ahri as well. We've seen 2 picks on it so far. He's actually looked very comfortable on the Sylas, all things considered, which also has 2 picks, but this assassin sort of playstyle, I think, is where Cream could really find direction. Perhaps not success, fingers crossed, of course, but when it comes to seeing a cohesive game plan out of Top Esports, I think that Vi Ahri is just an easy slam dunk for, we know we're supposed to do these 2 things, and now Bloxer, I suppose we get to see whether they pick it up or not. I am happy to see Top Esports taking away the Nico, however, they are still giving up Yunara to JDG.
I wasn't sure if you were going to go straight towards the Yunara. It's something you don't want to give over to Jachi, certainly, but also picking it first very much does declare the way you want your team fights to go. For Top, I think they want to pick up Cream's champions as early as possible. As we've been saying, he loves to go towards the Azir as much as possible, but I think grabbing yourself the Orianna here opens you up to grab that Orianna Nocturne combo if you want to be aggressive, or just something else that you can really have a good ball delivery system alongside. With the Jarvan taken off of the board, I think the Pantheon is a pretty good shout right here. Although we've seen it quite a lot out of Nio, he hasn't necessarily found the most success with it.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to measure by win rates, especially in the big picture, because Top Esports this split are a team that lose a lot. So nobody's really got a fantastic success rate on any individual champion outside of, as we talked about, Fengui's Poppy, which is still a possibility. Given now that we've paired the Orianna Pantheon together, though, there is a lot of focus on Nayu and the ability to output global pressure. We talked about in previous series how Grand Starfall out of Pantheon is truly the test of a good Pantheon, because there aren't a whole lot of other mechanics you have to nail. It is a macro game that Top will be playing through their jungler.
And it's something that Top just haven't been good at overall. They've been really struggling with, well, feeling like they've got any communication going, like they're looking at the map and playing together as a unit, so this is going to be a good test for them. We'll see what they're going to be able to do with that. It looks like it's going to be the Xin Zhao locked in right here for JDG, and this is just a teamfight composition through and through. They want to be front to backing until the point at which Hongq can find that massive Emperor's Divide, split the teamfight up at that point, and then just run through them with Gala. I really like what they've got so far. It's got a good, strong identity. For TES, they're going to be a lot more about quick picks. They can front to back teamfight if you're going to be very careful with it, depending on what the ADC from Jachi is going to be, but for right now, I mean, you've got a couple different champions that work very well to pick 1 or 2 people off, and I like the combo between the Pantheon and the Ambessa because it makes landing that public execution much easier.
A lot of focus directed up towards top side right now, but I would be remiss if we didn't mention that the Azir lock-in, as much as it is a pretty bland mid pick in the scheme of this game, is interesting in the sense that it also functions as a ban towards next game because of Fearless. JDG have picked up a good champion for Hongq. Again, sort of a bland champion, but a functional team fighter. But they've also effectively set themselves up for success in Game 2 already by removing the favorite champion of the opposing mid laner.
In terms of things that we've really been seeing Cream play, he's only really got the Akali left, so for next game, that is going to be very, very interesting. For JDG, we'll see what their final ban is going to be. Haven't really looked to take anything away from the supports so far. Fengu are going to be very wide open at the moment. I'd be surprised if you don't want to take something off of the board, like the Alistar, the Rel. Either of those could be potentially quite fun. Obviously, the Rel really good alongside that Orianna. Not going to go towards that, instead going to take away that Aphelios. And so now you're probably looking towards grabbing your ADC right now, and you can leave off until you get your support a little bit later.
Yeah. If we hadn't picked up Ambessa, I'd be thinking about counterpick top. I think that in this terms of this series, in terms of success for top esports, could be really nice. 369, incredibly talented, but we're not going to be seeing it this game, so no point talking about it too long. A Kaisa pickup here, really not bad, especially when we consider that this is a team comp that is incredibly good at diving.
Yeah, I mean, this is really telling us that TES, they're just going in. We're talking about front-to-back team fighting. Nah, they are looking to go flying into the back line, split the lines, make it a lot more of a messy fight. And I do think that that's something TES have played pretty well for themselves. Their team fighting has been one of the strong points. When they don't get caught out on the map, when they all get together as 5 to go play team fights, that's where they have looked really good. JDG gonna respond with an Alistair pickup right here.
Yeah.
Just a good team fighter overall. I like as well that it just can redirect whatever's coming from TES. You just jump in, Note can push you straight back out, and it also really stops the rel, which would have been really good with this TES composition, from being anywhere near as high priority.
Yeah, fantastic pickup. The big green flag for JDG. 100% win rate Alistair into a dive composition is feeling pretty good, but Fangwei might want to roll the dice, picking up his most powerful pick. He's thinking between the Poppy and the Rakan. What do you prefer right now?
I think that the Rakan gives you a little bit more of that non-committal engage that you kind of need, but at the same time, you do kind of just want some extra tankiness. You don't really have a true tank. You've got a lot of pseudo-tanks at this point in the game, and so they are going to go towards the Poppy. I do like that. I think it gives you that little bit extra, but then the non-committal engage is a little bit risky, right? You're now relying very much on a Poppy wallbang, which is a little bit hard to hit, or a public execution. Really, the main combo that you have right here is between Nio and Cream, leaping on in, getting that big shockwave off. It's not that you can't hit it, it's just a little bit harder overall.
Yeah, I like what you illustrated is the decision that TES were making. Are we better when we full engage, or do we feel better fishing for them? And TES, credit to them, have chosen an extremely committal draft. This goes in, it does nothing else. And that should be great for TES, who, like we talked about, have a fantastic conversion if they are ahead in gold. However, they need to get ahead in gold first. That is something that not just the team necessitates, but this composition desperately needs.
Absolutely, dear. I mean, you are up against a composition out of JDG right here that wants to get into the later game. You want to get that 3-4 item point onto your Ionara. You want to get that onto your Azir as well. This is a composition that gets better over time. The Scion as well. We didn't even get time to talk about that during the draft, but I feel like that really brings this composition for JDG together. They needed some front line that could just soak up a lot of the damage, and also as a Scion, you don't care if you get hit by the public execution or that shockwave combo. You can absorb so much pressure by just standing there, being in front of you. You and the Alistair together, that's going to be a really good combo, and the fact that Vampire's so good on this Alistair as well, I do think I personally prefer this JDG composition, but I agree with you that I like how much committal top esports have gone for. They're not being scared in this game. This is a very aggressive comp.
Yeah, JDG have absolutely gotten away with a fantastic composition to play generalist, though, and it is up to top esports to attack that in Game 1 of JDG versus Top.
We try to listen to the gyros, and immediately we're going to get some aggression right here. Nobody going to die. Both of the mid laners going to take a decent chunk of damage off of them. And it'd be interesting to see how much that can impact going on forwards. Obviously, the poke that can come through from both of these champions mid lane is going to be massive. Fancy Feet going to be critical to not get poked up too far and forced into an early reset.
I've really liked the way that Hongq has been playing this split. I've said it before, and I'm sure that during the course of these games, I will say it again. Right now, on Azir, he gets to play pretty easily up against the Orianna at level 1, but things can get a little trickier later when we are clearing waves at distance and really looking for activity on the map. Gala and Vampire also with a slightly weaker level 1, especially since the Alistair level 1 is notoriously bad.
Yep. Absolutely, and especially because Joshi stepping up right there, Kathian Rain, just going to deal a lot of damage if you can get it single target, takes a good chunk out of Gala. The second that you hit this level 2 though, all of a sudden you can step up a little bit further as JDG's bot lane, and this bot lane is potentially going to be very explosive. Both of the junglers starting towards the top side of the map, they're recognizing that, they want to get involved down in the bottom lane potentially as well, and if you can get either one of these lanes ahead, well, that is a great way to just start snowballing out this game.
I don't know if you guys caught it, but in our lower third of the screen, we had an audience vote that came up pretty heavily favoring JDG. As a lot of people would expect this late in the season, JDG are extremely favored to win this series and even this game on an individual level, just given what they've shown to us so far, and it is up to Top Esports to reverse that. They've put a lot of pressure on Jackie, on the Kaisa, who can blow people up should she get ahead, but it is going to be a game that largely focuses on what Nayu is able to do to make that happen, just now finishing clears towards the bot side, along with Junjia.
I mean, with how far forwards JDG's bot lane are pushed, you could potentially look for a gank. You're going to recognize that, obviously, a little bit of vision in the area as well. And the Ginger down in the area should be safe enough. These bot lanes, though, will be explosive as we get closer to the level 6s. For the minute, we're going to have a little bit of a watch towards the top lane. And as much as I don't know we're going to be talking too much about the top lane individually during this game, I think 369 has kind of been the best part of TES throughout this split. As much as they've struggled, Top Esports have at least had some great play from their top laner.
And against a Scion as well, there's a lot you can do. This is one of those mini-map moments as Junjia pops in, and Cream was paying attention this time around. Backs away and manages to evade what otherwise could have been a fatal gank. It'll be a reset from both jungler and mid laner on the side of JDG. And a teleport back in from Hongyu. I'm expecting to see the same thing out of Cream soon.
Yeah, I mean, you really are just looking to push this wave through as much as possible, get that quick reset off. For right now, though, it's going to be a little bit miserable. Very low health, very low mana. You do have Nayo in the area, but he's very unlikely to come and try to gank on towards you for right now. Instead, people moving up towards the top side of the map. Going to be spotted out, though, is Junjia. Know exactly where he is on his Krugs, so you're not going to push too far forwards here as 369.
Teleport will be forced out of Cream as well. Knowing that Hongyu used his, that's one thing, but we all saw the freeze that Hongyu was pulling in the mid lane to force this out of Cream. An awkward position already, and the wave still pushing into Hongyu forces Cream to continue overextending, which is a risky thing when we consider that there is not a whole lot of vision protecting him.
And if you are JDG right here, your game plan has got to be test Cream. See if he's paying attention. See if he's woken up today. Because in the previous matchup, that's where you got a lot of your success. In the previous matchups that other teams have had versus TS, that's where they've been able to exploit this roster as well. And if you can just keep repeat ganking, keep seeing if he's available. I mean, is he just dead?
Tower plate. He just dies.
Yeah, what?
He just dies.
What?
I was thinking about outplay potential in the top lane, and I just watched this man outplay himself. I might watch another kill go down, but Hongyu will get out of it.
I wonder if we're going to get a replay of that one, because I just want to see it again. I want to try get into the brain of 369. Why? For
he
why?
wants that tower plate. Literally, I want to tell you that there is some huge brain reason, and I guarantee you that if we get the 360 no-scope replay of that, it's going to be a man hitting a tower till he eventually expires. To his credit, he did get the tower plate.
But 369, you know that First Blood is worth gold again, right?
Yeah.
Like, that does give over gold at this point. Junjia potentially looking onto the mid lane. Cream very pushed forwards.
He sees this. An Emperor's Divide will not be used by Hongyu, who's pretty low on mana, to be honest, to actually make this an otherwise deadly or flashable gank. Not a whole lot expended in the early game, however, but with Dragon up, and it has been for about a minute, it does seem that JDG have priority on this with a bot lane push in their favor. And Nayu focusing on the top side. There's no vision to spot this up, so Xiaoshu, despite the fact that he got first blood, could go down here. Has level 6 to try and escape. Might choose to use it, but unfortunately is going to get stunned up once by the public execution and once by the Pantheon, who jumps right in on top of him. Xiaoshu still alive as the dragon will fall in the favor of JDG, and they will gladly trade their top laner's life.
Took a while. Took a
He's
really
going
long
for
while.
it! He's
1,
going for it!
2. Okay. Just about going to be the stun coming through from Nayu. I think 369 was just about going to be okay. Needed 2 or 3 more auto attacks. And this is explosive in the top lane. Not where I was particularly expecting a lot of this aggression to go. Both junglers pathing towards the bot lane early. Looked like that's where they wanted to play. But I guess when you have overextensions from both of these players, why not?
Critical juncture for us here as well. We just saw a gank happen up towards top side by the Pantheon without Grand Starfall. Now he's got it online. So down 1 dragon. but up a full kill. Nayu has a lot of potential to impact the game in the next few minutes.
Absolutely he does, and this is where you really need to accelerate yourself ahead. We've been talking about this TES composition as being aggressive and as to needing an early gold lead. Well, this is where you get it. The point at which you've got that level 6, you want to be using that Grand Starfall off of cooldown wherever you can use it. Any of these lanes are potential options to go for the ganks. At the moment, he's just looking to farm himself up a little bit more, but you have to imagine he's going to be getting pretty close to heading back for one more reset and then just looking for a kill.
Positive trade for JDG as Jackie was alone on bot side. It was Feng Yue who went up top to secure some aggressive vision. You can tell it really panned out a lot of blue in the top side jungle of JDG.
It really is, and you need to be quite careful right here as JDG that you don't just get forced out around this next set of grubs that will be spawning. You don't want to have this much darkness around an objective if you want to go fight for it. At the same time, potentially, as JDG, you can just think, we don't really need to compete for this one. We can afford to just spend a little bit more time farming up. The onus of getting this game started and rolling isn't on JDG, it is very much on TES, but at the same time, they've got a composition that is pretty competent in the side lanes. Having those grubs in hand would be really helpful.
This could be a kill. Vampire knows
Yep.
Feng Yue is there. There's not a whole lot of ways out of it. The Feng Yue does have flash and will invest it. Even that small amount of time, very worth it for JDG. It's a small commitment for summoners.
Exactly, and now that's going to be down for the next Drake coming up in a couple of minutes' time. If you wanted to roam up towards the top side, you don't have it available for you there. Still, at the same time, it is going to be Nio sees people down towards the bottom side of the map and will just head straight towards these grubs. Should be able to pick up all 3 of them. As much as Junja is making his way up, should be way too late to be able to really impact onto this objective.
Tapion super efficient at clearing the grubs as junglers go. This 369 has unfortunately taken some more negative trades up against Xiaoshu. Sion has hit some important itemization up against the Ambessa for the early lane, having a lot of damage when 369 is hitting him and when 369 is standing in his general area.
At this point, Xiaoshu just needs to chill. He doesn't really need to push the pace of the game any further forwards as well. And as much as he did die during that gank, it's a Scion. This is what the Scion is for. Absorb pressure, you get on early kill as well to accelerate him a little bit further forwards. Oh, nice.
Emperor's Divide flashed late, but that will be answered back as Onkyu sees the Grand Starfall coming in and is forced to respect it with no mana left on the Azir. Cream can shove in another wave, get a small advantage here, and actually open up Nayu for an invade as well.
I'm just about gonna think better of going in a little bit too far, but yeah, Honky without any mana. Flash for flash right here in the mid lane. That's gonna be far more impactful on Cream. Obviously, the Orianna way less mobile than the Azir is gonna be. Those shifting sands give that little bit of extra protection. So it is still gonna be worthwhile for JDG, but they do just have to be careful.
Nice steadfast presence. That is the split-second reaction that you're gonna need to keep your AD carry alive. I will note as well, we're up about 10 minutes, and while this gold lead is not huge by any margin, it is a technical gold lead for top esports right now. If they can hang on to this for the next 5 minutes, statistically, it's going to go well for them.
Exactly, and you do really want these small marginal gold leads up until this point where you're getting that first item completed. First item completed for TES is where this composition really comes online. We talked about the 2 breakpoints they have, the level 6. You didn't really use that to great effect as TES. You grab yourself 3 grubs, which is something at least. But now, once you get that first items completed, which are pretty much coming through across the board, this is the point where you really have to start accelerating the pace of the game. If this game continues off at this leisurely pace that we're seeing right now, JDG will begin to get back into this one, and really, it's going well for them.
Yeah, I mean, looking towards the bot side, Gala, despite his team not being ahead by any means, has collected a small gold lead for himself. Same thing up for Xiaoshu on the top side off the back of First Blood, but it really is going to be a Yunara and a very backline-focused game for both JDG and TES. TES need to access the backline of JDG, and JDG just need to protect theirs, and by God, have they got the tools to do it.
Yes, they do, but how well will the execution come on through for them as both teams begin posturing around this Drake? Top laners do both have teleport as well, so you can bring them down if you think you really need it. JDG gonna start it up.
First item complete for Gala, not the case for Zhaki. This is an ill-advised fight for top esports,
Oh,
but
no.
they are gonna yeet Junjia right out of there, and suddenly the smite difference is gonna make this a whole lot easier. Nayu could grab this one right now. Vampire is low. Gala will collect a kill, trade it out for his support, but with Cream unfortunately walking into the river, it will be another kill that goes the way of JDG. A 2-for-1 plus the dragon, and maybe a little bit more, as Junjia comes down to punish an overextended Nayu, who flashes away, will not get knocked up. 2-for-1 still in the favor of JDG, but again, dragon goes to top.
And that's Gala just beginning to rip people's heads off right there with the Transcend Self, despite the fact you've only got one item completed. The only reason that wasn't a complete disaster for TES because of Fengue getting that nice Keeper's Verdict off. They at least get themselves the dragon, equal them up one apiece, but you can see the gold lead has now exploded back in the favor of JDG.
This guy wants to take the 75% win rate Poppy and make it an 80% win rate Poppy. He might just be able to do it too with plays like that. Zhaki uncomfortable on the bot side, but going to be able to escape. Got me nervous walking towards the bush with an Alistar, but he'll be okay.
Hey, I think he would have been okay anyway. Without a minion wave available, Gala would have been hard-pressed to step up in that situation. Still, always better to just be able to walk back away. He does have to keep stepping up here, though. Otherwise, he's going to lose out onto his entire tower, this whole minion wave worth of gold, and more importantly, the minion wave worth of XP. Just about with the Acathian Rain going to be able to clear this wave out, but the pressure continues on, and as much as Fengue can try to step up and hold on to this wave, this pressure from the bot lane of JDG is really, really oppressive.
Outside of supports, it is Cream that is lashed to complete the role quest on the map. It's a small note, but definitely one that impacts the tempo of this game. Cream has had a couple opportunities to go well up against this Azir, but Hongqiu has been managing the matchup quite well. In the meantime, having completed first item, 369 feels a little bit more comfortable up against Xiaoshu, so good news for TES.
And he's going to feel really good up against these squishier members as well. That's where he's really going to be able to pop off. Fengue takes a big chunk of damage, but at least he's got that steadfast presence to be able to get himself back out. Both of the junglers making their way down towards the bottom side of the map right now.
Gala's been rotating into the mid lane, though, and he feels comfortable up against Cream. He might just solo kill Cream. Forces the flash out of Orianna, and Gala gets to continue shoving this wave in.
Again, it's going to be a flash-for-flash situation, and with the Transcend Self, you do get that little bit of dash, so it's not the end of the world for Gala to lose out onto that one. Still, very, very aggressive of him, and one of our only criticisms of Gala so far this split has been that sometimes when he tries to do it all himself, he's gone a little bit too far forwards. Blowing the flash right there, I think that's a bit of half of one, right? It's a little bit aggressive. We'll see if it costs him in any of the upcoming fights.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that, well, on paper, yeah, you just wait 5 minutes. We have Rift Herald up right now, and
There's
in 2 minutes, we've got a dragon fight. Exactly. We're not on vacation.
No, we can't just be sitting back and allowing the game to happen to us fully, especially not as TES. That's why I don't mind it out of JDG. That's why I think that Gala playing aggressive there is quite fun. Nayu, really scared right there. I mean, look at that, just popping the shield out of pure fear in that situation. This jungle is getting scarier for TES to walk into, and we talked about needing an early lead for them. They certainly haven't been able to do that here.
This is another situation where I don't mind how Nayu has been playing. Unfortunately, at 15 minutes, yes, his team is slightly behind in gold. Not a good statistical bit of news for them. Dive towards the bot side, not awesome either. Cream is unfortunately not able to play League of Legends.
No, he is not, and that is a little bit unfortunate. Of course, that does pull multiple members of JDG down towards the bottom side of the map. That is going to result in this Rift Herald. We'll see what the use of that can be. You're obviously already going to lose out onto first tower down in the bottom side of the map, but with only 2 turret plates on the mid lane tower at the moment, if you can get the Rift Herald into the mid lane, that could open up the map for TES. They just need to make sure they get some good use out of this objective.
And not to move past this either, this is another mini-map moment for Cream. He knows as well as anyone that his full team has committed up top side to take the Rift Herald because they saw so many members of JDG bot. It is a completely avoidable mistake by Cream that now puts him down 0-2. It's not the worst thing. Yes, it's comebackable, but the team is already behind, and now having lost their Orianna once again, plus the tower, one of those things could have been avoided.
with a composition that needed to get ahead. Now you've got 20 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn. You're behind in items. You're not going to be anywhere near as strong to be able to step up. We'll see what the impact is going to be for TES, but JDG, you've got to be feeling very confident about the way that this game is going right now. Hongq got the Seekers as well, so he's got that extra level of survivability. Potential skirmish here.
Junja definitely feels confident stepping up to Nayu with Gala as strong as he is. No stun going to connect onto the wall, and Gala even manages to dodge the Keeper's verdict. Now, no kills will go down, but a Rift Herald will be thrown out. First tower in the mid lane going to go the way of Top Esports.
And that is good. You get the good gold out of it that we were hoping TES would be able to do, and it does just open the map up quite a lot for you. Still, you do expend a lot of your health bar, a lot of your resources pushing forwards onto the mid lane right here. You get the tower, but it is going to cost you the Drake most likely. I mean, as Nayu, do you think you can really even step up to this one? I think the answer is going to be no. He goes and takes his Krugs, and it's going to be a second Drake into the back pockets of JDG.
Not a bad way for this to go for them, and perhaps starting to stack up resistance if they have access to future dragons. Mountain Soul will make Sion basically unkillable up against a dive composition. Good news, potentially, for JDG on the horizon, and something that Top Esports can no longer afford to give up. Next couple of dragons will be critical. A little bit of vision cleared out towards bot side as JDG and Top Esports want to make sure that their laners can push up as far as possible, clear waves as comfortably as possible, especially as Top Esports have yet to take the bot lane tower of JDG.
And if they can take that one, it's just going to make their push through onto the top side that little bit easier. But when looking at these compositions overall and the point at which we are at this game, 2 items completed onto Nayu. This is the peak of the power you're going to have as a Pantheon. From this point, it's just downhill from here, so you really need to make the most of this. Try to find one of those big Grand Starfalls. We haven't actually seen a big Grand Starfall. There was one attempt into the mid lane. Hongq was just able to turn around and walk away from it. Beyond that, he hasn't used this global ulti whatsoever, and that's just not good enough. You need to be able to use this ulti, otherwise any champion with a standard ulti, a teamfight ulti, would be more useful.
And that means that you have to return. When we saw an ult into mid lane out of Nayu, what we never saw is him walking back into mid lane to punish a flashless Azir. These can't just be one and done ganks, one and done cooldown expenditures by Top Esports. They need to be as focused in the game as they were in the draft. They've got a fantastic dive composition. JDG are not just going to let you have your win condition for free. And right now, Top Esports really want to jump on top of Gala. They managed to, but unfortunately, with how far they're behind, even this little bit, they cannot one-shot Gala. They have forced him back, but protected by Junja and Vampire. Top Esports, they don't even get a flash out of the opposing AD carry.
Oh, and look what you lose for this mid lane, top lane. 369 is going to have to walk down towards that play. If he leaves a little bit earlier, maybe he's able to get there for the public execution and grabs a kill, but he sticks around just a little bit too long. It costs them both a kill down in the mid lane and this top lane tower. The gold lane continues to expand out, and as much as that is the proactivity out of Nayu we wanted to see, it's a little bit late, as you highlighted, and it just doesn't work out for them. They're not getting any of the value from this. 2.5 minutes until the next Drake is going to spawn. Soul point if JDG are able to grab that one, so they are still going to be focusing on that as much as possible. At the same time, though, with Baron available up on the top side of the map, any big lost teamfight right now could cost you dearly.
Jackie and Feng Yue have found an isolated member, though. Vampire will get the heck out of there with a quick use of the heal. But focus definitely tending towards this Baron right now. Both teams pretty close in the grand scheme of things. One good team fight out of Top Esports. One good isolation onto Gala could be it, but they've instead been isolated themselves. Jockey goes down in the mid lane, and it is disaster for Top Esports, who now have no way to contest the Baron, the vision around it, but more importantly, the dragon that's coming up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you can go straight towards the Baron at this point. Instead, it may just be a collapse right here onto 369. He's stuck around to take himself a couple of turret plates. We have seen this already. Gets pushed back as well. This is just a buy time for the team to arrive.
Emperor's Divide just makes the positioning out of 369 that much more difficult. Flash for flash Up top side, 369 incredibly mobile, but Junja does land that little bit of CC as Nayu comes in really late. But maybe, with the help of Cream, with the help of a Shockwave, could turn this around. They answer one back. Hongq is now alone, flashes away, but cannot get out from Feng Yue. It is a double kill for Cream, and Top Esports show up right in time.
And this is just a really odd set of plays right here from JDG. They go push towards the top side of the map, and when I said, this is just an Emperor's Divide to buy time for the team, I expected a couple more members to be coming along. I think you'd expect that you would bring a few more over. Gala especially decides to just stay mid, keep pushing through the waves, and that leaves you exposed to the counter-engage out of TES. Yes, you do manage to pick up the kill onto 369, but this public execution specifically is massive. You can see, Junja tries to sidestep it, but just about gets caught on into it. It buys you enough time as 369 to flash away. You've got the massive speed up coming through as well, and the whole team is rotating through. In the picture-in-picture, Cream nearly dies right there. Should just be able to get on away, and it's just way too much time spent.
I love the body blocking out of Feng Yue as well. His
No,
skill
you're not
on the
allowed.
Poppy this split has been really on display, and in this game, you can feel it impacting the game plan of TES. Teleport up towards Junja as he is forced to expend Crescent Guard to survive. This next Mountain Dragon now firmly in the hands of Top Esports. They can start this whenever they want, and they're going to start it up now. JDG still have 5 members standing. Feng Yue has to play frontline for the team.
Ooh, I mean, you could just step up as Xiaoshu.
Nayu gets bumped right out of the pit by Headbutt, but Jackie free firing in the backline, actually doing very well with 369, flanking and publicly executing Gala. Top Esports turn the fight around at the Dragon Pit. Pick up, perhaps not the Dragon, but 3 kills on JDG? That's pretty good.
And they can turn back around and go straight on towards this Baron. I mean, it is going to be a little bit of a risky take. Wait, no. Hongq's decided to just push bot lane. He doesn't want to go and compete for this one at all. And that may well have been the throw out of JDG. Yes, they get themselves the Drake. Yes, they are on soul point. But what a weird split fight. I like the decision making out of TES, actually, to just step back for a second and not overplay onto this one. And right here, this is critical. The fact that you land another one of these beautiful keeper's verdicts that just completely wrecks the fight. And this public execution, once again, we talked during the draft phase about how public execution in and amongst big messy team fights, can be quite hard to land. So far, there's been no problems for 369.
Those 2 cooldowns, ultimates both, out of Feng Yue and 369, completely shift the course of the fight and completely shift the course of the game. This might not be a straight-up TES win in the same way as JDG were not completely home free coming up to the last fight, but the shift in momentum towards Top Esports that comes out of that fight is undeniable, and this next Dragon all the more risky as we've still got a ways to it. It will be soul point for JDG. Jockey going to get engaged on in the mid lane, but manages to get out of that as only Kaisa can do. Top Esports have their pick of the litter.
I mean, he's pretty slippery right there, just about going to be able to get on away. And what we saw in this previous teamfight is what's going to bear out for the rest of these teamfights. Which of the ADCs is allowed to sit and hit? If Jachi is allowed to sit and do his damage, well then these should be win teamfights for TES, but...
Public execution. Right onto Junja, now stunned into the wall. Cannot be damaged from far away. Feng Yue ejects 3 members of JDG, and that makes it an easy pick on the jungler. 5v5, difficult. 2v5, not so much.
I mean, it felt a little bit like an anti-synergy at first, you know, that's 3 members who have just had a big chunk of damage done to them, who've punted away, but it works out in the end. The re-engage coming through from JDG.
Nayu, fortunately enough health to tank up tower for a little while longer. No more public execution, though, means that Gala should be all the safer, but he takes a big chunk of damage out of Cream, who is now feeling much more comfortable in the Orianna with 2 items completed. Jockey, not even present for the fight, shoves a wave into the mid lane, continues to extend the gold lead for Top Esports, and specifically for himself. 2,000 gold in the favor of Jockey. He might not be Thanos snapping people, but as a Kaisa with the dive composition, he's as close as you're going to get in the LPL.
Yeah, I think you're going to be more than happy with the way that he's been playing this one out. The Fiend Hunter bolts as well in inventory is just going to be ripping through people right here. As soon as he pops that ulti, just taking people's heads off. But it's not just Jachi right here. Cream has also been an absolute sniper, just moving the ball around, command attack. Every single time has been landing onto Gala, and it's doing half health off of him. Gala as well is in a very strong position. He's been forced to go towards shield though, so a little bit less damage for a little bit of extra survivability for him because of the damage that Cream and Jachi have been doing to him. TES, they weren't ahead at 15 minutes, which usually spells disaster for them, and with an early game focused team, they've been able to fight back into this one. A very impressive look so far. Can they close it out?
1 minute left on Dragon spawn. And Fang Yue definitely doing his job, setting up vision and cutting out JDGs around bot side of the jungle. It is the goal of Top Esports to make this uncontestable, and I will say, fortunately for JDG fans and team alike, this is a Dragon you can't afford to give up.
Yes, absolutely. Stepping up a little bit too far right here to go compete for a Drake that you don't need isn't really going to be worthwhile for them. If you get the good angle for a team fight, though, I can see JDG still trying to compete for this one. They have been very aggressive so far. Gala specifically, he looks like he is trying to have that hero moment, that all-pro moment potentially. And if he can find it, I mean, this game is still on a knife's edge. As much as there is a 3k gold lead, JDG, they're just about coming up to that 3-item mark across the board. That's where this composition truly gets online.
Every single summoner up across both teams, and you have to imagine that they want to keep it that way. Top Esports are fishing for ways to blow summoners from JDG, so that not even around this Dragon, but around the Baron that comes up in 2 minutes, it's all the easier for them to take. But Top Esports, for all of that, could give up a risky position themselves. Cream's TP'd in, almost equalizing the numbers, and down comes Jockey. It's 4v4 on the bot side, as we saw both top laners now stepping away from each other, with one TPing back towards the fight. It is going to be
going in.
Xiaoshu that comes in, goes for the engage, and forces the flash out of Cream. That is big. Nayu stuns him right back, but Sion, being Sion, takes 0 damage. Huge flank out of 369, unspotted as of yet. He's going to look for access on Gala. Vampire playing Peel for his AD carry.
Vampire finds 369. That can snap this engage in half. There we go.
Dragon half HP, and out goes the Alistair. 369 looks for Gala. Forces a flash out of him, which is big. Still zoning out the AD carry. Junxia in the front lines with a whole lot of crescent guarding going on as well. JDG take almost no damage, but Gala commits for Nayu and gets instantly deleted by Cream. It is a huge amount of damage coming out of the Orianna, and JDG, with just 2 members left, will give up their last, and it is an ace for Top Esports on the Dragon to follow.
They're going to get themselves another one of the Dragons, and you can now establish control across the board as well. 30 seconds until the Baron is going to be spawning. I'm not sure they can instantly start this one back up, but a teleport, but a base, and back out onto the map is going to look great. JDG, I mean, I understand wanting to fight for this. You're getting into the strong point, but Gala, way too aggressive in the end.
We'll take a look at how this impacts the fight as well. Vampire gets booted out by the Keeper's verdict.
And that's going to be your Peel all of a sudden just gone. Still, Gala at this point with the flash away from that public execution is massive. And at this point, he's dealing himself some decent damage. He's hitting through the shield for the most part, though. Only just now starts dealing damage onto Nayo. Nayo able to get away. And this is just... I get it. You're looking to take out the jungler, but you know that all of your opponents are stood in the bush. This is exactly what we've been highlighting as, oh boy...
Cut back to live, just continues being a good news story for Top Esports. Jockey, Thanos, snaps, Hongq, and Top Esports now have the Baron, no mid laner to face up against, and an engage from JDG to protect a little bit of vision is fine. It's fine.
Hey, you gotta try something. I mean, at this point, you're beginning to bleed this game out. Gala heading back to base, see if he's got another fully completed item. If he does, maybe there's a chance to turn things around. Yes, he is going to be able to grab that Mortal, so at least you've got that little bit of extra damage onto Gala. But when we were talking about this player, we said he could be great, but he sometimes tries to do a little bit too much. Right now, though, he is going to have to step up big for his team.
What shockwave from Cream, that has been given specifically to Gala. No other member of JDG has had the honor of wasting Cream's shockwave so far. Another big shield out of Nayu, just completely negates any retaliation that JDG might have. What a shockwave connecting onto 4 members, and as Scion rockets forward, Xiaoshu expires before the train even reaches its end. Public execution right on top of Hongq, leaves the 0 at 1 HP, and it's 369 and Nayu all over the backline of JDG, with Junja the last standing and the last to fall. It'll be a double kill picked up by Nayu, and a win in Game 1 picked up by Top Esports against JDG.
As much as JDG came into today as the favorites, Top Esports, they're playing for top 4. They needed to win this series. What a performance it was. I feel like everything we had expected, everything we'd set up coming into today got flipped on its head. That was Cream playing incredibly well. That was Gala stepping way too far forwards and getting himself caught out. And that was TES overcoming a gold deficit at 15 minutes.
And we definitely saw what happens when Gala's team is not ahead. As much as we're talking about this guy for All-Pro, you mentioned yourself that his strength is going to be when your team is ahead, when you're able to make plays happen off the back of everyone else actually being in a pretty comfortable position. That was not the case here, and we saw how that's actually a pretty big weakness of Gala, at the very least in this game, against a composition that, if we can be honest, was meant to kill him.
Absolutely, everything about TES's comp was meant to go in and make the lives of Hongq and Gala as miserable as possible. Hongq got away with it a little bit more by virtue of being a Z, you get to sit a little bit further back, but Gala was having a pretty miserable time of it overall, and the fact that he likes to play as aggressive as he does when his team is in a great spot is awesome, it looks wonderful, and sometimes when his team's behind, he finds that team fight and he turns it around and he gets all of the highlight clips. That's why people love Gala. I love watching Gala for that reason too, but it's gotta be stressful. As a JDG fan right here, it was stressful in the previous years, an IG fan where you're like, dude, no, don't go for that play. Why are you flashing over that wall? It can sometimes cost them very dearly.
Yeah, at times, you could definitely see JDG losing composure in a matchup that, I'll be honest, I don't think that they realized they were going to lose until it was much too late. Top Esports did a fantastic job, again, despite not having a gold lead at 15 minutes. Once they got one post 15, they did not let it go, and it was around some incredible team fighting that they were able to put together. 369's public executions really lining up, of course, but I gotta give love to Feng Yue. This guy's Poppy completely changed the game for Top Esports, and I'd go so far as to say that if that Poppy were not in the game, they probably lose this game.
Yes. I mean, you saw during the draft phase, they were going back and forth between the Rakan and the Poppy and deciding whether or not they needed themselves a little bit of extra tankiness, whether or not they were going to play with some non-committal engage, or just we ball. And hey, in the end, they decide to go all the way in with the Poppy, and I would put Feng Yue as my MVP for this game. It's not going to reflect in the stats, of course, looking at who did the damage right here. 369, you can't take it away from him. Other than that first top lane play where he walks in and dies for a turret play, everything else that he did in this game was incredibly impressive. But Feng Yue was everything to this win. He was all over the map, and in these team fights, the fact that he was laser point accurate with that keeper's verdict, punting people out multiple big team fights in a row where you only win them because he's able to move people out of the way and buy space for his ADC, for his mid laner to be able to do their jobs.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of those plays right now. The nice turnaround from Top Esports here was a big turning point in this game, much like the fight around the Dragon Pit that occurred just a few minutes earlier. JDG got caught extending a little bit too far for their own good, and that was a funny turnaround to see, especially given what we had foreshadowed with Cream earlier.
That was the turning point right there. If you don't overcommit top lane for that one kill onto 369, you probably have this game go completely differently. This was kind of the icing on top of what had already been a turnaround game with the beautiful keeper's verdicts. You're seeing them in every single fight with the public execution landing onto the correct members every time. It's pretty rare, I think, at this point in the meta for us to have a top laner and a support be kind of the best bits of the overall team fights, but that's what this was.
Yeah, like, looking at that fight again, I know that we talked about ejecting Vampire from the fight because Vampire is Gala's peel, but taking away Honkyu as well, the only way Honkyu rejoins the fight is teleporting on top of an Ambessa. And you tell me, Bloxer, the last time that a winning team fight started with your mid laner teleporting on top of Ambessa.
I'm sure it's happened in a bronze lobby somewhere, right? But not at this level. I mean, not unless you make some kind of horrible mistake. Yeah, it just really was the sniper show out of Fengyue to be able to hit every single one of them. I don't think we watched him miss a single one of the Keeper's verdicts. Even get flashed away from, right? There were a couple of times, I think, in this game, it's worth mentioning, where we just saw a lot of these unstoppable onslaughts going pretty far wide out of Zhaoshu. Because people were flashing away from them, and you're like, okay, at least you get a flash. But it wasn't the case for Fengyue. He wasn't getting his ulti flashed away from. He was making them hit every single time. He was finding the correct moments or the flashless members. It's that extra level you can go to that's not just blowing cooldowns from your enemies, but actively winning teamfights for your squad. And for a top esports that, we will repeat, are competing for a top 4 spot in Group Ascent right now, what a critical game to really step up in.
And who off the back of this game... There is a very realistic chance that they do this. I think back to this morning series, for those of you who were here just about an hour ago, and you could tell after game 1, things were not going to go that well for Thunder Talk. You could tell coming into the series, but after game 1, I mean, man, oh man. This game, you come off of it and you go, yeah, well, JDG may be the favored team, but oh yeah, they gave it to a support, baby.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You know it's a good performance when the support gets it, especially in a game where an Ambessa did have a pretty pop-up performance and a couple big plays. Hey, 369 was good, but Fengyue, absolutely, this is the single most ethical player of the game vote we've had all split long. Beautiful.
That's me kissing my screen right now. Oh my god. I was so afraid they weren't going to give it to Fengyue.
I was ready for the 369 MVP right there.
369, I also thought, like he had a couple of good plays, but... And man, great recognized great. And the LPL broadcast, they recognize Fengyue. That is a great way to send ourselves off. So I continue saying great. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited about the support MVP. This game 1, though, absolutely delivering as TES fight for their spot in the knockout stage. Fight to get out of the Knight's Road. And JDG, the team standing in their way, now looking a little shakier after game 1. We'll see what game 2 has for us right after the break. Welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. Realizing moments ago that I had failed to send out my own tweet about how everybody should be tuning into the series. I was too locked in during our pregame. I finally sent one out now, so if you're just joining us, welcome. I'm sorry that I typed that tweet in all caps, but it's just been that exciting of a series.
It's a great game.
With Top Esports, up 1-0. Not what the audience would have predicted, and we know that. I'm not making it up. Because the LPL broadcast showed us that like 98% of the audience predicted that JDG was going to win that game. Not an erroneous guess, however, in this particular case, did happen to be wrong because Feng Yue is just him.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two teams coming into today, you're coming off of at least a win for JDG. They've overall looked like the better team. Top Esports 3-6 at the moment, and still fighting for one of the top 4 spots in Group Ascend. It was very much looking like a JDG favored series, and the fact that they've lost this first game, hopefully it lights a fire under their butts and they get themselves back into order, because that was a pretty bad game from them overall. It looked fine for the first 15-16 minutes. They were slowly scaling up, but then there were just a couple different mistakes. Odd map play, moving towards the top lane when they probably shouldn't have, and Gala getting way too aggressive in one fight, trying to be a hero, trying to put the team on his back, and it just cost them the game.
Yeah, Gala, definitely a player that, as you mentioned before, needs to be ahead in order to make full use of that. When he has an advantage, man, does this guy look unstoppable.
Oh, yeah.
But it is a question that is now posed to JDG of when they fall behind, who is that member that's going to get them back into it? Because we couldn't see anybody picking up that mantle during the first game. Maybe that's because they were being constantly ejected from fights by the keeper's verdict, but I guess we'll get to find out in this game, because Poppy's off the table now, as is every champion played in game number 1, and notably Azir joins them. We talked about this in the draft phase, but JDG's pick of Azir did two things. Yes, it got a good mid laner for Hongq, but it also denies Top Esports' most picked champion for Cream. 8 picks, 25% win rate, but 8 picks.
Hey, maybe it's a little bit of a roundabout way of buffing Top Esports, making it so that Cream can't pick this champion, has to play something else, because hey, he actually looked really good on that Orianna. He was really effective with those shockwaves. He was also just using the command attack to buy a lot of space. It made Gala really uncomfortable in a lot of these team fights, was keeping him at the edge of his auto range, not able to lay down the damage that 3-4 item Yanara really should have been able to do. And the biggest criticism we've had of him is not really looking at his map, having a real lack of map awareness. He got caught out once on the bottom lane. It cost his team the kill gold and a tower bot lane, which wasn't ideal, but it really wasn't the end of the world in the game, and I thought overall he had a much cleaner game than we've seen from him recently. If he can keep it up in this second game, even, make sure you cut out that one extra death that you had on the bottom side of the map, Cream could be getting back into form at the exact point at which you want him to begin ramping up.
And we did mention that outside of Orianna, Azir, most of the champions that Cream is playing have a very different play style. I know he's whipped out the Syndra a couple times, but this is also the guy who gave us a Yone, who's given us 3 Akalis, who's given us 2 Silases, and the difference between playing a champion as a mid laner that gets to sit at 600 plus units, or that has to get up in the enemy's base is a big one. I would love to see a Sylas out of Cream. I think it's been a really good pick for him. I think he looks very comfortable on Sylas in team fights, especially if he's able to correct some mispositioning, but it does require a little bit of draft magic to be worked by Top Esports, especially when JDG will likely be aware that that is a possibility.
Absolutely. I mean, there is a little bit of diversity in the pool for Cream. He can go towards the more aggressive picks. He can play the more sit back, just to kind of allow the game to happen to you picks. I think he has looked better when he's been able to be aggressive. I think the control mages just haven't really been working out for him. Over on the other side of the map, Hongq, pretty quiet game from him overall. Had a moment or two where the Azir looked okay, but for the most part wasn't finding any massive Emperor's Divides, wasn't able to split up the team fights. Once again, everything we say about what you were doing as JDG in that game has to have the caveat of Feng Yue was just punting people into next week, and it was making it very tricky for them to play out. But we'll see what the pickup is going to be for Feng Yue as well coming into this next round. He has one of the biggest champion pools of any of the teams that we have seen, any of the supports that we've seen definitely. Plays almost everything. In terms of things he really likes, you've still got all of the basic engage supports available. You've also got the Bards, the Nikos, the Lulus, and the Namis, if you maybe want to go towards a slightly different style of play down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, one of the other notable things is that the dive composition worked really well out of Top Esports last game because they were able to pick up a Kaisa with this, and a lot of the game plan for Top Esports does have to be pulling Jackie into a position where he's able to impact fights relatively safely as well. Look out for things like the misfortune that he's definitely favored during the course of this split, as right now, draft can be started off, and already you can tell JDG have done their research. Akali banned already, first round.
Yeah, taken straight off of the board alongside that Malphite, so you're really looking to crack down on some of these big explosive pickups that TES could go on towards. It's also just the standard bans at the moment of the Nico and the Jace, so if you're looking towards picking something up really early on in the draft, in terms of things that are really very strong at the moment, we'll see if the Varus gets banned out right here, or if the Rumble slips on through. Either of those, very easily first pickable.
Vi Ari effectively denied last ban from JDG. We'll see what it is that Top Esports want to target out with their last ban. Because ultimately, things like the Varus were taken out of contention. Jarvan also really good. We did talk about how that's 100% win rate for JDG right now. And a great elimination.
And it is going to be that Rumble locked in. I mean, anytime that the Rumble slips through the ban phase, you expect somebody to pick it up. And Xiaoshu going to grab that one. It's something that he hasn't played so much of, three games of it so far, and he's had relatively good success on it, but as soon as you pick up the Rumble, the other side of that coin is going to be the Varus. These are some of the top 2 picks that are very rarely actually allowed through into games, and it's something I really do want to see Joshi play, because I think it is one of his best pickups. It's just one of the best pickups in the meta in general.
Instantly locked it alongside Wukong for Top Esports. They are going to look really good around first item breakpoints. As soon as you see Varus and Wukong, that second and third dragon fight get a lot riskier for JDG, but this is a pick I'd really like to see. 75% win rate, highest win rate left for Gala is the Sivir, who actually lanes pretty darn well into Varus.
Absolutely does, and it's just one of those pickups that really works with the overall style of play from JDG. They like to pair up alongside a very roam-heavy mid laner, something like the Talia or the Ryze potentially, so that you can go and get involved alongside your Sivir, make things happen for them. At the same time though, you are very much leaning towards that later game scaling once again, something that didn't work out for you in the previous game. So can you smooth that curve off a little bit? I'd like to see a more aggressive jungle pick.
Might be locked in right now, and I think this fits the bill. Nocturne still available, and JDG snapped that right up. Aggressive jungle block search. JDG have got you.
Yeah, I mean, that was the most aggressive one left available, and I do love that they have slammed that. It really does just smooth out the curve for the game. You've now got something to play around early on for the level 6, and then you've got your late game scaling coming through from your Sivir. And the joys of the Rumble is that with his current power in the meta, he's good the entire game. There's no point at which this champion really begins to fall off. There's a cat on my screen. I'm very happy about that. I'm also happy to see Cream pick up his Ryze. It's a champion that he's, again, looked pretty good on. Not picked it up so much. He's not played it anywhere near as much as Honkyu has, but I like the takeaway specifically. Having the heavy roaming mid laner alongside your Sivir really helps, so you've taken that away.
Yeah, now having Ryze available to make some plays out of mid lane as well, Realm Warp can really change the course of a fight, and Cream can threaten so many angles in the same way as 369 was doing last game, just with a well-placed Realm Warp in a team fight that'll force Gala to reposition. A Nivea takeaway, really just going to be targeted up against a Ryze matchup and something that Honkyu is a little bit more comfortable on, but I like where JDG are focusing right now, making sure that top lane doesn't really have any autonomy into a Rumble that should be powerful.
Yeah, you don't want your top lane matchup to be something hyper-aggressive that you actually have to go and play around overly. You want the Rumble to be able to be in a strong spot overall. I wonder if the Renekton might be something that you may potentially look at. The lane matchup isn't particularly good, but it works really well alongside the teamfight look for TES. Otherwise, I mean, there's always the very aggressive options. Zehen still remains on the board. It's something these players have been looking towards more and more recently, as I feel like players are figuring out this champion.
Yeah, and definitely can do pretty well into Rumble. But as you say, it is a matter of how comfortable 369 actually is on it. Gonna wait and find out as Rakan gets locked in. So top lane counter pick has been available this whole time, but they are really saving it on Top Esports. Instead, going to let the Nautilus move into Rakan, so actually a favorable pickup in terms of matchup for JDG here.
Oh, okay, I like that. I really like that. We were talking about what you can do with the mid lane, and, well, it's not going to be heavy roaming, but it is just going to be super aggressive, and also into the Wukong, into the Rakan. That miasma is going to be so difficult to deal with. A real nope button that you have now unlocked for yourself. The amount of shred damage you have as well is going to be massive. For TES, you need something tanky in the top lane to just round the composition out. They are going to go towards the Cassante. You don't look like you like that very much.
I just don't love that we save counter pick for Cassante. You could have picked this at any time. Cassante is such a nothing matchup into the Rumble. It's the most common matchup. It's one of the most common matchups in the world across all divisions of League of Legends right now. Cassante into Rumble is just slam dunk. But we save it all the way for counter pick when we've now let that affect our bot lane as well. Feng Yue got a weaker matchup into Vampire as a result of it, and I don't know. You're right. This does round out the composition. Yes, it's tanky. Yes, it's nice for top esports, and it's probably not the focus, but from a drafting perspective, I think we could have done a little better.
It could have certainly been far more interesting, but it does round out what they are looking to do, and especially into a JDG composition that is really aggressive. I mean, I feel like we have flipped the script of the previous game straight on its head. This is now very much going to be a JDG with an aggressive composition where you're trying to get things going early on through your Nocturne, and then transition it into a later game where your Sivir really comes online, where your Cassiopeia can rip through people. I mean, your Cassiopeia can begin to rip through people pretty early on, so can your Rumble. This is a really aggressive composition overall. You're kind of just waiting until a little bit later when Gala gets online fully with his Sivir.
Yeah, there's not an incredible amount outside of the what am I looking for? Nautilus that you have in terms of really super hard CC that is coming in. But what you do have on the side of JDG is a composition that's incredibly difficult to get on top of. You may not be able to start a fight instantly in your favor, but you can kite back like nobody's business, and having to walk through an equalizer and boomerang blades, that is tough. We'll see if that is the answer for JDG in Game 2.
Alrighty, let's jump on into this one. Remembering the stakes here, TES winning this matchup gives them their best shot of being able to make it into the top 4. Lose? There's no way. If you win here, you're still reliant on other teams from making wins, making losses. If Weibo win, you're still locked out, but at least you've got a chance. For JDG, there's a lot more that needs to happen for them to move up in seeding. They're still locked into the top 4, but still an incredibly important matchup for both of these teams, and with very different compositions than what we saw in game number 1.
I'm really loving this right now because no matter who wins, I know that I win. I'm going to feel really good if top esports are able to convert this into another victory because of how unlikely that seemed at the start of the day. And by the same token, if JDG can answer back and give us a series with this composition as well, man, things are going to look good. Right now, the 369 Xiaoshu matchup working pretty darn well as level 2 is hit by 369, and unfortunately that turns into a really rough time for Xiaoshu, who does not lose a whole lot of minions for it, but does get bullied.
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit taken away from him, but should overall be fine. With these junglers starting towards the top side of the map, we could potentially see them influencing onto the bottom lane, but I would be surprised. I don't think this is quite the level of explosivity in the bottom lane that we could potentially have seen in the previous game. For right now, you're just going to get the expected level of push as Gala, and for the most part, you expect Gala kind of just to sit by himself in the bottom lane, absorbing as much gold as possible, trying to get himself to those item breakpoints, which should unlock Vampire to go and play across the rest of the map, because mid lane is very gankable, top lane very gankable as well. If he's unlocked on the map, that's going to be a big problem for TES.
We'll see how much they're able to make sure that Vampire gets to impact the map, as right now junglers are finishing up their first clears and could look to gank a lane. Nobody particularly overextended outside of the JDG bot side, who just now is going to lay down a little bit of vision. Skirmish could happen over the Scuttle Crab as well, and JDG have first roam, so Nayu will move up towards the mid lane and drive by Honkyu into the top side Scuttle.
Not going to be any surprises right here. Nayo is going to just move through mid lane. He does go for a little bit of damage. Why not? Gets a little bit of extra mana out of Honkyu as well. But Junjia doesn't look like he wants to just instantly concede this one. You're right about the skirmish. Just wrong side of the map.
Odd to see Junja stepping up so far for this, but it is a
Oh,
2v2,
no.
and Fear is going to land. Junja flashes over the wall onto Nayu and ends up picking up first blood for his mid laner as the poison from Hongyu ticks away.
Oh, I mean, at that point, Cream had pretty much entirely run himself out of mana. Hongyu now keeps bullying onto him, and the second that Noxious Blast landed from Hongyu, that was completely over. Those Twin Fangs early on does such a ridiculous amount of damage.
Super nice opener for a Cassiopeia as well. First blood into a Ryze matchup. We already know that Cassiopeia is going to scale monstrously, but a nice early game as well is certainly going to make them feel a lot better about it, and Hongyu, off to a great start, should make JDG feel a lot more comfortable.
And it's not just Hongyu right here. I mean, Junja manages to get that double scuttle off as well. It makes the map a lot harder to play for TES. It gives you that extra little bit of gold and level on towards that first upgraded smite, and getting yourself towards that level 6, that critical point for a Nocturne where you can start really trying to impact onto the map. Junja going to be very, very happy with the way that this early game has played out so far.
Classic mid laner sticking around with low health, low mana, and Nayu really wants to answer back. Cream flashes away, but Hongyu will be finished off a little bit too greedy, even with his early lead on Cassiopeia.
As much as we were talking about how it was a good early set of plays for JDG, yeah, sticking around a little bit too far, not respecting the fact that, well, I mean, what else were you really going to be doing in that situation? The Wukong doesn't have any more camps to be playing to. Nayu really needs to find somewhere to get some gold going, and so mid lane was really going to be the obvious spot. Hongyu not really been known so much for his over-aggression and getting caught in lane, so that is a little bit worrying for JDG, but shouldn't impact the game too much.
Shashu gets the tower plate and doesn't die for it. Already, top lane looking a little bit more stable this game.
That was completely baffling. I'm going to look back at that play after we're done and really try to get into the mind of 369. Why? For what reason? Hey, I respect
make a Netflix
it.
show about it. If you're able to connect with that kind of mindset, I think you've unlocked something.
True, very, very true. So it is going to be this first Drake started up right here by JDG. They've got themselves push going on in the bot lane, so very unlikely you can try to compete onto this one, especially with Nayu heading into the top lane at the moment. An early Drake stacking could be really impactful here for JDG. You've got yourself a composition that wants to be playing aggressive early on, has a good scaling into the late game, so having the Drake stacking in your favor, allowing you to control the tempo of the game going forwards, will be really good for them if they can keep it up, obviously. It's just going to be the first Drake for the moment.
Yeah, especially keeping in mind that one item spikes and level 6 spikes for both teams are really strong, but top esports, especially around the combination of Wukong and Varus, do have an incredible amount of teamfight potential that they can use around second and third dragon. So JDG having access to the first one just sets them up really well. Gala avoids a huge amount of damage with a spell shield, and that is just a fantastic trade for JDG bot side as a result.
They haven't not had pressure down in the bottom lane this entire game, and don't expect that to turn around for quite a while. So long as you do keep Vampire down in the bottom side of the map, I actually don't think it's the end of the world right here for Jachi and Fangue. You don't want Vampire roaming around the rest of the map, and because the Varus is so strong at farming, you are still able to keep yourself up in terms of the CS pretty much. It's not too bad.
Definitely a Sivir moment, though, when you're constantly being shoved in the bot side. Unfortunately, Change the Corruption go wide. The Jockey expending that cooldown, not the worst thing in the world. Fishes for something, but realistically, with dragging up in 4 minutes, he'll have it back for that, and it's very clear, based on that cooldown expenditure, that he wasn't planning to rotate up for the Grubs anyway.
No, it doesn't look like either of these bot lanes are particularly interested in heading up towards the top side of the map. 30 seconds until those grubs do spawn. The level 6s have been ticked now for the junglers. Junja actually got himself the level 7. He's really been able to accelerate himself ahead through this early game. So now the next question is going to be, when does that paranoia get popped and where does it go? Because whenever I watch a Nocturne on my screen, it feels like that first paranoia really dictates how the rest of the game goes. It's a long cooldown and it's a massive part of your kit. If you hit it and you get a kill or at least expend a flash or something out of someone, it's all good. If you miss that first paranoia, it can put you so far behind.
Really look out for supports roaming up as well, because JDG have to be aware of that. First ult being as impactful as it is for any Nocturne, you're going to want as much in the area to move that play in your favor as possible. And Vampire showing up the mid lane is a great indicator of exactly that. He's moved up no level 6 as opposed to Feng Yue's level 6. So a little bit of a stronger team fighter now in the Rakan, but that's not going to impact JDG's game plan too much. They do start off the Void Grubs, planning to at least grab one before Top Esports move up for the subsequent 2. They have the numbers advantage here and, as we said, the level advantage.
I think they still do want to fight for this one, potentially. You've got multiple members roaming along, although you are going to have the Cassante joining that bit quicker. Okay, yeah. Just the slightly faster rotation out of 369 because he had the shove means there's no real way as JDG to compete for that one. They are going to grab themselves a single one of the grubs, so at least it isn't going to be all 3. But the big part of that is with the supports roaming away, all of a sudden Gala loses that pressure he's been enjoying throughout the entirety of this game so far. And it does just give a little bit of extra CS over to Jachi.
We can see how quickly that matchup turns as well. It's been gold leads all the way across the board for JDG up until that very same moment. Paranoia, however, immediately unleashed onto the bot side, will be interrupted by the level 6 from Feng Yue, but that does not stop his AD carry from going down. Kill collected by Junja, and first Paranoia has gone pretty well, Bloxer.
It has indeed. That is brilliant news for Junja and exactly what you want to see as a JDG fan. I really like the timing of that as well. You know that Gala's getting pushed in the second that you don't have Vampire in the area, and you know that you've got a couple of seconds where Jachi's trying to retreat back where you can go in. And through that darkness as well, Feng Yue trying his best to save his ADC, just cannot see where it is he needs to be.
Joshua did not have access to Equalizer then, so 369, as much as he wanted to convert onto a kill, wasn't able to contend with simply the fancy feat out of a Rumble. Hongq pretty confident in the matchup up against Cream as well, knowing that he's got backup on the way in the form of Junja should he need it, who's just rotated through the mid lane. However, focus really has to be towards bot side, Dragon spawning in under a minute.
And look at the items right here. That's a really fast rower complete for Hongq. He's going to be getting that stacked all the way up to 10 very, very quickly. I mean, I think that's one of the fastest rowers that I've seen in a while. Obviously, did get himself that first blood gold, but even beyond that, to be able to farm yourself up to that point, very, very impressive from him. And we'll see how much that is going to help him later on into the game. You need to get to that 2-item break to really be as effective as possible. Rower, Seraphs, and then you can just rip through people.
You can tell the solo laners are dialed in by JDG right now. 113 and 115 CS respectively. They are, or were, in the next 7 seconds, I'll be using the past tense, above par for CS numbers in a game, especially at the professional level, where you want to be hitting at least 10 CS a minute. And above that, just a bonus. Just a big old bonus. Junja does have Paranoia back, though, and everybody from top has to respect that.
The boss side of the map, though, very, very lit up for TES. They've got themselves quite a few deep wards. JDG going to try to spot a couple of those out, push a few of those away, and without too many teleports from the top side, you're not so worried about going for this play. It is going to be contested, though. You do have Nayu running his way down. Cream as well has got himself... Sorry, just used the ulti to get back to the lane, actually, so isn't going to be able to teleport himself in from here.
Joshua's teleport, 369 does not. Engage happens with Vampire on the bot side, and unfortunately, Miasma costs Feng Yue most of his HP. Cream walks into the river, but is unable to stop the dragon from going down. Huge ultimate from Cassiopeia. Hongq almost deleting the jungler entirely, but Junja commits into the backside and immediately is going to be answered back. It is 1-for-1 with a dragon going to JDG. Cream trying to play backline, but Boomerang Blade almost finishes off Feng Yue, 1 HP and will go down to Gala, but Cream answers back with the help of Jackie, taking down Hongq. Gala's running for the hills, does not have a whole lot of cooldowns left and no spell shield left to save him. Top Esports, they may lose the dragon, but they are collecting members of JDG one by one.
Vampire looked like he was going to go for a little bit of a save onto his ADC. Nope. Flashes straight over the wall and will use a final dredge line to be able to get himself out from that play. The kill score ends up 4-for-4 and the Drake does go over to JDG, so it will be a victory for them overall. But what a messy team fight, and this is just a bad decision right here from Junja. Vampire starts it off very well, as you highlighted. The miasma so frustrating. It's one of the best parts of a very good kit in the Cassiopeia in general. This though from Junja. Why? Play with your team. if he plays with his team right here, you get yourself that first initial kill onto the enemy jungler. You can turn straight back around and kill Cream as well. And then you can maybe try to play onto Jachi and Fengue. He decides to go for Glory right there, straight onto Jachi, and it just doesn't work out. He barely does any damage to him.
Got a similar problem that happens with Vampire as well, walking into the choke point where both Varus and Ryze are very happy to deal with you. There is so much extra damage coming out of Ryze because of the constant procs of spell flux that he's getting. And it's an awkward position for JDG, but they did get the dragon, so not all is lost.
Oh no, just about going to be able to take his own blue buff back away. I do hope that JDG can learn from the mispositioning error of that previous team fight, because it's not like they have the same composition they had in the previous game. You have yourself a Cassiopeia and a Sivir. You want standard front to back. You need to buy space for those carries, otherwise they just die and they won't be able to do the damage they need to. Just running off into the backline as Junjie as Vampire, it works when you're looking for picks, but in team fights that's not going to fly, so they need to clean that one up. Still, now looking forward a minute until the Herald is going to spawn, and for the minute, TES once again have good vision control on the top side of the map.
JDG will get to clear this bottom side out, leaving Junjie with nothing to focus on but the Rift Herald. I want to see some resets coming in as well, setting up a little bit of vision around the area. Bonq's been left to side lane, and up against 369 should feel pretty confident doing so, as Cassiopeia is so incredibly fast now that she can get boots.
Snake with boots. Hey, it literally won the game for Weibo last time they played up against JDG, so you know what? Cool change. Move things around. I do really like the Swifties look whenever you go that way as well. Just so much extra movement speed if you want that side of things. Now, TES, they've got themselves control over this Herald pit, but at the same time, with Paranoia up and available, you can always get in as Junjie.
Who's on the other foot this time. 369 does have teleport to join the fight should he wish to. Top Esports won the 4v4 last time, now equalizing the numbers once again. Xiaoshu's got a pretty impressive flank right now, but out go the lights and inside the pit. Unfortunately, Junjie does not get the better end of that trade, loses the Rift Herald and loses his life as he tries to dive onto the back line. Well, JDG's back line have to run away, turn tail from the Ryze ultimate. Realm Warp really turning that fight even further in the favor of Top Esports.
And what a breath of fresh air this series has been for Cream. We've been highlighting how he's had himself a pretty dang rough time of it so far this split, but he's been looking way, way better. He had a good Orianna performance in the first game, and this Ryze that hasn't been one of his most impressive champions previously, looking so very good right here. Again, it just feels like a level of over-aggression out of JDG, and a split fight that you really can't afford to go for. This is Junjie twice now in these team fights, not making it work on this champion, and you gotta think, whenever you've got yourself the Nocturne, the pick potential is the big thing. Team fight's much trickier, and so far he just hasn't been able to find it.
I'm gonna check something. So I don't have the win-loss results memorized as much as I'd love to leave everybody to believe that I do. I wonder how often he wins on Nocturne, because the ultimates that we've seen out of Junjie so far have not been indicating a great level of coordination out of JDG with this champion. Even right now, moving up towards the top side, he may be able to collect one. 369 extremely low, and Junjie will actually find another kill. No Paranoia used, however, they will lose Dragon for it.
This season, he has been 50-50, 1 win, 1 loss on this Nocturne, and he has shown once again right here, on the picks he's really good, and in the team fights just hasn't been able to make it work anywhere near as well. Still, it looks like it should actually still be this top lane tower going down as that first brick, even through the Rift Herald, is gonna go down, and that's really nice right here from JDG. That extra influx of gold, 400 gold for that first tower, is really good for them, considering that they didn't have the Rift Herald to help out.
And around last Dragon fight, we also noted that Rumble, while he had teleport, did not choose to join the fight. Xiaoshu has been on an island in top lane, and that has got to pay off at some point. We are really going to be looking at equalizer cooldowns when JDG and TES end up in the same fights at the same times, because that is your biggest lead as JDG is on a Rumble who just has the single item right now, Leandries plus the boots, but that ultimate has to be turning team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have got to be finding those big game-changing ultis right here if you want any chance of being able to pull on through. Right now, I mean, this is a pretty aggressive look again out of TES, just constantly stepping up, pushing their vision as far forward as possible. This is a big part of why it's been hard for Judges to be able to play out a lot of these situations. He's constantly on vision, and it's just buying a lot of extra space right here for TES.
We are in a bit of a neutral state once again, as no objectives up for the next minute and 30 seconds when we will finally have the Baron online, and even then, sort of a fake objective for the first few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I do love that it's back to spawning at 20 minutes, it's like it was previously. Actual 20-minute Baron takes were exceedingly rare and take a very specific set of circumstances and a usually horribly lost team fight from your opposition to really go and look towards. But it's just to split your focus a little bit. You do have to be cognizant of the fact that, hey, especially right here as TES, JDG can rip through this one. I mean, they will have one of the fastest Baron takes you could possibly imagine. Anytime there's a Cassiopeia on your team, you will just shred through that objective. So they have to be constantly cognizant of the fact that, yeah, it could be taken from right under your nose, and that would be devastating.
Expending the spell shield early and having to burn the cleanse as well. Some nice chains of corruption by Jockey to pick up some critical cooldown, some critical safety from Gala in the mid lane. Quick engage onto 369 is going to net a full 0 damage onto the top laner for Top Esports. And TES continue shoving in the mid wave. They'd really like to unlock the mid lane for themselves, and they already have the health advantage in their towers.
Absolutely they do, but it is going to be very tough. This is one of the best things about having the Sivir, even during the earlier stages of the game where the Sivir isn't dealing as much damage to the opposing champions. The wave clear is still going to be massive. Still, with as many people moving onto the mid lane as there were, Cream is going to be able to grab this tower on the top side of the map, and that does expand this gold lead out to about 1.5k for TES. It's not as much as you would really want at this point in the game. You'd prefer to be up by about 3,000 to really feel secure. It is still a good job. We've been talking about how TES have struggled with early gold leads, and they've managed to establish one here.
Critical indicator for them throughout the season. Unfortunately, 369 just really not having a good time, and as this game goes on, going to continue to have a worse one up against Hongq. Does open up a win condition for JDG. If they're able to get enough side lane pressure, we have seen that convert into some incredible things for teams across the LPL. And it could be JDG that leverage that in this game alone. Xiaoshu up against Cream in the side lane as well, not going as poorly for him, especially as his top laner will join. No hard CC from this duo, however, leads to a nice realm warp and escape from Cream.
And this is the big problem as well with this JDG composition. The only bits of real CC that they have is the Miasma and whatever Vampire can do. And it's not no CC, but it is pretty tricky to constantly go for these plays without anybody to be able to lock people down. Plenty of damage available, and if you're able to layer a lot of these together, it can be massive damage for your team fights, but it is just some very hard to execute composition right here out of JDG. And TES just walking away from this one. They're going to be more than happy with the way that this game has gone so far.
They've done such a great job of contesting for vision in the bot side jungle that this dragon almost feels like a foregone conclusion. TES have been setting up for it for the past 4 minutes, and it is incredibly difficult for JDG to step into their bot side jungle, especially with their mid lane tower constantly under threat. Paranoia has just come off cooldown again. Junjia has been throwing out chains of corruption on cooldown himself and has about, well, 5 seconds left on that.
Yeah, and I mean, he can just keep on pulling that one through, looking, fishing, seeing if you can find yourself that potential pick, and if you ever do manage to land it onto one of those key members, just about going to be able to get away with his spell shield intact. That could be big going on forwards, as we have a look towards the Drake, and it's already going to be gone.
JDG do spot that. They know there's nothing they can do about it now. Unfortunately, it's their job to disengage. Nothing else to be gotten in this fight. Once Top Esports have the gold advantage and have the dragon, there is no point in trying to brute force the issue.
No, absolutely not, but you just lose this objective very easily. You're potentially going to give over all 4 of these Ocean Drakes, which would be a massive boon to a champion like the K'Sante, who could just use that all the way through. They're even able to step up right here and take this mid lane tower, expanding their gold lead out 2,500 gold at this point. And it does very much feel like TES are on the brink of making this a 2-0.
Another on cooldown Chains of Corruption by Jackie. He is proactively even, using his ult just to create space in the long run for the team. Using it for chunks, using it to burn cooldowns. He is not saving this for specific team fights or setups or picks. It is about pressure on the Varus, and you can really tell Jackie understands his role as the ADC in this game. It is not going to be a huge team fight difference maker if JDG end up finding a fight, because JDG are going to chew through a Varus once they're on top of him. It's about making sure that team fight never happens, because JDG can't step up.
Exactly. If you get yourself into just a straight sit and hit fight, that is where JDG is going to be able to pop off. But TES, so far, they've done a great job of avoiding that. And Cream, we've got to keep giving him his flowers. Was looking pretty bad previously. Now looking for a potential Realm Warp play right here onto Xiaoshu. I think Xiaoshu has recognized that something is afoot. Spidey senses are tingling. He is just going to step back. A good decision right there.
Somebody is a minimap enjoyer. This guy plays League of Legends. And it's never been a better time to have your eyes on that, as Baron is becoming a more realistic possibility. You already talked about JDG and their opportunity to burn the Baron, but you lose a top laner at 24 minutes into the game, and Baron still becomes quite a risky proposition, especially with the cross-map ability that top esports have.
Exactly, you can't just go and burn it because the Realm Warp can bring people over nice and quickly. Vampire trying to step up right here. Gala too being very aggressive right now. He's right on the brink of completing that third item, and oh, Vampire, oh no, no!
There goes the Chains of Corruption, and there goes a Vampire. Steps one moment too close to TES. Jackie will collect the second kill, but 369 has wanted to turn this into more. JDG have already been forced out of the river. They might even be forced out of a Baron, as with 2 picks going the way of top esports, they feel confident starting this objective up.
No jungler available right here for JDG, and this may well be them throwing the game away. Only the damage carry still available, and they can step up, but this Baron should just be gone. Equalizer to try steal it, doesn't manage.
Doesn't even do that much damage
No.
to top esports, as once again they collect the objective, and there is no point in continuing that fight for JDG.
And we came into today, right, talking about how TES were scrambling, were failing to get things going, didn't have map presence, weren't able to make moves around the map, and we came into today talking about whether or not Gala should be on your list for All-Pro, talking about the pros and cons, and we did really see it in game number 1, where he was trying to do too much for his team, and we talked about how he's so good when he's got his team in a good spot and he can play alongside them, he can elevate his team, but when Vampire is missing dredge lines, pulling himself into the back line, when all of a sudden your Nocturne goes flying in alongside too, it doesn't feel like he can overcome the deficits of his squad right now. The case for the All-Pro Gala feels like it has taken a real hit here today.
And I'm really encouraging you guys, if you got opinions on this, go to the Discord, send us your votes. Even better, send us your votes and your reasoning as well, because there are a lot of arguments for a lot of ADCs. Gala, the most recent one in the conversation. In goes another team fight, and out goes another Chains of Corruption, stopping Junja in his tracks. Jiachi playing these team fights with incredible spacing. That is a huge petrifying gaze that does a huge amount of nothing into a losing team fight. JDG managed to step away with their lives, but that's not what they came in looking for.
No, and that's going to be 4 flashes now off of the board, 3 of them just blown in that one play, and with these Baron-empowered cannon minions wrecking these towers, TES, they are knocking on the door of the base right now.
And looking for their series win. A win here, like we said, keeps the hopes alive for TES of making it into the knockout stage. We'll need a little bit more luck, but for right now, fate is being taken into their own hands, or especially into 369's, as he zones everybody off of the inhibitor and stays above half health while doing it. K'Sante moment for him, and perhaps a winning moment for top esports as they look for another fight. Out goes the hook, connecting with 369, the tankiest member of top, as Jackie gets time alone with Xiaoshu, and ultimately actually ends up being taken down by the Paranoia. Big turnaround by JDG. They've still got both Nexus towers up. Another petrifying gaze goes out. HongQ gets flashed on, and TES, they want to finish this game right now. Cream still alive, hitting the last Nexus Tower, and Junjia does not have the damage to deal with it. Popped into the GA while his support goes down, while Junjia emerges into a nightmare for JDG. It will be Top Esports that take game 2 and take the series.
That was not what anybody was expecting coming on into today. As we jumped into game number 1, you saw it on your screens. The LPL viewers believed that JDG were going to be able to win this one. We liked the compositions that JDG had got for themselves. We thought they had some exciting parts to them. But Top Esports, they felt like a different beast here today. This felt like the Top Esports that we have seen flashes of throughout this split, and if this is another flash, it will be disappointing. But if this is the beginning of them getting things together, hey, better late than never, and going into the playoffs is exactly the time at which you want to be coming online.
That is true. We did mention that Top Esports do not secure their position today, however. This is going to be a series that results in them just watching another series and hoping that IG take down Weibo, which will be coming up tomorrow. First series tomorrow. That is going to be one to watch if you are a Top Esports fan.
I'm pretty sure tomorrow is the last day that we have of the regular season in general, and that is going to be rounding everything out. With that loss, JDG, they lock themselves out of getting the top 1 or 2 spots. They could never have gotten top 1, but they could potentially have jumped BLG. BLG now are going to be locked into that second place. It will be AL, BLG, JDG, and then maybe it could be Top Esports as that 4th place team. They're going to be watching the Weibo series, seeing what it is that Weibo can show for themselves, but it's always good to do what you can do, and then hey, Weibo IG, I genuinely don't know which way that one is going to go. It should be Weibo favored, but they are by no means the complete dominant force that we have maybe been seeing them build towards the later half of this split.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple moments of weakness out of Weibo, and our Group Ascend standings will be finalized tomorrow as what you note, is our final day of the regular split. Let's talk a little bit more about these games, though, because when you think about a team coming into form, you mentioned it, Top Esports better late than never, 50-50 as to whether that's true. We'll see how it works out for them, maybe in the Knights Road, maybe in the knockout stage, but we definitely saw a very different Top Esports than we saw at the beginning of the split. This went 2-0 JDG's way at the start, and at the very end, it goes 2-0 to TES.
And we showed you the highlights, the lowlights of that previous game from Cream and how he just had a horrible time of it, and that was replicable across pretty much the entirety of this split. But in this game, and across the course of just 1 or 2 matches here or there throughout this split, he's looked really good, and this was really, really nice from him. It wasn't the biggest, flashiest plays, a couple of big shockwaves here and there, some good damage coming out from the Rise, but it was just consistent. He wasn't getting caught on the side lane in this second game at all. He only got caught on the side lane once, which is a major improvement from what we saw previously. If Cream's beginning to fire on all cylinders, I thought that Jachi as well played himself a very good game, especially on this Varus, but in both of the games as well. Then all of a sudden your carries are suddenly doing what you needed them to do. 369 was already playing really well. Fungyue, one of the most exciting players I think we've got in the LPL at the moment, popping off too. This is a team that others are going to really have to look out for.
My lord, and Jachi really stepping up this game as well. Last game we were talking about Fungyue, but it is the bot lanes that have made a huge difference in today's games for Top Esports and JDG. In this second game, the Varus positioning played such a huge factor. Wherever Jachi was positioned, Top Esports were winning. And that is really difficult into a Nocturne composition. But JDG were not able to execute, were not able to dive in the same way as Top Esports, on the other hand, were able to dive coming out of game 1.
And part of it, you kind of have to look towards the compositions that JDG had for themselves, where they were trying to play towards the later stages in that first game, and they did kind of get there, but they just made a couple of odd map decisions. The macro wasn't really there, and they throw it all away, and it was just good team fighting coming out of TES. And in the second game, Junjia, as much as he was really good with the picks on this Nocturne, could not figure out a way to make it work for the team fighting, and you're in a situation where you just don't have that non-committal CC. You are fully reliant on Vampire landing himself either a dredge line or that depth charge to be able to start the fight off, and unfortunately Vampire, he return to a little bit of the early day WE form. He launches that Dredge line into a wall, completely baits Ginger in, loses the team, the Baron, the Drake, and everything just snowballed out of control from there. The drafts I thought were a bit odd. I liked some of the aggression, I liked some of the synergies, but it didn't work overall. And especially in this second game, it didn't feel like they were playing to their win conditions.
I have to agree, and that's what's really standing out to me here. We're talking about Vampire having to go in, having to make plays happen, when realistically, that's not what the JDG composition was built for. Yes, it is their only way to initiate, but we talked about how with things like Sivir and Cassiopeia, this is a team that's incredibly difficult to get on top of. But they really had an identity crisis when it came to whether they wanted to play around Junjia's win condition, diving, making plays on Nocturne, or whether they wanted to play to their hyper carries win condition of kiting back. And unfortunately, they did neither very well.
No, you ended up in a rough situation where you've got someone flying in and someone flying back out again, and I mean, it's hard, right? You don't want to be playing backwards as a Nocturne. You don't want to be playing backwards as a Nautilus. You want to be going and getting your opponents, but that's not quite how the composition worked overall. For JDG, as we've been saying, right, it doesn't knock them out of top 4. They still do manage to avoid that Knight's Road, and they at least will be in that knockout stage. They've now got themselves about a week to be able to sit back, analyze what they did wrong, and come back stronger. But you would have really liked to have rounded out your regular season with a win.
Yeah, this one was a little bit difficult for JDG, but still high hopes for the roster. And as we talked about, this whole Gala situation that we started today off with was a real focal point that we kept touching on. I also want to throw some question marks towards Hongq as we approach the knockout stage. I've been really high on Hongq during the regular season. This was, in Game 1, I mean, a very quiet game for him because he wasn't in the team fights, and that's not his fault. Shout out Feng Yue. Game 2, that was not the case. We actually saw some really nice petrifying gazes come out of Cassiopeia, but that in itself, not nearly enough. And
No.
I'd like to see Hongq have a little bit more say in how these games play out, whether that be in terms of shot calling with the team, in terms of playing towards this incredible mid lane carry, or whether it be his own execution in the fights.
Yeah, he's, really stepped up, I think, this split, and I've been impressed with him, and I want to see him play even more games and really come into his own. But yeah, I would agree, it was very much Hongq not fully finding that efficacy that we've seen from him in some of their previous matchups. And I look back as well to that Weibo series that they lost recently, where again, Hongq didn't really get anything going. Gala was trying to put the team on his back and just couldn't do it all by himself. I feel like when we're having this discussion of the overall MVP, Hongq or Gala, you could have made a case for either of them before today, potentially. I don't think that All-Pro really is going to be a look for either of them. I think for Gala, it's particularly rough when you've got Elk playing like he's playing at the moment, but then also 1xN for LNG has just topped every statistical category. Yes, he's beating up onto significantly weaker teams. We'll see how they do in that Knight's Road, but there's just other ADCs that have been popping off that much more than Gala has been able to.
That's very true. It's been a really weird situation with LNG because, like, if you look at the league stats right now, they're on top of everything, but they're down in Group Nirvana, and it's like, how do we really evaluate the strength of this team? If we were to put this team up against even the JDG we saw today, what weaknesses would we see exposed? Given the way the top esports are performing, we already know, we can really see, especially when we get up to Group Ascend, how teams are exposing and addressing their weaknesses and the weaknesses of other teams. And it was very nice to see that in these games, that I think top esports really did address theirs. We talked about the Orianna pick being really important in Game 1, if not because Orianna carried the team, but because we didn't see a whole lot of missteps from Cream on Orianna, and that arguably the more important thing.
Yeah, Cream has shown us that when he's looking really good, he can be awesome. He can be, I'd say, one of the best mid laners that we've got in the LPL on his best days. But he also easily competes with one of the worst when he's not on, when he's not able to get things going and he's just getting caught on side lanes and playing badly. This wasn't a bad set of games from him at all. If he could just replicate this, if he can just be more middle of the road, I think he's got a good enough roster around him that they can carry him through, and then he can step up and find those moments. watching these replays back again, it really is so very stark that this composition just has two different identities within it, and it can't make them happen at the same time. Or maybe it can if you just play with a little bit more restraint. Judgy is not playing with restraint, though.
No,
Sorry, not Judgy.
Zhuzhe.
Not playing with any restraint.
He's just got a very different read on what's supposed to happen. Really clear in this Baron fight as well,
Yeah.
and especially when you are playing into a Varus who, as we praised earlier, Judgy looked incredibly comfortable on. Throughout the whole middle section of the game, was outputting crazy pressure, was playing with the confidence that he not only had his own positioning under control, but that his team had his back as well. JDG have to answer back in kind. They have to be really dialed in on one thing that they're going to do very well, and that's actually something that Top Esports had going for them in game number 1 at the same time. Game 1 gave us a Top Esports that looked really fantastic because they picked one thing their composition was going to do, and they did that thing over and over. Especially once they got a lead, they were impossible to stop it. We did not see that same thing happen for a JDG, who actually did have a lead, who did have a great early start to the game, but because of a split identity, we're not able to execute with as much simplicity and conviction as Top Esports were in Game 1.
It was just, unfortunately, not JDG's day right here. Looking at Top Esports, though, in this last game, who do you think takes that game MVP away? Because this is far more split for me. I think there's an argument for quite a few of the players.
The BM parts of me wants to give it to Zhuzhe, but probably Judgy, and it's Cream, so I should have just kept my mouth shut for 2 more seconds. I can't disagree with Cream. I was talking about Judgy all the freaking time in this game, but Cream did not end. Cream was a good rise.
Cream was really solid in this game, and he was pumping the damage as well. He was also just using that realm warp really effectively around the map, making good use of pushing out the side lanes, coming and joining his team. He was finding a couple flanks as well. For someone who we came into today with a lot of criticism of, if he can perform like this going forwards, that's going to fix a lot of the problems that Top Esports have. I think he has definitely, at least in this final game, upgraded himself from Wet Cat to, I don't know that I'm going as far as Tiger or Lion, you know, but a proud house cat, a proper tomcat at this point.
I was definitely seeing him, you know, with the towel around him, just emerging from it a little bit fluffy.
Yep.
He's looking bright. He's looking shining and new. And as a mid laner, to keep our eyes on. He's got a lot of stuff going for him. Also elected player of the match, which I actually think is a really nice pick here, especially given the combination of the Orianna and Ryze performances. Cream did show an incredible amount of stability and, like you talked about, damage in these games.
Yeah, he was just providing so much extra to his team that it felt like they really needed. They just needed that level of solid play throughout. I was particularly impressed during the game 1 from him, where he was just making so much space for his squad. Every single time it looked like somebody was going to be able to step up and deal damage, specifically Gala was going to be able to step up and deal damage. No, immediately Cream was putting out that shockwave or just moving the ball around, using it as that zoning tool that it is so good for, and it just meant that Gala was never able to pop off in the way that he wanted to, and you could feel it. You could feel it through the screen that Gala was itching to do something aggressive during both of these games, specifically game 1 though, and he just was not allowed to.
Yeah, and again, it is really nice to see that we are shoring up weaknesses from Cream, because I do think that from a team fight perspective, he has been a relatively consistent mid laner for the side of Top Esports in this group. It has been in the macro positioning that we haven't seen him be able to execute, and that in this series was fully addressed. He was always with his jungler, he was always making plays together, or he was sitting with a tower, safe and comfortable. I think the one time we saw that go wrong was game number 1, where he, again, erroneously positioned as his entire team was topside for a Rift Herald, and he sat bot lane and got dove. But even then, at least he was under tower. You know, he's not overextending to the points that we have seen him do previously, and that small correction really gives us a lot of value on the other side. When the guy is not down 0-3, 0-4 because he keeps walking up into side lanes, you can see that his team fight value is what it always has been, but now it's backed up by gold.
Exactly. It's been a really nice little turnaround right here. We'll obviously have to wait and see as to whether or not he's going to be able to continue on this form or slide back into that mid-season form we saw before. And in terms of waiting and seeing, as we've been talking about, right, we are so close to fully locking out these brackets. We know what's happening down in Group Nirvana. We know what's happening in Perseverance, but we've still got to figure out what's happening in Group Ascend right here.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun day to watch tomorrow, because if Weibo win even a single game, not the match, if they win a single game, they lock top 4 and send top esports down into the Knights Road. By the same token, we've got our top 2 teams in Group Ascend battling it out to finish out the season, and I'm genuinely uncertain who's going to win. BLG have been in better and better form towards the end of the season, but AL have just been an incredibly potent force throughout the entire thing. We could see them even it up pretty significantly in the top 2, and so we've got to fight for who is going to be our bottom cutoff for the knockout stage. We've also got a battle of the Titans for the top, and I'm really looking forward to ALBLG.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much exciting going on, and obviously, as much as it is going to be the last day of the regular season, we've then got the Knights Road. We finally get to see whether LNG are legit, or if they've just been beating up on bad teams. We get to see some of these bottom Group Ascend teams go and play versus these Group Perseverance teams as well. This should be an incredibly exciting time for the LPL overall, and it's been just an amazing split.
And it will be. It has been, like you said, a fantastic split one, and we have still got so much ahead of us, even as the regular season is on the verge of closing out tomorrow. Same time, same place. Do not miss it, especially with the amount of stakes on the line. A big thank you to all of you for making this split possible, and we will echo those very same sentiments tomorrow. But as always, I would like to thank our elite coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Meng, whose financial contributions have helped make this broadcast and the bringing of the LPL to an English audience possible. Really, thank you guys so much. I've always wanted to say this. This was made possible by viewers like you. We will catch you guys tomorrow with even more gameplay in Group Ascend as we figure out the last couple of standings. Bloxer, it has been a fantastic day, and I look forward to the next time that we are on the mic together. You're over here. Good night, everyone.